New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Assalamu alaikum from the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the host country for MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup.
Yesterday, we saw the best 16 teams in MLBB taking their first step to see the world.
And today we'll witness the contenders of Group A as they head on to what's the conclusion's going to be.
With 4 best-of-2s coming our way, we'll see if EVOS Glory, RRQ Akira, and Fireflux Esports can turn things around.
I'm Mara Aquino.
And I'm Dawood Sandstorm.
Here to continue the journey to
See the world.
Welcome to Riyadh, the host city of MSC.
Geçen sene MSC'ye eksik olarak katılmıştık. Burada tam kadro ve koçlarımız da tam kadro olduğu için çok iyi şeyler yapmak istiyoruz bu sene.
Nandito kami para patunayan at bawiin ang nararapat sa amin.
Kami tak pernah merasa kekalahan lagi. Masa untuk kami buktikan di pentas dunia gergasi merah yang sebenar.
Wala man kami dito nakaraang taon pero ngayon nandito na kami para iuwi ang tropeyo ng MSC.
Enggak. Itu nggak mungkin.
And welcome to the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Afel. Join with me is, of course, Wolf and Trex, where today we'll be covering Group A. We got 4 best-of-2. What do you guys feel about today?
Well, Group B, I mean Group A, we're going to be wrapping up Group A today. Yep. We get to see some deciders. It seems like it's been one of the most up and down groups so far, and I think anything could happen.
Yeah, I love it and hate it at the same time, though, knowing that it's just day 2, but we're probably going to be knowing which teams will not make it to the playoffs. Just kind of crazy, think about it. But then, of course, I'm excited to see who will make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's only day 2, and we're going to be seeing teams celebrating, and some teams, unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit sad. But we got to talk about what happened yesterday, man, because a lot of things happened. Like for Stream A, we got 3 sweeps.
That's right.
And the last game of the day, RRQ Akira going up against EVOS Glory, it was a 1-1. You saw the games?
The games, yes, I saw all of the games. Stream A and B, I saw them all.
You know what? Here's the thing.
What a guy.
For us to really refresh our memories, let's actually check out the Day 1 recap.
Got the heart of a hero, spirit of a champion, brave and invincible.
Honestly, yesterday, even though it was sweeps, it was not close at all. Like, one of the games that really surprised me was Falcon maybe Brand going up against XYG, where even though it was a sweep, XYG almost had game number 2. What about you, Wolf?
Yeah, I think before the tournament started, when I saw the schedule that we will be covering, actually, I thought it would be full sweeps, full-on sweeps, except the last series. Didn't go as expected because it went close. I mean, I did expect a 2-0 between like Fnatic Onyx, like Team Liquid, as well as Falcon's AP Brand. Yeah. However, the games were really close, and that's really what excited me about MSC.
So, Trex, I know you've watched a lot of Stream B as well.
All of Stream B.
Anything to update on Stream B?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know, Cloud9 didn't do so great. We all saw that. They did come close.
They got close.
We saw SRG and Myanmar also, right?
Yeah, 1-1 against
1-1. Close matches.
Yeah.
You know, I think all over there was some upsets throughout the day on Stream A and Stream B. I think I'm excited to see how Group A finishes today, honestly. That's where I'm really at.
I mean, like, if we're going to talk about measurements of how amazing Group Day was, we had 1 million, over 1 million PCU on day number 1. Today, I hope we reach it again, and maybe even much more. Now, the thing is, yesterday, a lot of crazy plays happened. We got a lot of reactions coming in from the players, from the casters. It is one of those, I would say MSC is shaping up as one of those tournaments where we have a lot of highlight reels. In fact, with that, let's actually check out the Pepsi's top reactions.
It's a great day for esports and a beautiful day here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Coming to you live from the grandest stage ever, the Amazon Arena.
BMI into the back line and quickly, Winter Crowns are being popped, but it's too late. The damage has been done. Actually, finds the final slash onto 3 targets, allowing him to get back in, but Carl says that's what I've been waiting for. Now, that's Carl's easy, just auto-attacking Troll, and that's just the end of the game. They're trying to escalate the situation. He dies immediately off the Brilliance, and now the Crystal will fall. Fnatic Onyx takes the game, 21 kills to 7. MLBB trying to outplay the situation by himself, single-handedly turning it around. Here two, and the inhibitor, Saz gets a kill, and another body dropped up top. Fnatic Onyx don't want to stop.
Dude, I gotta say, the casters sound like they had a lot of fun, dude.
Yeah.
Like, especially watching the Moskov hitting the Spear of Destruction over to the likes of Fanny and then getting those kills. Like, dude, it's a good time to be a caster.
Definitely a great time to be a caster. I mean, and not only that, Carl Teasy on Ling yesterday. You know how long it's been since we got to see him bust some moves like that?
Bust some moves, yeah.
Bust a move.
Yeah, bust a move. Yeah, you know, and not only that, I think Benecute is also on fire. There's so many other standouts as well. Like, I think Annabelle was unleashed in one of the games. Unfortunately, we saw him like X-Borg in game number 2, which is kind of, yeah, you want to see him. He was great. Don't get me wrong, but I think we want to see him more in Assassins, you know.
Here's the thing. The thing about Annabelle for me is that his fighters are hit or miss. Now, you know what? We've been talking about how great it is to be a caster. Now we got to talk about how great it is to be an analyst, because we're going to look at the Aramco top 5 plays. And we get to talk about it this time because we're going to look at top 5 plays that happened yesterday. Again, thank you very much to Aramco. So let's check it out. Got a top 5 plays for yesterday, and this is the match where Kyrie on that Ling was amazing, Wolf.
Oh yeah, Kyrie was just very comfortable with this, and I think that they gave a lot of alley-oops to Kyrie when he placed his Ling.
Yeah, and honestly, during the match as well, Lutfi really showing himself, even though he's technically a rookie, but he really showed up. And now we're looking at a game where Benecute on that Moskov, dude, highlights over highlights over highlights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Liquid Echo, we saw Benecute, we saw Carl Teasy, and they took their time with this one, but still showed that, I mean, even in the Lord Put, even under towers, they are just dominating the enemy.
Yeah, and this is the fight where Annabelle on that Ling, like, we're really looking at day number 1 and really proving to everyone, Assassins is back. Annabelle, he took his time, but once he's got his items, he's online. Now we got to look at the top one play of the day.
Oh, this
and my, Annabelle again.
Yeah, there was Annabelle again, but Clocken as well as Dreams made this happen. Dreams was the one to start it with an implosion that really blocked off the entirety of RQ, and that TP play coming off from Clocken. And the way that he lands his rotation, mind you, landing first skill and second skill combo, the double vacuum that most pros call it, although it's totally different quotation.
I mean, like, for me, I prefer calling it the yin-yang reaction.
The yin-yang reaction, all right. Yeah, pros call it double vacuum. It's difficult to land. I don't know if you've tried it, but for me, it wasn't easy, and Clocken made it really easy.
Yeah, Clocken definitely.
I mean, here's the thing. It's like, it's one of those things where it's muscle memory, right? We have to get used to using it. But now, we have 4 amazing matches of today. We've got to look at the ALJ match of the day. So this is going to be the highlight for today. Let's check out the ALJ match of the day. And during this match of the day is the one that I'm personally interested in. Fireflux Esports going up against EVOS Glory. I gotta say, Fireflux for today, they gotta win everything.
They do, after taking that loss, and I think there was a lot of hype around Fireflux, but also the fact that EVOS took a loss against RQ on game makes this even tighter, right? And it's really what makes Group A in general so tight, but it gives Fireflux some opportunity, it gives the rest of some teams some opportunity since EVOS take that loss.
Yeah, you know what? I think this probably might be elimination game for both of them in a way that if they lose 0-2, whichever team loses 0-2, will definitely not have any more chance of getting into the playoffs. That's how cutthroat this group stage is.
I mean, for us to really see which teams is going to be looking good and not going to be looking great, we got to look at the match schedule. So let's look at the match schedule, and then we can give our reactions of what could happen, because we're starting off with RQ Akira going up against Fireflux, EVOS Glory going up against NIP Flash. NIP Flash will play again against RRQ Akira back-to-back. And then again, our ALJ match of the day is going to be Fireflux going up against EVOS Glory.
So it's huge for Fireflux to win this right here. If they get 2-0'd here, they are essentially out in the... They are out, not essentially. They are out in the first series. It's going to be one of the most important games, and they are getting thrown right into it.
Yeah, I really like seeing RQ Akira, especially after whatever happened in M5. I had a chance to meet them at dinner, actually. They were very happy about, even when it was a draw, it kind of felt like a real victory for them because it gave them a fighting chance in this group. At the same time, that was momentum. They felt like they could have won game number 1 going up against EVOS Glory, and maybe it was just the jitters, but now they have really settled in. I'm excited to see more of RQ Akira today.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We heard that Takashi was like, you know, it's probably my fault. Maybe the CC pick wasn't as great, but again, it could be the jitters. But I gotta see, our casters, are you guys having the jitters? Because I want to talk to you guys. How are you guys feeling about Group A for today?
We're jittery, man. Hey, good to see you guys. Naisu and Mirko here. We're excited for it, though. I'll tell you that much, LaFell.
Very, very excited for the matchups, man. Definitely no jitters, despite, you know, the little shaky shakes that we had earlier. I think we're both very, very excited for the matches, and we can't wait to get into them.
And there you go, guys. The casters for today is going to be Papa Naisu and Baby Mirko. Honestly, great combination. I feel like Mirko is one of those people that age backwards.
Yeah.
Hasn't aged at all.
His brain is deteriorating.
Yeah.
Me and Mirko, we have a love-hate relationship. It's more on the hate rather than the love.
Yeah.
But you know,
it's a relationship nonetheless.
It's a relationship, and relationships have a lot of ups and downs.
Are you very happy that Mirko is no longer here with us in the stand, the studio?
Tell us, LaFell.
Yeah.
I'm ecstatic.
Almost as ecstatic as this game coming up.
Honestly, here's the thing. Our casters, they feel shaky, they feel jittery, but again, we gotta look. I saw just now, right, in terms of the standings, Group A and Group B are the only groups with 1-1. So again, it does look like Group B is living up to the hype as the group of death, where it's still uncertain. And Group A, we were talking about this backstage strikes, where you feel like Group A is the group that can have a possible upset.
Yeah, or at this point, are they even upset?
Yeah, they're not even upset.
And what's also great to see is that the fact that NIP Flash is sitting 2-0 and it's the only one with a 2-0, they have some room to play here as well, right? Like, they don't have to 2-0 anybody. They could get a 1-1 and still look very strong in the standings. Just a lot of possibilities in this group overall.
Yeah. Which makes us really hyped up for this particular matchup. RQ Akira, for example, if they win 2-0, they have guaranteed their spot already, even when it's like technically guaranteed. So it will be a good start of the day to actually start against Fireflux. Unfortunately for Fireflux, this is a must-win for them as well. Like there's really no option. 1-1 is not an option for them in this particular series. They have to win 2-0.
You know, here's the thing. Heading on to our first match of the day, RRQ Akira going up against Fireflux Esports. For you guys at home, we got an STC prediction. So make sure you guys let us know your prediction. What do you guys think? It's going to be a 2-0 for which team? Is it going to be a 1-1? Either ways, your prediction really matters for us. We want to know what you think. But for now, honestly, you guys have been great, but we got to go over to the stage and actually see the opening from our hosts, Mara as well as Sandstorm.
Ladies and gentlemen from all over the world, welcome to the Amazon Arena.
أيها السيدات والسادة مرحبا بكم في الأمازون أرينا.
My name is Mara Aquino.
And my name is Dawood Sandstorm.
And this is the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at the Esports World Cup. So today is the second day of our group stages, and we'll see 4 teams from Group A fight with all they've got to move on to the next round.
That's right. Day 1 was filled with sweeps, 2-0 for the first, second, and third series of the day, but the final one was a 1-1 between RRQ and EVOS Glory. The question is, what is the story going to be today for Group A's teams?
It's been an exciting day yesterday, and today I can see the players are super pumped up to get ready to go on stage. Now let's talk about today. After this undisputed champion of Latam's hard-fought series yesterday against the White Tigers, they're back here in the Amazon Arena to go up against the Bastion of Turkey.
Now, Fireflux Esports need to reignite their blaze because after suffering a sweep against the Group A top seed, NIP Flash, every game they play, every fight they take is a fight for their life.
Can Takashi lead the kingdom once again to victory? Hailing from Brazil, RRQ Akira.
Now, RRQ Akira's series yesterday against EVOS Glory was a testament to their potential. They may have had it rough in their previous international stints, but things are looking good for them here at the MSC 2024 in Riyadh.
But you know, their opponents are not strangers to the international stage. In fact, RRQ Akira has been wishing for a rematch with this opponent. The champions from Turkey, introducing Fireflux Esports.
back in the M5 World Championship, Fireflux Esports came up against RRQ Akira, but unfortunately, they came up just a little bit short. And now, as they go up against them one more time, the question is, will the representatives of LATAM repeat history, or will we see Turkiya's delegates fan their flames to level the playing field?
And who will get to keep their keys? Because in partnership with the Esports World Cup, each team gets their personalized key to represent their participation and their success here at MSC 2024.
That's right. The keys that you see today, right here on the stage, are engraved with the mark of being the best. While they all have it now, the question is, there can only be one champion of MSC 2024. Who will that be?
And speaking of the best, they're using the best gaming phone right now. If you take a look at all of their players, they're using ROG for their ping test right now, and that's powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 mobile platform.
That's right. Asus ROG is the official gaming phone of MSC 2024.
Now, they're ready to go. Take a look at them. Earlier today, we saw them walking around. I'm not sure if they're nervous, but I know each game counts for them. It seems like one team is a little bit more confident and the other one very serious.
I mean, I want to say, looking at both teams right now, nerves have to be playing a factor. There might be quite a lot of pressure on their shoulders. You're competing at the Mid-Season Cup 2024, at the Esports World Cup. It is bound to get to you, but can they handle the pressure, Mara?
I know that I can handle more action today in the Land of Dawn, and I can't wait to get it going. So how about let's go to the studio for our panelists to hear more from them. All right, take it.
And we shall receive. Thank you very much, Mara, as well as Sandstorm. We got to talk about the relentless demonstration. RQ Akira and Fireflux, they meet again. In M5, RQ won 2-1. Now, this is just a best of two. So if we're following the previous tournament that they've met each other, it should be a 1-1. But Wolf, like you said, that's not the result that you want.
Well, it doesn't matter what I want when it comes to the results. But what I do expect from this matchup is it should be close. However, when I look back at the Fireflux's performance yesterday, I was really surprised. I mean, I didn't catch it live. I saw it afterwards and was surprised how badly they performed compared to what I expected them to be. So this will be very difficult. Hopefully, Fireflux have woken up and hopefully that they will outperform themselves from yesterday.
Yeah, it almost feels like a lot of teams are still kind of adapting, or they're just a little rusty if you haven't been playing the Assassin. Because Tianzi, it's true, he was playing the Ling yesterday, and it just, he didn't seem to perform like some other Ling players have been performing on the stage. It's definitely something to look at. And it's great to be able to see two non-SEA regions face off. It's not very often you get to see two Western regions kind of. You know, we already know SEA is super strong. It's good to see some power rankings on the rest of the world.
Interestingly, some of the Western teams went to Southeast Asia to train for MSC. I know that Team Spirit went there. I know that Cloud9 also went to Asia. I'm pretty sure that these two teams didn't go to Asia, maybe because you know, it's not that easy because you will go back and forth. But what I'm trying to say here is that we had really, I had zero knowledge of what the performance is for RQ Akira as well as Fireflux when it comes to scrims in preparation for this tournament. So we're going to be going in blind, but we do know that Fireflux, they're not performing as advertised, while RQ Akira outperformed themselves yesterday.
And now we're jumping into the draft. Fireflux is going to be first pick on the blue side. RRQ Akira will be the second pick on the red side. And looking at the bans here coming in from Fireflux, they don't want any kind of sustain, and the EDIF has chain CC, so looks like they might want to have a brawlish kind of composition coming in from Fireflux. And then RRQ Akira, they just got to go with the respect bans.
Should be Loi for the first pick, right? Or maybe somewhere along the lines for Roger. But we've proven yesterday that Lui is just way too strong in the meta game. Not because of the innate ability of the hero, but of how much it activates the other members because of the diversion ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, even after the nerfs, Lui still stands the test of time right now. And with how many other powerhouse picks there are right now, it just shows how strong this Lui is. But a lot of teams have been giving things up. We've seen like the Valentina up front, and people kind of are really willing to throw different picks around here and there, but the Liu Yi definitely has to get locked in.
Should be Arlott and Roger. They don't want to give Liu Yi and Arlott altogether for Fireflux. It's such a very strong combination. And Roger, obviously, the strongest marksman that we have right now. If Harith as well as Ling is banned, the stock for Roger increases. But no, this is different. You get the Luis Grok. 3rd time in a row that he's going to be playing this. And then Takash, 2nd time in a row, going in for this comfort, picking up the Terizla. So RQ are getting everything that they wanted. But again, Arlott, Liu Yi, very strong combo. Having the Roger also means that the sustain, the body of Smith from the Terizla is not that much of a factor because you have that elimination factor. So, but the Baksha is the choice here for Fireflux.
Honestly, I kind of feel like we can talk about this Terizla because we've seen Terizla popping up more and more, and it does look like Terizla is a very safe engage because you're not going to get bursted down because of 2 items, the Queen's Wings as well as the Winter Crown, making it so that even though you have an engaged roam or something like the Grok, but perhaps the one that is more reliable is actually the Terizla.
I think one big thing with the Terizla and just EXP lane in general seems very tight right now, right? There's the Edith that you can flex around, there's the Arlott you can flex around, but other than that, it's kind of Terizla and Yuzong, and if you don't pick up an EXP lane early, then you're left with not many choices because we're seeing the Yuzong get banned out in 2nd phase, or we're seeing the Terizla get banned out in 2nd phase. So my question is, Wolf, is this Arlott roam right here? And if it's not, what do they have left if the Yuzong gets banned out?
Yeah, that's the beauty of the Arlott, right? You pick it up in the 1st phase, then you have both roam and as well as your EXP kind of filled up because it's so flex that it's good at both both roles. So to answer your question, what else do you have in roam? Like Minotaur, for example, is one of the heroes that I think about, and Fireflux unfortunately will not have access to that. Another hero is the Tigreal. So if there will be an attack speed based marksman that will be revealed here by RQ, for example, a Claude in their 4th pick, Tigreal now looks really good for Fireflux. If that is not available, then you're left with a Ruby or a Cho. That surprisingly, Cho, I have not seen so much in the 1st day of the group stages. Would have thought that after the patch, Cho is one of the strongest heroes that we can pick up in the roam.
But now we got to look at RQ Akira's first 3 picks. It looks like it's going to be more or less the same draft that they used going up against EVO's Glory, where they had a very good early game, mid game, and they closed it off very, very convincingly. The marksman that they used was the Beatrix, but again, that was kind of a pick that you're forced on. So right now, RQ Kira, they have a solid front line that looks very comfortable for them.
Yeah, both teams kind of sticking to that utility jungle, right? Just kind of solid up front. And Fireflux, we saw them pick the Ling yesterday, but I kind of like that they're going back to this Basha because from what we know of Fireflux, the Turkish Delight.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Ube, the Blacklist-esque strategy. So seeing them on the Ling, I was very worried if they were going to be able to adapt to the meta. But the Basha, we saw it from Liquid Echo. It's still a strong pick. It is a very good utility jungler right now. Maybe even debated to be better than the Fredrin.
I feel like
because
it's
of
the
early
best.
game.
I feel like it's best.
Okay.
I think it's good for Fireflux here.
For sure. Fits their profile. You can pick up, especially with the Liu Yi, you have a lot of horsepower with that Arlott as well as the backshot that you can just keep on fighting, which means that you can settle for somewhere along the rest for Roger, or maybe even Moskov, so that you have a lot more global presence, I would say. Farsa is going to be banned. I really like this ban coming out from Fireflux. So RQ, they're going to be left with maybe Aurora, which they really like, or the Vex. Vex that they actually prioritize. And I think picking it up 4th is not going to be a problem at all, because that means that you're not revealing your marksman just yet, your main core carry heroes.
Wait, is Roger still up?
Roger's still available. Moskov is also available. One of the rare occurrences. But they pick up the Novaria, which is an answer to the Liu Yi. Yep. Which now makes it so that Fireflux can just get another tanky hero for the EXP so that it can match up with a with the Terizla.
Honestly, the RQ lineup,
perhaps?
RQ lineup right now is screaming, we want the turtle, because again, having the Novaria is going to help out the Terizla, the Grok, as well as the Fredrin to actually start things up. And now the Moskov gets picked up by Fireflux.
The Lolita is going to be there. So Claude is going to be very bad for RQ. They might be forced to go for the Roger now, which is not that bad, actually.
Yeah, the Roger's solid, especially up against Lolita. It immediately gives an answer to that and makes it so the shield is essentially pointless. Yes, you could drop a meteor here. I mean, you could shield a meteor here and there from the Novaria, but it definitely kind of nullifies that whole idea.
Exactly. Well, I guess the next best bet is okay. Well, okay.
They don't care about no shield.
They don't care.
They don't care about no shield.
Well, they have the BMI to get to the backlines. Maybe they're comfortable with that. But yeah, I like the Fireflux draft here.
You know, I feel like when they're in this kind of situation, they need to use what they feel comfortable with. And with that, I'm very comfortable of throwing it over to our casters, Papa Naisu, as well as Baby Mirko. It's your turn.
Thank you guys so much, LaFell, Trex, and Wolf. I don't have nicknames for you guys just yet, but once again, I'm Naisu, or Papa Naisu, and this is Mirko. I don't know if I'm gonna call you Baby Mirko, man.
Yeah, that's more of a LaFell thing, you know.
Yeah.
I call him Baby LaFell, calls me Daddy Mirko, but I'm fine calling you Papa Naisu.
All right, well, let's roll with it, because in just a second, we saw the drafts already from RQ Akira, and of course for Fireflux Esports, and how they're going to go about this. And once again, what a fantastic look of the stage here as we get ready to load into the Land of Dawn for this game number 1 in this best of 2. Very crucial matchups here to round out Group A, as again, by the end of the day, we know where these teams are going to fall into place, the top 2. Now jumping into it, we have to see exactly what they want to do with this lineup, how they want to utilize the picks that they went with. Great inputs again from the analyst stand there, but man, RQ Akira, I love what they're doing. They have a great front line with this. I'm just wondering how they'll be able to utilize the back line later on. But we know Gusta Lagusta, man, he loves this Claude pick, rolls with it. You can also see some of the emblems they're rolling with. Nothing too crazy just yet, like we've seen in the past. But so far, lane's kind of already falling into place here.
Slowly but surely, I think in this matchup, it'll come down to the mid control. I think for the most part in day number 1, we saw that whoever got mid prio, they just have so much to play with in the game. They're actually able to dictate the game. And RQ Akira, hey, game number 2, that was exactly how they were able to pop off, beat Evo's Glory at their own game. But something I do want to talk a little bit about is this gold lane matchup for Gusta Lagusta. Sunshine's going to have a better time here on the Moskov compared to the Claude. And you can already see Gusta getting punished by that Spear of Misery. He's already used the regen too, so he's going to be forced to recall. As we do get a pause here, Naisu, so we do get some time to talk about the drafts again. I heard Wolf and LaFell, was it? They liked Fireflux's draft a bit better.
Yeah, they did. You know, again, when you look at both lineups here, you kind of have to think about where those power spikes are going to be for them. You know, we get a little climb, break, dominate by KitKat again for this as we get a breather. But so since we get to talk about the lineups, like I said, with Gusta Lagusta picking up this Claude pick, we know we needs time, you know, but I think time is what they can buy with the lineup they brought. Again, Fredrin has been up for debate since we've seen more assassins rise into the jungle, be prioritized by a lot of teams. But I don't know, man. I'm still kind of 50-50 with Fredrin now, exactly where he kind of fits into this. Yeah. And you know, he's still that guy. He's just not on the top like he used to be. I'm talking about 99, 98 contention rate before. But going against with this lineup that they have, the fact that they have a very well-rounded front line that can peel for Gusta Lagusta later on is going to work great for them. And also, we've seen so much of Terizla, man. Terizla has been the, I almost feel like the top better tier XP laner, right? Maybe the top at this point so far from all the international tournaments that we've been watching leading into the mid-season cup. He's the guy that can make a lot of things work, and I don't know exactly what just bumped him up that far, but we know a lot of Yuzhong is popped up. It was banned out in this first game, and going against the Arlot here, same sentiments. You know, Arlot is still a playmaker, but I just feel like right now Terizla has been on point, and a lot of that just has to do with the penalty zone.
Yeah, I think it's all about the instant initiation in this current meta, right? Because it really is all about committing. When previously, yeah, we still kind of saw the teamfight meta around the lore dances. It's just a bit different now. Back then, you still want to get, you know, the longer team fights with the Edith, the sustain from the Yuzhong, and from other picks like the CC as well. That's why it found so much value as well going up against the tanks, utility in the jungle. But now considering that the tanks have kind of fallen out of the jungle, it's funny I say that, and in this game we have Baksha versus Fredrin again. So it seems, you know, jungle is in a very, very healthy space.
Yeah, definitely.
I wouldn't say the same thing for XP though. Yeah, we've been seeing Terizla, Arlet, Yuzhong maybe. We saw the CC that was brought up by RQ Akira yesterday, but when we saw just anytime we see a flashy pick in the XP, it just doesn't work. Benedetta ding, and then CC for Takashi.
Here's the question, man, because I heard you talk about this a little bit on the panel yesterday, Novaria isn't what everyone made it out to be. You know, like with the, especially with the Wishing Lantern, the added item here for mages. Obviously, she's still a threat. I mean, the biggest thing about Novaria, though, is really just the vision play that you get with it, because it pairs up really well with the, like, already having a Grok on your side who's kind of like this walking vision. You know, he just walks around, does his thing, but you pair it up with a Novaria. I just feel like it gives them a huge advantage in terms of vision that RQ Akira can play around with and then go from that. So for Fireflux, I feel like one of the parts that they have to deal with is the Lui Yi, the diversion plays we've been talking about since she went and changed and everything else. You know, one of the things that they can do, I feel like, with diversion is just trying to either use it as an escape from the initiations that are most likely going to come from RQ because of the lineup that they have, or, again, follow it through. If you think about it, Arlott and also just having a Baksha in the jungle is tanky enough, and then you have Lolita. And interestingly, we saw a very good, or I would say interesting build. I'm not sure how often that would pick up for the Lolita, where you just have this massive shield as well, playing into that. But the setup potential, I actually feel like from Fireflux Esports is actually really good.
I would say for the Lolita build, that should be the normal build that you go to. Maybe if you're losing, you want to go for a little bit more defensive. You know, you want to go for maybe some stats, some raw stats from the physical defense or the magical defense. But for the most part, if you're leading especially, you want to go for that build. With the Flask of the Oasis and the Blood Wings, I think I was exposed to this very early in MPL Indonesia by a player who once won this competition as well, was Drian, who used it. Unfortunately, he didn't know about the new changes to the Lolita. He picked it up against a Franco. And I don't know if you guys know this.
Tell us.
Usually, the Guardian's Bulwark,
you
can't get through with the Iron Hook, right? You can't get through the Guardian's Bulwark with the Iron Hook. Now you can.
Which is weird, because it's like,
weird.
it's a
That's
bulwark,
why even he was like, what? When did this change happen? So he had to figure it out the hard way, which is getting hooked and then losing the game.
Which is weird, because it's a bulwark.
Yeah.
Why does how does an Iron Hook go through that?
Sometimes, you know,
Is it a
Karina does
magical hook?
magical damage, you know, and she's swinging swords. Sometimes it's just the game logic. It's okay, though, because, yeah, I mean, right now with the Lolita, you actually do get a lot of shielding, right? You can even proc the Flask of the Oasis with your own shield to the rest of the team, so it's really, really cool where the Lolita stands in the meta, especially when you're up against two picks like this from the side of RQ Akira. They got the Claude and also the Novaria.
Yeah, you're going to get huge value, basically, out of this pick, and, again, part of it is both teams, I would say, honestly, have a ton of setup potential that they can use, ton of peel potential if they want to go that route as well. You know, but as the players kind of get us situated here, once again, as we go on to this, our Kit Kat break here, we want to make sure the players, of course, have the best environment to play on because of what's at stake here. Again, today, I know you guys were watching yesterday and you saw 2 streams going on, but that essentially helped us find placements all for the groups from Group A to Group D. And now that we're at this point, day 1 is all Group A, right? And then each preceding day from now concludes a group. So that's why this is very crucial. And even yesterday, man, they had to fall into place, because if you guys remember, Fireflux and RQ Akira met last year in M5, and I believe, if I remember correctly, RQ beat them 2-1 when they had their best of 3.
Yep.
And we heard them leading into this where they were like, yeah, we want to match up again. You know, this is fate that will have it, because this starting match here could actually decide things already for Group A.
I think it's a very interesting matchup, right? When we're talking about, you know, the previous series, the previous World Championships as well, because it almost seems like it's a rock, paper, scissors kind of scenario. Fireflux will be able to beat Blacklist. Blacklist beats RQ. RQ beats Fireflux. So, very interesting matchup. I think for Fireflux especially, though, they usually do struggle against compositions who want to take it from the early game. Compositions want to push the pace, because for them, it's all about getting Rosa into a good point. It's all about also getting Sunshine to a point where you can actually go for damage in the team fight. So it's really mid to late game dependent. Looking at their composition, though, it already feels very different. It almost seems like it's kind of the opposite. For RQ Akira, it seems they want to be the ones to scale up with the Claude, with the Novaria, and for the side of Fireflux, with how many creative angles you can possibly look for here with diversion. I'm looking at, you know, a very fast-paced Fireflux, a very new version of Fireflux. Maybe after yesterday going up against NIP Flash, trying to play the same way, mid to late, trying to scale up. Didn't work out too well. Maybe it's time for them to transition into the early game, which has been working out for a lot of teams, most teams.
Yeah.
All the teams yesterday.
I was going to say all the teams, you know, it's, in a way, I think we've been talking about this even throughout the wild cards, man. Like, it's a refreshing thing to see, this kind of meta that's setting into place already. And, you know, just yesterday alone, we saw some great picks come up. And I think one pick that is still doing a lot for teams that go ahead and pick it up in the draft is the Moskov, man. You know, Moskov, for some reason, even with some of the nerfs that he felt, he's still a monster in the gold lane. You know, he's still a monster when it gets to the late game. I mean, how much did we see even yesterday with the comeback potential?
Benny?
Yeah, with that Moskov pick, you know? So even though Moonton still goes for these changes and everything for this hero, he still shines. And I think, so when you're looking at this comparison of the gold lane, the Moskov with the Claude, you know that Claude takes some time to build up. Moskov can actually start to pay a threat already, and I feel like having Lolita helps him have a little more confidence, because if you're really looking at it, you know, you're relying on that, being able to play behind that bulwark. You can play around that, and then, of course, you have a diversion to kind of help you get out of the sticky situations too. I think the main point here is also because of how tanky the lineup is across from them, you're going to be hoping that also your Spear of Destruction follow-throughs are going to be on point, because we saw yesterday how crucial games can fall apart if a Spear of Destruction does not land where you want it, or if you miss it completely.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what
I know
I'm
what you're
talking about,
referencing.
man?
You know, the random Spear of Destruction that flew through mid lane, right?
Down
I think
mid-lane,
Trex knows
man.
it as well, you know? He's been really depressed about it. He's been talking about it, ranting about that
I
one
was with
shot.
him, man.
Why couldn't they land that, man? It was in the mid lane. They were fighting in the mid lane.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. But it looks like we could possibly be jumping back into the game here, and it looks like we are. So, again, jumping into it, it's only under the 4-minute mark. The players got everything situated here and set up with that. So, still, it looks like, too, you know, for both teams, they want to go ahead and just wait for this first objective to come up. Not all these level 4s online just yet. So, as they go ahead and kind of wait for that, this is going to be crucial. Like I said, with this Terizla pick, you need that penalty zone available, but both junglers will go ahead and start this up for now. RQ going to hold this up in front. This is what we see Fredrins do all the time, and pair it up with Luis. Not sure.
Up top, Takashi doing some damage. Alien, going in for the stuns and right into the first blood. Now, Appraiser's Wrath comboing together with a Retribution. Tienzi will be stunned up earlier by Louise, and he'll be able to walk up and flickers out as well. With the power of nature still there, RQ Akira, that's a turtle traded in for first blood.
Yeah, first blood already, and look at this. Fireflux Esports actually want to put the pressure further on into the jungle, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to accomplish much with this. RQ pushing them back out, so with that, RQ Akira gets the first objective. You know, great for them. But at the same time, the scaling here could start to happen for Fireflux Esports if they're not careful in the exchanges. A lot of just back and forth here. Gusta Lagusa trying to keep Sunshine there.
Good damage as well by Louise. There's Pure Destruction. Not connecting. Gusta still able to evade away from it here. As Sunshine goes for the shove in the bottom lane, trying to go for that gold crab that Louise is holding onto. But so far, Gusta Lagusa has been losing out on the trade. Sagan, though, trying to go for the astral shot. But will not be able to find it now, only just helping Gusta Lagusa to get the gold crab, and he will be able to secure it.
I think it's what you do, man. You know, you just give that best experience to both gold laners if you can here. But Claude, I would say specifically, really needs that time to build up. Got to get those, you know, 3-4 items, the trinity, if you will, for the Claude to really shine in some of these team fights. Because again, with the lineup that Fireflux Esports has, they can actually try to negate a lot of the overloaded damage from a Blazing Duet if they're all positioned correctly. And it's also just a little bit, I guess you have to say, for the entrance from Gusta Lagusa has to be very crucial and on point. Okay,
Great Echo. Revealing Alien and Rosa. And King walks up just like that, but still very, very slow game here. In the 6-minute, only 1 kill. They're both still looking to go for these trades, and we do take a look. We do have a look here at the in-game equipment, where it's going to be a corrosion scythe rush for the side of Sunshine. It's a bit different for Gusta Lagusa. He wants to go for the warrior boots first, but both teams are already trying to go for the second turtle of this game. King first onto with Takashi right there. Numenam Lost going to be charged in by Apex. The flicker as well, but he doesn't find it. Good stun over, but King is still able to get the retribution down. Now with a wild charge, stunning 2 members by Louise. That's only a final slash onto King, and Tienzi is caught all alone. Takashi will decide to back away, and RQ Akira, super disciplined, takes the dub and walks off.
Very disciplined. Alien, I don't think he's going to really accomplish much. You know, he did get that early kill, but right now for RQ Akira, holding on to those 2 turtles, get the objective, and like you said, disciplined route. They know they don't have to fight. They don't need to get these kills right now because, again, when you're talking about power spikes for RQ Akira, they needed time for Gusa Lagusa to play off. And even Saigon, oh, mid lane, Rosa.
Appraiser's Wrath, just a big bonk onto Rosa in the mid lane. Will be their first kill of the game, RQ Akira.
All right, now they're on the board, right? They got the objectives, they got a kill. Look at the damage already coming out from Saigon, 1 shot. Able to take almost half the HP away here. So this could also just be in a way, hold on, get the flicker out.
Good maneuvers as well. The penalty zone used up, and it was delayed quite a bit there by the Shield Unity clash, or crash rather. TNZ not able to really find the value there. Meanwhile, King in the bottom lane wants to go for a little bit of pressure down onto Sunshine. They will be able to do that just with the Astral Echo. And man, RQ Akira, they might be caught by the flanks here. Diversion plays to the back lane, and now it's going to be Gusto who's going to be caught even with the Purify. Apex 47 gets rid of him with the help of Rosa and TNZ. King won't be able to prolong this team fight. Alien has rotated from the XP lane, and it seems for both teams they will disengage once again. RQ Akira trying to defend in the bottom lane with the wave already shoving back to them. 4 members of Fireflux still here in the bottom side of the map, but King wants to walk with the Sunshine, goes in for the Retribution. Astral Sphere connects as well. TNZ trying to go for the backup as well. The Purified there will not work for him. It's a wild charge straight to the back to find Sunshine. And it's now a yin-yang reaction to be used up. King gonna go on for the Sax Appraiser's Wrath. Apex 47 able to displace himself. Takashi with a penalty zone. Locks them in the back line, and Takashi will be able to get that 1 kill on the board. Apex forced to run away up top. Vengeance forcing a blazing duet now. Alien seems like he's comfortable still going for that trade.
Man, Takashi just taking a journey down to the bottom lane, and now they're going to take the journey up here to the top as the 3rd turtle of this game is up. They could possibly just go ahead and go 3 for 3 with the objectives. They're going to be forced back. TNZ stopped.
Full neutral objective control for RQ Akira. And just like we saw in turtle number 1, turtle number 2, they're utilizing the turtles, taking it slow, and then going back. Alien still has a little bit of spice and gets barrier down. Louise trying to go for an angle of attack here. The Vengeance will be able to be used up, but the taunt catches him, and Alien still is able to get out, gets that Vengeance, a cheeky little one onto the green camp. And RQ Akira push the pace now up top, trying to go for the turrets. 3 turtles, 1 big turret for RQ Akira in the first 9 minutes.
Yep, you can already see that second item picked up here now for Gusa Lagusta. Has the DHS alongside the Golden Staff. Working on the next one. Meanwhile, Sunshine's still working, but look at this.
Luis gets a 2-man wild charge straight into the blazing duet, but the final slash catches them all. Rosa, yin-yang reaction still in the back line, dealing so much damage as Sunshine joins in the fray. Takashi gonna be flanked by Sunshine. It'll only give Rosa some more time to go for a creative angle. Diversion into the back. King gets spotted out, brought back again by the yin-yang reaction into the spears of Sunshine.
What a diversion. This is what we were talking about in the draft. As we take a look at the replay here, look at this initiation. RQ Akira wanted to fight here and talk about a Spear of Destruction from Sunshine also to join the fight. And watch as that diversion is going to be used. We don't get a look at it, but it was cut. It cut off the retreat from RQ Akira. Again, Fireflux Esports really utilizing this lineup that they have. And so this, I feel like, you know, they were kind of falling behind a little bit from RQ Akira, getting the lead, especially the objectives. But now they've been checked. They don't want to actually continue to make a wrong move like that. You know, they initiated again with a wild charge that they had available to them. And so with that, RQ Akira finds themselves kind of resetting a little bit. Again, this is a Lord that's coming up in less than 10 seconds. Fireflux Esports is in a position now because of that last exchange, that last fight. They're good to fight this off if they want to. And it looks like if they want to get a kill early on before they even commit to this first Lord fight, they could surely do that. They're waiting. Also, Alien is almost going to have that flicker available just a couple seconds. We've seen it time and time before. The R-Lot can start and win a fight just with initiation. But Lord's already going to be started up by King. And you can see that half health. This is what we see all the time with these Fredrin picks, but Fireflux Esports will get in position here. Keep an eye on as well where the Spear of Destruction ends up landing.
Poison's right into the Appraiser's Wrath. The final slash unable to displace him in time as Takashi will be isolated in the back line as Apex 47. His Numenon Blast will be canceled out by that barrier on Louise. It'll be a trade once again, Takashi for the Lord. Diversion into the back, just sending TNZ for that flank. Gusta Lagusta trying to go for the clear right now, and you can see there the bounce of the Guardian's Bulwark, sending the Astrosphere back towards RQ Akira, but still, for Fireflux, they'll be able to get a trade down in the bottom lane as well. Louise,
Sunshine
with the conceal now. It's going to be the Abyss Walker by Sunshine. A Spear of Misery onto King, dealing a whole lot of damage on this Moscow pick. Apex 47 now coming in with a backup, and Sunshine should be able to find the space now to go for the clear on the First Lord.
Alien win for that final slash. Not going to happen, so they're going to clear out that Lord there. But you could see that damage already coming out from Sunshine. Did just pick up the DHS, I believe it was, as well, to kind of round up his 3 core items that he needed. Let's take a look. Okay, Corrosion Scythe, he's got the DHS and the Golden Staff now. Pretty much even. So, you know, at that point, as they clear these minions out, they're going to deal with the Lord. Really, RQ Akira didn't get that much from this Lord pick. So for that, Fireflux Esports doing a great job at kind of keeping things under control. Even defensively, the items are already falling into place, and that's going to be crucial for TNZ to be some of that front line for this next fight that does break out in about a minute and a half here. So we'll see. Again, both teams holding on to the Tier 1 mid lane turrets are going to help them out a little bit as well. But you can see the damage being dealt across the board here. Just massive damage coming out from Rosa. Able to provide a lot of support. Oh, Luis.
Still able, with the power of nature. Not there just yet. The wild charge will be used defensively by Luis. Fireflux try to go for that pickoff. And now the Astral Echo does connect onto Rosa. And here it's actually the best possible target you could go for with that Astral Echo, at least at this point, because it does spot out of diversions. Sagan able to react to it in time. Takashi with the penalty zone locks 2 members down. Apex 47 still in that bush. The Astrosphere doing a whole lot of damage as Alien is forced to flicker back out. The Poissons as well from TNZ. No wild charge from Louise. He already used it up earlier, so RQ Akira cannot force the issue on Fireflux.
Man, it's too bad. I mean, both gold laners just were not there for that fight. Surely someone would have went down, even if that Spear of Destruction ended up landing and then the follow-up came through from Sunshine. But with that, ultimately what it's going to result to is just reset across the board. They prep up for this Lord 30 seconds away. Big items being picked up as well. Now the Wind of Nature available for Sunshine. Can play a little more defensively. Also for Gusta Lugusta, he's going to lock that in very soon too. Divine Glaive also picked up. Now available for Rosa. We were already talking about the damage that Rosa is doing on this Louis pick. It's insanity. And now with the Divine Glaive, it's going to hurt even more. So RQ Akira, they kind of have to be conscious of that, right? Because diversion play and then the whole interaction, I forgot what Wolf called it, the double vacuum. Double vacuum, that yin and yang effect. Also on the other side, you can see RQ Akira. They've got the immortality locked in now, a glowing wand for Saigon. They're going to just fight.
They're able to bait out now. The wild charge from Louise. Spear of Destruction does connect to the backline. Sunshine takes it. Sagan forced back instantly. Them not last. Able to connect onto King, but it's just King now. It's a penalty zone. Locks 4 members down. So Gusta Lagusta doing for some more damage, but the Guardian's Bulwark turns all of the damage back towards them right as Rosa is still there to dish out the free damage with the yin-yang reaction. The dispersions and the rotations a bit too much for RQ Akira to handle.
We have not mentioned Apex 47's name too much just yet, but man, that was a Numeron Blast setup with the flicker. We're gonna take a look at the replay here. Great response. This is already after it happened. But again, we talked about these small corners. The Luoyi, she's such a threat because of that double vacuum effect that keeps them in, that yin-yang effect that pulls them in. And it's so hard for RQ Akira to play against that when they're in these tight areas. So as they kind of try to retreat, it's, you know, they're almost trying to retreat to their death. So at this point, Fireflux Esports now has the Lord on their side. This one definitely will be working it down on that bottom side, trying to get that tier 2 down. RQ Akira, on the other hand, things are falling into place, but it looks like every single time, item-wise, even with their nearly identical items, I mean, itemization is nothing too drastic of a gold lead for either team. They're having a hard time fighting. And if you look at just the lineup here, that's probably the big case of it. Gusta Lagusta has not had an opportunity yet to really use this Claude for an entry point with the Blazing Duet. And Fireflux Esports, on the other hand, even if Sunshine isn't there, they have good fighting potential because, like we talked about with Rosa, and now we get some Malefic Roar online. Diversion.
The final slash too, but they're unable to find it. Wild charge by Luis. Straight onto Rosa, caught in the Appraiser's Wrath too, as Takashi swings the hammer down. Sunshine now joining the fight with the Spear of Destruction as Alien deals with Takashi in the backline, but King gets a 3-man taunt straight into the barrier. Apex 47 gonna be trapped and isolated, but still has the bulwark that's dishing the damage back towards RQ Akira. Now the Spear connecting onto Apex 47. Sunshine with the Spear of Misery catches them right in the wall, but is unable to finish them off. Great kite back from Fireflux Esports, but it's also a pretty good shutdown by RQ.
Oh my god, both these teams, the team fighting that they have, man, it's absolutely insane. We're going to take a look at the replay again. Great diversion. They collapsed down, but this time, RQ Akira, with the help of just being in their base on this side, able to just kind of go for the fight and come out on top, but they couldn't get the kills that they were looking for exactly, and Sunshine luckily was there to help them out as well for Fireflux Esports. So what it's resulted into is just that tier 2 turret also in that bottom lane. Both teams, you know, holding on to nearly the same amount of pressure when it comes to these itemizations, but the lineup, like I said, with Fireflux Esports, so far Sunshine has been really hard to get to. And you can see the damage he's even doing to Luis, man. Once he picked out the Malefic Roar, he's already a huge threat even to Luis, even to Takashi when they try to initiate with this. I mean, look at the damage taken. You know, and TNZ, like we said, he was getting, he was playing real up front, mid lane. Takashi chain CC, penalties on the counter of them now blast, but it still goes through and it catches the right to the final slash. Sunshine with a Spear of Destruction to the back line, now wreaking havoc onto RRQ Akira. 2 members taken down, and the Lord enhanced this time. Will be spawning in the game. TNZ will be able to go in with the shield unity, zoning the back line away from the minion waves. That's going to be crashing down. The final slash of his place. King right now is that's going to be Rosa with the yin-yang reaction, taking Lagusta out of the fray, out of the play, and out of the land of Dawn. As King tries desperately to go for the 3-man taunt. He does, but he'll pay for it with his life. That's it.
Sunshine and the Mistwalker to the front again to crack that base open, and it's game 1 over to Fireflux.
And Fireflux Esports will take it game number 1 in this best of 2 against RRQ Akira. They met time and time before, and this time they start on the right foot to hope to get to the top of the standings here for, of course, Group A. They're still fighting on. And man, it looks like, again, just the composition here that was brought to light for Fireflux Esports, really able to just get the team fighting down to a T. And Apex 47, that last Newman on Blast, was just on point. Let's hear what our analysts have to say as we throw it back to them to break down the game.
Thank you very much to our casters. And I gotta say, Wolf, like letting go of this Lu Yi, the yin-yang reaction, the double vacuum, like Fireflux had a tough game, but once Rosa got a good catch, it's all over. Fireflux took over.
Luis just too strong. We can see this was the first team fight that really turned things around. They were able to invite RQ into their own box that were that I always talk about. Their own. It's actually a circle if you think about it. But what I'm saying is that they invited to their own zone that they managed to just pick them apart one by one. And I think that Lolita is such a good pick because it countered the Novaria. At the same time, RQ Akira were kind of stubborn picking up the Cloud versus Lolita, which I didn't like, and we really feel the you know, the impact of that pick.
And so many of those fights won where Fireflux and RQ, you know, getting those fights inside of that jungle, inside of those really tight spaces where Rosa could really just capitalize, get the duality procced, be able to bring everyone together, and you pair that up with eventually giving the time to Sunshine scaling. It was just recipes for disaster for RQ.
Looking at the itemization here, the one that I really want to talk about is actually Takashi, where we see a lot of Terizlas nowadays. They pick up the War Axe and then picking up the Queen's Wings, but it looks like he went for the traditional build of going full defense except for that Fury Hammer. What do you think, Wolf?
Yeah, I guess he understood the situation where the damage output is going to come from the Cloud. So it's a 4 protect 1 strategy from RQ Akira. And he knows this because he needed a Dominance Ice, especially because he knows that Arlet plus Louis is eventually going to be online faster than most. Like, if you're looking at like Assassin plus the marksman kind of composition. The damage output comes late into the game, but in this case, you want to pick up the dominant size first so that you can have a fighting chance in the turtle.
And I feel like this is one of the reasons why Boxia is the best utility jungler now, because you don't have to rush for those items. Sure, you can. It's an option. But the thing is, with Boxia, you have options. If you want to delay and you want to go for something a little bit more tanky, then you can do that. But we've got to talk about RRQ Akira as well, where honestly it was a close game, right?
I mean, they definitely held down in the early game, securing every single turtle. King played an amazing game in the early game, but then, I mean, Moskov goes butter. You know, Moskov just...
he goes butter?
He goes butter. No, man, you let the Moskov scale, and I feel like every time we've seen a Moskov picked, if it gets to the late game, GG's.
Yeah, but again, we got to talk about Fireflux. We got to talk about Rosa, because I feel like Rosa is the MVP for this game, because again, once Rosa gets a lot of those yin-yang reactions, the duality, the double vacuum, whatever you guys want to call it, it's lights out for RRQ Akira. So let's look at our Sony MVP of the game. And we got to look at the highlights here to refresh ourselves. What really happened in that one?
I have this rule of not picking up the Fredrin when there is Louis, just because Fredrin is always like almost front to back. It's like the bona fide front to back kind of hero, right? It's jungle. And Louis just completely counters that. It's almost always difficult to play the Fredrin in this situation because you're going to be attacking through the duality, which there's really no a legitimate way for you to kind of dodge that. You kind of want to outplay it maybe with the Croc or something. But technically speaking, Rosa will definitely have a great time because there's always someone who can that he can utilize the bounce off of. You know, the dispersion, if I'm thinking. There's a bounce, right? So there's always an avenue for you to bank off your shots just because of the presence of the Fredrin.
And we gotta say, KDA isn't everything, because only with 4 KDA, 100% kill participation, Rosa was everywhere during the fight. And again, Rosa is a top mid laner, not just in his region, but I would argue around the globe. Like, Rosa's amazing. Giving him a meta mid laner, it's gonna be a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, for a second I was a little worried with Rosa. We didn't see that many diversions coming in the very early game. I kind of want to see, but once Rosa got oiled up, started moving around, was able to really, capitalize on those. I think it took a little bit of time for Fireflux to kind of get in their zone, but once it was there, it felt like there was nothing RQ could do.
Let's talk about Gusta Lagusta, because you were talking about how the Lolita was good going up against the Claude, and we saw a lot of rotations by both roamers actually going to the gold lane.
Yeah.
But again, Gusta Lagusta did not have a good game on the Claude.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of thought about the draft, right? When we were predicting some of the picks, I thought it would have been a Roger, so that you're not that concerned about the shields, because you could just go wolf form and then your AOK could go to the backlines. You have the Grok to initiate with you as well as the Teresa. So overall, that would have made sense. I did say that the least hero that they should pick up was the Claude because it was completely nullified, but unfortunately, they cannot hear me. And maybe they can. But yeah, Gusta Lagusta wasn't set up for success in this game. Maybe because you have the idea of going for BMI into the backlines. That didn't happen because the backlines went to them anyways because of the diversion. But yeah, I think we cannot judge Gusta Lagusta's performance just because of this game, because of the fact that he was given a bad hero to start with.
I mean, here's the thing. You learn, you live, you lie. Either ways, I kind of feel like there will be some kind of adjustments coming in from RRQ Akira, but again, this is important for Fireflux, where if they want to stay in the competition, they really need to win the second game. But looking at how RRQ Akira played early as well as the mid game, it's only during the late game that Fireflux was able to really capitalize and use that draft very well, because like you said, Louis is pretty good going up against the Fredrin. I gotta ask, Rex, do you think that there's gonna be any kind of adjustment, doesn't matter coming in from RRQ Akira or Fireflux?
I think that RRQ Akira bans Louis this time.
Yeah.
But again, do they switch sides here? Does RQ take blue side this time? So maybe they leave the Louis open and force Fireflux to ban it. Definitely a big chance of us seeing a different draft overall. Maybe some of the same picks. Maybe some trade-ups in that blue-red, but we'll see.
And honestly, I got to talk about Takashi, because King, I feel like, was very good. He was setting up the fight. He was going in front. He was taunting as many people as he can. But Takashi wasn't really being all that proactive. I don't know, Wolf. Basing on what we've seen Terizla has been doing in day number 1, I felt like Takashi could have done a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe because of the supplements. when you look at the Turisla, sometimes you look at it in a box manner where you're setting up your front lining. Sometimes you look at it in an assassin base where you can jump in and there's someone else to go with you. I think in this particular case, because of the presence of the lead, that's the box type of strategy is difficult because you're always going to be the front line, and at the same time, you're kind of a liability to your team because if you jump in, the Louis will just pop the dispersion, and everyone behind you will receive the damage. You're not gonna feel it, but the others will.
So it's kind of like looking on the outside, it looks like everything is fine, but honestly, there's a battle within. Battle within. Speaking of battle within, we got Soul Vessel Series skins. Amon, a Vessel of the Seed, and Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are slated for stunning reveals. So don't miss out. Make sure you guys grab those heroes.
Now you're pronouncing it correctly. Amon.
But you like how I transition into that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that same way. Is that
beautiful?
It was beautiful.
Just like you.
No, you're
No,
beautiful.
you're beautiful. Wolf's beautiful.
You're beautiful.
Naisu is the most beautiful, man.
Like that's Spider-Man meme.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
How about Mirko?
It's honestly Naisu.
How about Mirko?
No. It's Naisu because you know the thing about Naisu. You know one of his favorite words?
What?
Juicing. Juicing, the new mage hero has arrived with her exclusive pack. Get the hero and her ethereal serenity skin during the launch week for only 469 diamonds. You can also get her skin for only 51 diamonds during the first 14 days. Mark your calendars. Make sure you guys get it now.
Another one.
That was good, wasn't it?
That was a great one.
You know what? I've been
10 out of 10.
I've been sleeping on it. When I'm sleeping, this is the things that I dream about. It's like, oh, how am I going to transition for tomorrow? My dreams are weird. That 8 hours of sleep, it
helped.
Well,
it helped.
Speaking of dreams, it's Fireflux's dream to win this game. I'm wondering, will they actually be able to pull this off, right? RQ looked really great yesterday. And if Fireflux does win, what does it mean for, like, Group A here? Does it Fireflux over RQ? RQ game out of EVOS. Fireflux lost to NIP Flash, though.
It might depend on EVO's Glory's performance. I mean, especially in our ALJ match of the day, if they eventually win against EVO's Glory, that would be great. I think that Fireflux are in a very comfortable spot now, winning one game up against RQ. And if they do bring the momentum when they now go up against EVO's Glory, that will be even better for them.
I mean, like, it really sets up our ALJ match of the day. So I feel like now being the situation that at worst for both teams it's going to be a 1-1, it's really setting up the entire day because we were talking about how if this is a 2-0 for RQ Kira, it's basically the end for Fireflux. So you know what?
Yeah.
In terms of drama, this is the best they can get.
This is definitely the best they can get. And I love me some drama.
I love drama, man.
But also I love me some Fireflux. So, you know, I want to see the group get tossed around a little bit. So
you love everything, man.
Except for you.
You know what? It's okay. You know what? Like, it's okay for people to hate me because you can't hate someone without loving them first.
That's true.
That's true. But also, not loving someone doesn't mean you hate
Yeah,
it.
it doesn't mean I hate
like,
you, LaFell.
for example, now, you definitely hate Mirko, right?
110%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys are like best friends.
You're like
We're best friends, yes.
So how does that work?
It's kind of like...
It's like Louis.
You know what?
It's like Lolita and Fred and Claude.
Shout out to Mirko's vlog. Watch his vlog and then you have a good understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, Claude? Like Claude hates Lolita, but if Claude gets the items, it was for BMI and Flicker.
Granger's the shot, bounce back.
Yeah.
Like that hurts more. It has a critical damage on it.
So who's the Granger?
Dude, I'm definitely the Lolita.
Okay.
What's the most satisfying skill to bulwark back at something? Dawning Light is mine.
Dawning Light.
Dawning Light. The giant ball just...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like Dawning Light into a Lord Steel, into a Savage. Dude, legit, I've killed many people with the bulwark.
Wow.
I've been
so you're
spamming
legit
Lolitas.
Lolita. Okay.
I'm a legit Lolita player. I deflect hate. Because in my life, it's nothing but love, Wolf. Like, my life is...
yeah, I can see that.
It's very...
I can see that. I can see that.
You can see that? You can see that? I don't have to explain?
Yeah.
There's actually something called the LaFell Challenge where you just play Lolita, but the only skill you're allowed to use is the bulwark.
The LaFell Challenge.
Yeah, you just have to deflect everything.
Okay.
Spread hate, not... Wait, what? Spread hate, not love?
Spread love, not hate.
Yeah. Hate is a player.
Potato, potato. Tomato, tomato.
Hate is a player.
Oh, yeah, that is right. That is right. Yeah. Spread hate and get beloy.
Stay innocent.
Stay innocent, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wait, we're talking about game number 2, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's jump to game number 2. Louis, guys, yay or nay ban?
Definitely
For either
ban.
side. Either
Definitely
side.
ban.
Definitely.
Unless you're blue
ban.
side. Unless you're blue side.
But then red side, you got to ban it out, right? So we're jumping straight into the pick of bans here. RQ Kira is going to be first pick. Fireflux is going to be second pick. The Angela and Moskov has been banned out. The Chip has been banned as well. So Harif, Ling, as well as Louis. These are the three heroes that has to be banned, and Louis banned.
Okay, yeah. Now we're pretty normal. I always say like ban Luyin, ban Chip. We're okay. We can play normal MLBB as we would love to see.
Not playing Portal.
Yep. That's true. RQ should be banned out. Probably the Turizda. Or they want to pick up the Turizda, perhaps. So they banned Ling.
Or Yuzong. We've seen the Turizda, but we haven't seen the Yuzong. It's always banned or just not picked, right?
Very difficult hero to deal with. And honestly, with the meta game that we have right now, where we like marksman most of the time, that's definitely one of the bans. Always.
So with the Lu Yi chip ban, let's say maybe we see a maybe we see the Ling ban, we see possibly Roger or Valentina or something, Aerith as well. It feels like the first pick isn't as devastational as it used to be sometimes. Like, it feels like there's not as many trade-ups if some of these things are banned out. Like, it feels like a lot of teams, we've seen the Valentina picked up front just to see what the other team picks so you can kind of respond when you're on blue side.
Harith is available.
Aerith up front.
For Valentina, right?
I get what you mean, the tricks.
It just doesn't feel as, like, critical.
Yeah, I understand. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. Maybe the best thing is, like, you force your enemies to kind of throw 2 bans. And only one legitimate ban, which is in this case the Faramis. And now you get access to the Harith. Maybe that is the magic of getting the first pick. You have access to the Harith or the Roger. But I would say between the two, I would be more comfortable with the Harith. It's easy to draft around it, you know. And it's a very strong hero. There you go. And this is what makes the Faramis ban really good for Fireflux, because now they can pick up Roger. They're not that scared about that NetherRealm. So it's like Roger and Arlott that they can pick up. Or
what about Valentina?
Roger and Valentina also.
Edith's open too, nice and flexible. They can go Roger, Edith up front, and that gives them tons of flexibility. They can do jungle gold, they can do EXP roam.
There's also that Valentina Edith combo wherein if you pick up the Valentina, if you pick up the Edith, you're not scared of the enemy getting the Valentina, which gives the primal wrath to the Valentina, which is also very strong.
Honestly, looking at the lineup, there is a lot of good picks here where, again, the reason why we're talking about the Valentina is because it is still one of the S tier picks down in mid, and it really becomes between both teams what do they want to prioritize, and it looks like it is going to be the Roger Valentina, and even though RQ, they can pick up the Edith, but again, like you said, with the Primal Wrath, can be on the side of Fireflux.
Yeah. So if you pick up the Harith, you're looking for physical damage. Maybe you secure your Turizda now if you're RQ. And Arlott as well, or, you know, interchangeably, just pick up the Arlott and reserve the Turizda for later. Or take both.
Or Yuzong.
Yuzong is great versus the Roger, but not so much against the Valentina. You don't want to give that Elder Dragon form as well. So I'm thinking Arlott /or Turizda. And maybe get the Fredrin as soon as possible, because Fredrin is a natural answer to the Harith.
Honestly,
Farsa instead.
Something that we do got to talk about is not in the draft. Fireflux roster have been friends for 6 to 7 years. When RQ Kiras, they have been
6 to 7?
Yeah, RQ
6 to 7.
6 until 7 years, and RQ Kiras, they've been around for 2 to 3 years.
I'm not very happy of the opening for RQ. This is what we call the Harry Potter lineup, where it's all just magic. Yeah, it's all magic damage. So you don't have physical damage. This means that Fireflux can easily itemize against it. You can pick up the Edith now if you're Fireflux.
What if you end it so fast? Doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Right? You only
have Avada Kedavra there.
Avada Kedavra to the face.
Avada Kedavra, and then just end it in. And the game. Avada Kedavra.
Yeah. Yeah, Harith plus the Baksha is definitely not the best combination there is, but we'll see. Again, Edith is available, Fredrin is also available, Fireflux can easily just take it. Arlott is good takeaway from RQ.
I mean, I like the Arlott. I think the Riz or even the Yuzong, I feel like against this against the Farza's been kind of surprisingly very, very good.
I agree.
And the fact that it's not picked more than it is, like I feel like it could be a staple almost. But also, maybe it's been a while since teams have gone against the Farza, but like the Riz, the Lapu, the Yuzong are all amazing answers to the Farza, and it feels like a lot of teams have been having trouble closing the distance when that feathered airstrike comes down.
Yeah. Also great versus the Valentina. I think teams have started to realize the value of the Farsa when the Valentina is picked up. So expect this kind of a duality in the coming matches that we have, like Fermis Valentina and Valentina Farsa. In this case, the CC is right. I don't know how do you actually pronounce CC?
It's actually pronounced as CC.
Yeah,
CC.
And it's funny that she doesn't have any CC.
I mean, like, technically her current call kind of does when you tie up two people.
Yeah,
they can't run away.
It's not a hard CC.
Potato, potato, tomato, tomato, you know? Same difference.
Same difference?
Technically, slow is a CC.
Who are you, LaFell?
Who are you,
I'm
LaFell?
Tony.
Hey, Tony.
I'm Tony. For those
nice
who know,
to meet
they
you,
know.
Tony.
Thank you very much.
All right, turns the action. I think both players will want to get their hands on this hero. I still feel that you can ban out Lapu Lapu perhaps, or Yuzhong. I think Yuzhong is a good ban for Fireflux because again, you're looking for the physical damage.
Yeah, true.
You cannot go all Harry Potter here for
What if they go for something crazy like Paquito? Again, we keep
Paquito's great.
Paquito's great, but no one really picks it up.
Yeah.
So is he great?
He's better than great.
He's more than great?
Yeah.
You know what? What do we know? You know, we're just analysts.
All right, question. Is this Roger going to be jungler gold lane Wolf?
Yeah, at this point, going up against the Harith, I would want it to be... Oh, there it is.
That's the Paquito.
Yeah, I would say that...
Maybe we do know something.
I think the Roger is better off in the jungle if I were just to pick it up, to choose for Fireflux. However, Fireflux is a box kind of team. So I think that they're going to pick up the utility jungler. I think Fireflux are forced to get the Fredrin. There you go. The Grok is going to be picked up. So this is R.EXP for sure. RRQ can pick up the turtles this time. This makes a lot of sense. If they don't pick it up, I'm going to be so annoyed. But yeah, to counter the Roger...
What if they pick up something like a Benedetta?
That's okay. Yeah, Benedetta's great. Actually, Tekashi also excels in that hero. So Benedetta or Terizla. And then for their roam, Tiger looks good, but so is the Matilda. But you want to look for sustain going up against Roger so that you're all healed up. And there's the Yuzhong.
Oh yeah, we forgot Yuzhong was a band.
And the Cho. Okay, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Now, if you're Fireflux, I believe that you want to go for the Fredrin, but I think the Carmilla is also really good for their hero.
Oh, true. Good combinations all around.
Yeah,
I think a lot of possibilities. I mean, no, not a whole lot of gold laners banned out. If they want to try to go I want to see TNZ. I know, like, they've been running the box, but I'm wondering if they're going to test the limit here. We've been seeing the Ruby Gold, but again, Sunshine had such a great game last time on the Gold. They want to probably be able to rely on him. It's always kind of felt like Sunshine and Rosa are the, major damage carries for the team.
Actually, Julian looks good for Fireflux. Lunox jungle. Ooh. Oh no, this is Lunox Gold.
Lunox Gold.
Or is it?
I mean, you get the brilliance away from the Jundo and everything. You get the brilliance away from Dragon.
Okay, I love it because Lunox is traditionally an answer to the Harith.
You know what? To our casters, you guys heard it here. Wolf loves it, and we love you. And that's why we want to hear your beautiful voices. Let's throw it to the casters.
Thank you so much, Tony, Trex, and Wolf. Thank you so much for the breakdowns there. We love it too. You know, the matchup that we're going to see here for a game number 2. Yes, the Lunox in the gold lane against this Harith pick. And I got to say, Mirko, I feel like you already mentioned this. This is RRQ Akira.
This definitely fits RRQ Akira's, style a bit more. They want to go from the early game, set the pace. So that's what I'm expecting from RRQ Akira, unlike game number 1. But they were the ones reacting to the plays.
Well, we're going to jump into it. Land of Dawn again, game number 2. As we get loaded in, we're going to find out if Fireflux Esports will be able to cap out the series with a 2-0, which would do some interesting things to Group A. Or can RRQ Akira get that point that they need here to 1-1 this series. But right now, things fall into place, of course. I love to see it. TNZ has that Warcry emblem on this Roger. We've seen this time and time again, man. How many times have we seen Roger be successful in the jungle with Warcry? The damage potential is absolutely insanity. And not to mention Sunshine, you know, Lunox in the magic department is going to provide a ton of burst potential that can come through already. We can see this. Some early aggression. Apex 47 off a massive game in the previous one. Really able to set the pace on that low lead earlier.
Apex, I think he was able to steal away the orange buff earlier, by the way, right into the bottom side of the map. So great start by Fireflux Esports, already stopping that RQ Akira early game train, as King is going to be, again, a victim of this invasion right into the sun and right into the vengeance resets again. King barriered out of his own jungle to escape. Flicker from Rosa. No, from Alien, actually, to get out. King still going for the farm. Rosa dealing damage back again, forcing King out, and Louise walks up together, goes over to Jikundo onto Apex, but he still has the power of nature, and it allows TNZ to just walk in, claim a creep, and then take everything else in the jungle.
I said this is RQ Akira. Well, this is Fireflux Esports, man. Talk about just aggression on this side of the map, really just trying to get any lead that they can, and actually delaying King is enough for them to kind of accomplish that. We'll see how they kind of play around with that first. TNZ has a very little minor lead against King from RQ Akira. Turtle's now up, so I would say they did enough.
Shield Unity straight into the Purify, doing a lot of damage on the Lagusta, but now with one right dash, they will be able to claim that kill. It's first blood over to RRQ Akira. But you can see for TNZ in the bottom lane, instantly on the cross-map play, straight into the orange buff as well. So King, he's going to be quite far behind now. He's already 2 levels down with the orange buff. He might just be 3, bro.
Yeah, this is not the experience you want to have here if you are a jungler. Of course, your buff's just being taken from you. Takashi trying to help, but man, this is going to make it. He's still level 3 at this point, and TNZ's level 6. King is having one rough start right now to this game, and just look at this, still going, finally gonna get that purple buff. But man, talk about a delay, a successful maneuver from Fireflux Esports to deal with this. And you know, as things kind of get situated 3 minutes in, they have full control already of the early game because of this, and they'll continue to go ahead and just live in King's jungle at this point. So now King, he's got to rely on the rest of the team from RQ Akira to help him out. Luis is level 4 now. He has the Way of the Dragon available for him, so they could possibly punish the aggression coming out from Fireflux Esports if they're able to pull through. The fact that Lagusta got an early kill, got the first blood up top, could help them in terms of scaling with the Harris. We've seen it before. We know that Harris' damage potential is massive. Look at the play here, top side, Rosa.
Apex straight into the wall, charge and a flicker right into the Lycan Pounce. King gonna be falling into that chaos damage from Sunshine. Luis tries to go over to Jikundo. TNZ dodges away for it with a Lycan Pounce. Rosa again dealing some damage. Apex goes over the sandwich play. It's a flicker forward now from the side of Fireflux. Sagan gonna be caught right into the claws of TNZ. And RQ Akira are forced back up top.
This is a man, this is a different Fireflux Esports than what we saw even yesterday. Very dominant in this early portion of the game. Total control as they now have, what, a 3,000-4,000 gold ahead. They're going to get this turret, tier 1. Are they going to get that last shot off? Looks like RQ Akira keeps him at bay, keeps it alive for a little bit longer. We'll see if they can keep that there, but that turtle is now up for the taking here as we see teams both get situated. King has been able to farm up a little bit, but you can still see Apex 47 really just trying to be, you know, his nightmare in this jungle, so to speak. Apex 47 goes in once again, wants to force the retribution. Whoa, Luis goes in.
They're
just to back him off.
They're in a tough spot. You can already see it there. Now Chaos Sunshine doing a whole lot of damage on the Lagusta even with the buff and now into the wild charge. Straight into the feathered airstrike. Still with the fancy feet, able to dodge away. Now the shield unity from King. Well played by Lagusta. Able to evade from that skirmish.
That was a bob and weave, man, if I've ever seen one. You know, great play there. It was a good decision from Fireflux Esports, too. They knew that they could put pressure there. They trade, of course. They also finally get that turret on the top side. Luis waiting patiently there, but it's just going to get spotted out. He does have Flicker available and Way of the Dragon.
He's
going to use it.
Sunshine just diving in with the brilliance as well. The DOT does its work. Now Takashi with the Black Dragon form into the back line. Three-man Petrify, but they have the Purify now as they'll be able to escape for now. King gonna be caught all alone. The light compounds is enough to deal with him, and that's a 3-for-1 trade despite the big plays being made by RQ Akira. Alien still wants to push the pressure. Man, he's so annoying on this Arlet.
Yeah, time and time again. And, you know, great usage as well from Rosa, utilizing that Black Dragon form to just kind of front load that lineup. We're going to take a look at the replay here and how this fell apart. Great setup, though, from, you know, RQ Akira, Takashi as well, the Petrify, but look at the response here. And this is all just because of how far ahead economically Fireflux Esports is. You know, for RQ Akira, they have time to work against this, but how do you get to that point? You know, this point in the game, you're so far behind. Mid-game is scaling hugely in favor of Fireflux Esports, and now the Skypiercer gets picked up by TNZ.
Boy, the Dragon with the G-Kundo there with Zaman Force as well. The Chain CC to lock Apex 47 out. Apex is still able to get out with the wild charge. Now Alien gets a 3-man final slash, trying to go for some more damage. But wow, what a great escape by Apex. If Fireflux take this game, you know what at stake, right?
Yes.
They're all going to be 0 points. They're all going to be tied up. I think except for Fireflux, who will. No, even then, they lost 0-2 yesterday.
Yeah.
So Group A will legit be 0-0-0-0 if Fireflux takes this game.
They're well on the way for that. Still doing the same thing here. Apex 47 just playing the game of his life right now for this Grok. And really on point with it. I mean, if you think about it, he hasn't gone down yet. He provides the focusing mark emblem here. We talked about it before, the combinations with the war cry and the focusing mark, you know, 8+6% that can actually come through if it all lands the right way. But even so, Apex 47, just the fact that he's able to provide a lot of information, a lot of vision, and just be a nuisance to RQ Akira's King, like he's done his job for the entirety of the game. And really, we haven't even mentioned the wild charge. Yes, he used it defensively early on, but now look at the zoning he's able to do here as they take the tier 1. Guardian Bear gonna be used. King just pushed out of the jungle again.
I mean, look at the level difference, man. He's 4 levels down on TNZ, and now even Takashi goes for Furious Dive, not able to do anything. Goes for the Black Dragon form defensively, and even then, shot from the skies. You don't usually see this, you know, on the Black Dragon form, forced back, Gusta Lagusta tanking all those shots from the Feathered Airstrike too, as Luis goes in, but Alien is able to react to it properly, flickers out. My goodness, Fireflux.
That's what I call the athletic flicker.
Athletic.
The timing, that's an athlete right there. Alien on this R-Lot time and time again, able to just, you know, even if it's the final slash usage that he's been doing for the team here to set things up, or Peel has been on point, and now their eyes are set on this tier 2, and even the purple buff King, man, I just feel like he is not having a good time at all on this Baksha. Not going to see any of these buffs right now at this point. Further being gapped here in the jungle as well, so they're going to find themselves in full control once again. Still throughout this game, Lord is up. Fireflux Esports.
Good way the Dragon onto TNZ, locking him down right into the Lycan pouch. TNZ still able to escape with the wall charge as well. Now trying to bob and weave, but it's going to be Takashi who finds it with the Dragon Tail, and it's great timing for RQ Akira. Lord #1 spawns in the game, and they finally get King some space to farm.
Okay, that's the small step in the right direction. They need many, many more steps to find themselves winning this game, but RQ Akira trying to hold on here. And really, if you look at it, you break this down, you know, you're almost at the 10-minute mark. First Lord is up. RQ Akira is down 6,000 gold. You know, they need someone to be able to front line. And that's what's the difficult part about this, because it's Takashi and Luis that has to do that because of how far behind King was. So even if they try to contest this Lord, you know, you don't really have that much frontline ability because your jungler can't even go towards it. Oh.
Rosa gets the Purify down, baits on the way to Dragon out. TNZ on him, cutting him down right into the wild charge of Apex 47 to lock him out. And just like that, with one final vengeance, Alien takes him down. RQ Akira, no Louise, and the Lord will be started up. I think it won't just be started, it'll be bursted down, melted to the ground by Sunshine and TNZ.
What is the Lord health when you have this amount of firepower right now? And like I said, oh, final slash.
Displacing King. No wild charge here to follow it up, so Does seem like for Fireflux, it's just a little bit of poke to try to distract them, and TNZ gets the purple buff as well. Still 5 levels ahead of King.
5 levels ahead. You know, unfortunately for King, he's just been dismantled in this game at this point for Fireflux Esports. And he looks like he actually wants to go for Sunshine.
He's doing quite a bit of damage now. And Luis is going to try to time it properly to go for the Jeet Kune Do. He doesn't risk it though. Sunshine will pop the Purify too, just in case he does go for that. And for both teams now resetting again, Fireflux have the Lord in the bottom lane, so they can just go for a siege. But technically for RQ Akira, they have pretty good wave there, right? They got a Farsha.
Yeah, they have, and I mean, even to the extent to the Harith, right? So they should be able to be okay for this first Lord pushing in. They might lose the tier 2s just because they can't go too far forward from their base, otherwise they're going to get collapsed down on. So they'll go ahead and give the orange buff to Gusta Lagusta. They get ready for this base defense, and we'll see, you know, 8,000 gold ahead right now for Fireflux Esports. They're going to push it in under the turrets. They want to fight. The shields are going to pop for now. Lord, though, has to be dealt with.
Look at that, how Apex just walked in towards the base turret, and now with the first Lord, they're actually going to try their best to go for even more. One base turret down to the bottom lane, now looking for the top side of the map as RQ try to rotate over. King loses half of his HP bar just with a few splashes of damage from Fireflux. Now you definitely see how far ahead they are. 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Gee.
Oh man, it's at this point, you're trying to think here, really, what can RQ Kira do? And oh, Final Slash gonna be used again. It's on King, but he should be tanky enough. He's okay. And I think, again, going to the point, it's up to Luis to somehow find a pick. But they don't want it to happen. Look at this.
Slowly but surely, just trying to go for the siege right now as Luis walks up, goes over the way to try it, but it's going to be not the right target to go for, not the right angle as well. He has to flicker out of his own engagement. And Fireflux, they pick up all the dubs. 2 base turrets with the first Lord.
It's a whole lot that Fireflux Esports is getting. You know, base nearly fully exposed at this point. They only hold on to the 1 turret in the mid lane, and so for Fireflux Esports, that's why you see Rosa feeling really good about it. Just sitting there, TPing in front of the faces of RQ Akira, and with that, again, you're wondering, for all the people rooting for RQ Akira, really trying to find out where is that winning condition for them? How can they turn this around? We've seen great comebacks already from yesterday. And really, the answer is just time. You know, you're 13 minutes into the game. You're most likely not even going to contest the next Lord. Look at this. Rosa.
Oh, Sagan try to respond to it with another feather airstrike. Now Rosa's just recalling in front of them, waiting Luis out with the Jeet Kune Do straight into the sun and the displacement. But there's no follow-up. Even though Sunshine used the chaos there, they try to go for the one shot to Luis. But that's enough.
Yep.
Already super low, can't go for the contest, and now Sunshine just rotates over to TNZ, who is already on the Lord. Wall charge Apex! Straight into the Vengeance now, and it seems like Gusta is going to be walled away. Alien still jumping back and forth with Vengeance, as now it's going to be Rosa and TNZ. Go for some damage, it's going to be Luis who gets gunned down completely by TNZ. And now they have an enhanced Lord, an advantage as well, 1 man.
Man, you just got to feel the frustration that Luis is having here, really trying to make things happen, but can't.
Feather airstrike, Rosa in the midst of it all finds the kill with the help of Sunshine as he jumps back into the back line. That's a 5-man Petrify, or rather a 4-man, but it's TNZ who claims the kills. They don't even need the enhanced Lord, they'll go straight for the base.
And Fireflux Esports will go ahead and get the points they needed, 2-0 against the matchup against RQ Akira. And man, oh man, that will make things very interesting as we go through our matches here for Group A. What a very different Fireflux Esports we saw here today, of course, as they went and just completely handled RQ Akira. This is the playstyle that we've seen before. This is what we've seen from these players, these names before. And they gotta be feeling really good about this.
What a beast of a performance, man. What an amazing performance here. You can see already for RQ Akira, they're taking notes. They're trying to learn from their losses as well, because technically in the group stages, usually you don't take L's, you take learns. Now it's a bit more simple. Brutal, legendary. You get knocked down in the group stages, so you gotta make those fast adjustments.
Yeah, you definitely do, you know, and at this point, you gotta kind of consider the fact too, even when you're learning, you don't have much time to learn. You're cramming at this point, you know, if you're all about learning, and you know, it makes things interesting, like I said, because NIP Flash is sitting at the top of this group right now. 2 points after they 2-0'd yesterday. And with things the way they went already in this first match, this is what Fireflux Esports needed to keep their hopes alive, not even giving a point over to RQ Akira. And with the way that they played here, you can definitely tell that they've really adjusted from what happened yesterday. Very quickly. You know, if anything, they learned so much yesterday. They took that huge L yesterday and they applied it here today as they got ready for this matchup against RQ Akira. And overall, man, the way that they played the lineups that they had, the way that they moved around the map, I think is something that has to be highlighted as well, because they did not give a chance to RQ Akira to breathe, really.
Now in the group stages, it's 2-0. 0, and then -2 for RQ Akira. They find themselves at the bottom of the group, so a lot of adjustments definitely need to be made by RQ Akira. For Fireflux and EVO's Glory, though, they're catching up to NIP Flash. Very, very close.
Yeah, very close. We're gonna have to hear from them in just a second exactly, you know, where their mind is with this and how it's falling into place, because a performance like that definitely has to feel good after what we saw yesterday. And as they kind of get situated and set up, man, you know, it makes me wonder how the rest of the matches for Group A are going to go. So far, I would say, even from the wild card, as we got to see those wild card teams battled out, get to the group stage to this point, you know, a lot of expectations and a lot of ideas were just, I feel like, shattered in a way. You know, and now that they found themselves here, even for Fireflux Esports, I think even for me, I predicted them at the top of this group. Well, playing like this, my goodness, I think they're well on their way if they can continue to replicate what we saw here. But I'd love to hear from them again. It's Mirko, it's Naisu. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage to hear with our hosts and Fireflux Esports.
Here with us on stage, one of the most beloved players from Fireflux Esports, Rosa. Congratulations. It's always great to see you on the international stage. Now, before MSC 2024 started here at Esports World Cup, you made a wish to face RRQ Akira. Wish granted. How does it feel seeing the outcome that you were able to beat them 2-0?
Yani açıkçası ilk günkü oyunumuzda bayağı kötü şeyler yaşandı bizim için. Bunu toparladık o günde ve çok daha iyi bir şekilde bu maça hazırlandık ve elimizden geleni yaparak 2-0 bir şekilde, rahat bir şekilde yendik.
So on the first day we were in a bit of an unfortunate situation, but we managed to come back and we achieved a very good result as 0-2.
And a lot of people are happy with that 0-2. Congratulations.
Yeah. Especially after, you know, it was a difficult start for you guys yesterday, starting off with an 0-2, but today your win keeps your fire going, that's for sure. So can you tell us how you're feeling going into the next game later on today against EVO's Glory? How are you feeling going into that next series later on?
Şöyle, EVOS yani çok daha zorlu bir rakip ama onlar için de aynı şekilde hazırlandık. Onlarla da aynı şekilde aynı performans göstererek onları da 2-0 bir şekilde mağlup etmeye çalışacağız.
EVOS is a very good team as well. We also consider them being a great challenger for us. We will also do our best to make the best preparation and to be able to achieve the same result, 0-2 also in the next game with them.
And we're looking forward to you replicating what exactly you did today. You have one more matchup coming up later on. Good luck. We'll see you later. And that was Rosa from Fireflux Esports. Now we're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. It's all yours.
Thank you for giving it to us, because we have a lot of things to break down. Speaking of which, in this game one, I would say the first 2 minutes, it's basically GG's.
Yeah, I understand why you feel that way, because this is the Lunox as well as the Roger getting everything that they needed to have, right? We can see Chenzi getting the second item, Sky Piercer around the 6-minute mark, 7-minute mark, which is very, very fast. And they have reached the critical mass for the jungle Roger very early, and they were playing it so well. And by the way, Apex as well as Alien were just out of this world.
I think the best thing about this game and the past 2 games overall is we finally get to see Fireflux kind of find their rhythm here. I was wondering if TNZ was going to be able to play a damaged jungle, and we finally got to see it, and we got to see him do it wonderfully at that.
Yeah, there was a time where TNZ was playing a lot of like damage-dealing junglers from before. I remember the Leo Mord. Yeah, and I think that he's comfortable now. I think we've been conditioned to think that Fireflux can only play the box type of strategy because of the Turkish Delight. But here we are looking at a completely different Fireflux, wherein we can really see them go for the damage build-up, where they're not going to depend on Sunshine to have the damage healing carry. Instead, he went for the Lunox, which in this case is a direct counter to the Harith. At the same time, it provided the damage in the early stages to pave the way for TNZ to go ham afterwards.
You guys want to know how big of a difference that was between the junglers?
How big?
King has 6,000 gold.
Okay.
TNZ has 13,000. So more than double the amount of gold. Right now we're looking at TNZ 926 gold per minute.
Wow.
51,000 damage dealt. King, he took a lot of damage, but again, over twice as much as gold between both junglers.
It's just like how if you compare my net worth to Mirko's net worth.
Yeah, Mirko is like over double than yours.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he is.
He is.
Yeah.
Mirko is. Have you seen his belt? His ties?
His watch.
His watch.
Got the rolly.
Yeah.
Dude, like,
man,
Mirko is rolling. And speaking of rolling, actually, it's not a good transition. This one, but for you guys,
That's right.
your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. How could I transition that? Rolling, roll on over, and let us know what you think. That's
great.
terrible. That's thank you, but that's terrible.
Keep the feedback rolling.
Keep the feedback rolling. There you go. Thank you very much, Rex. Again, scan the QR code. Let us know what you guys think so that we can improve. Because together, we're better than great.
Yeah, we're very together.
We're very together. We're a singularity.
Yes.
Singularity.
You know, with that being said, we got to look at the single MVP of this game. Let's look at the Sony MVP of the game where, again, that was a pretty quick game. And we're looking at the highlights here.
I wonder who the MVP is, because Apex 47 played so well in this game, especially with the Flicker Wild Charge. There was even a time where he dodged death with a conceal play, min-maxing, and then then Alien is, again, out of this world with these initiations. You're going to see him again with his final slash. Look at that. The right target to go onto as well, Gusta La Gusta, and then eventually initiating for a team many times in this match. And we cannot deny the fact that Rosa also played well. Look at that, how brave the Valentino was, using the Farsa ultimate in front of the enemies.
Yeah, I feel like game 1, it was a little easy to see that Rosa was just the star, but this game, it feels like the whole team, brought their A game. This time, it feels like it was hard to decide. We were talking about MVPs, and we couldn't really come up with one. For me, I feel like TNZ just really showed up. Even though we didn't have no Maniac or Savage, he just taking all the purple buffs, constantly in the face of King and constantly eating up everything on the map. He did wonderful.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Maniacs, Savages, they don't matter. As a roamer, I have to tell this to myself. It's my own mantra. It's the assist that counts. Sometimes deaths are good
you're
too.
a roamer, so...
I'm a roamer, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, also it makes sense. Like,
you don't have to explain, but it makes sense.
But when it was Grok Execute, though, now that's a different story, right? Grok Execute during that
I love it.
Oh, we love it. As roamers, that's our meta, isn't that right?
Yeah, that is. I mean, like, don't try this at home, but yeah, Grok Execute.
Blame LaFell.
Chefski's Tony.
You know what? Here's the thing. It has been amazing, but Fireflux, they were able to get 2-0, so they look pretty strong, right? But here's the thing. NIP Flash, they were able to beat Fireflux yesterday, so we got to see how NIP Flash plays for today. But as you guys see that they're arriving here, we're going for a short break, but after this, we're going to see NIP Flash playing on the stage. We'll see you guys later.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Assalamualaikum and welcome back to the Mid-Season Cup 2024, where this is day number 2 in the group stage. My name is Zafel, alongside me is Wolf and Trex, where you guys are watching EVOS Glory coming up onto the venue, as well as NIP Flash, where again, both teams are looking very strong, but particularly, gotta talk about NIP Flash, where this is going to be the game where I feel like is going to dictate their spot in the group. And we got to talk about how NIP Flash will be playing back-to-back. So they'll be playing 4 games in total.
That's actually true. And for NIP Flash, I think what we witnessed when they faced up against Fireflux was totally different from what we saw from the start of this roster from NIP Flash. And remember, back in February or early March this year, we were kind of disappointed of whatever happened with NIP Flash and their composition, especially because of the players and the caliber that they have. But right now, after MPLSG that you saw, and now in the group stages of MSC, it's totally different. So I think I'm excited for them. I think this will be very close, at least a 1-1.
You know what? Here's the thing, because like you said, NIP Flash, they have improved quite a lot since the last time that we saw them. Being able to beat out Fireflux, that is something amazing. And because of that, I want to know more, but I can't ask you, Trex. I can't ask you, Wolf. You know who I can ask? I can ask our Aces ROG reporter, Eterna. What do you have with Diablo?
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here, and we are now at the Player Lounge, and today we are going to be with Diablo from NIP Flash. Diablo, you have 2 upcoming matches ahead of you right now. How are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling pretty hyped about today because yesterday I was playing on not the main stage, so today I want to feel like what it's like to be on the main stage. Yeah.
Are you nervous to be on the main stage?
No, I just feel very excited, and also facing against EVOS again just brings the hype. Yeah.
Okay, so they're feeling hype. So one of the questions that a lot of people are asking and maybe wondering about Diablo, you know, the famous Diablo from Singapore, is what's your routine in the morning? What do you do to prepare for a game?
Usually I will just skip breakfast and just head on straight to the match, so I don't get a food coma and like get sleepiness from that. Yeah.
Do you not feel hungry in your games?
I usually eat a lot the night before, so I won't feel that hungry when I wake up. Yeah.
Okay. So I saw on one of your social media posts that you mentioned GF buff is real. Could you explain that? GF, does that mean girlfriend?
Yes. That's my girlfriend, and for that is because whenever she supports me, I haven't lost yet. So I would say that's GF buff to me. Yeah.
GF buff.
Yes.
GF. So you do have a girlfriend?
Yes, I have a girlfriend.
Back to the studio.
I can't tell. Was she disappointed? I can't tell.
She was definitely disappointed.
I mean, was she? I mean, she wasn't. I mean, okay, this is a phrase like, maybe that's not disappointment, maybe it's disgust.
I mean, this is Eterna. She would say, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
So you'll never really know if she likes it or not.
What?
But who is she disappointed for? That's
what was that? Well, for you guys at home, we got the STC prediction. Let us know who do you guys think is going to win this one. So, again, let us know. Might as well let us know as well. What do you guys think Eterna feels? Because
yeah,
it's between disappointment and disgust.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, dude. No. Here's the thing. You know what else is crazy? We're going to go over to the host.
Welcome back to MSC 2024. Earlier, we saw a 2-0 with Fireflex Esports against RRQ Akira. And now
we're going to have our second series of day 2 as we are almost halfway through wrapping up Group A here at MSC 2024 at EWC. And we're going to meet the teams that are going to be taken to the stage and headline our second match of the day.
That's right, and that's Evo's Glory of Indonesia going up against a Singaporean team, NIP Flash. So let's talk about the White Tigers. The White Tigers, it's all about defying obstacles for them this year. Nobody expected them to be able to come here at MSC, but after changing their roster, they went all the way to the grand finals of Indonesia, stepping their way here, getting a key for the Esports World Cup. Let's get to know the White Tigers.
So the thing is, with EVO's Glory, you know, we've seen them before. We've seen them yesterday. I think we know what they can offer in terms of performance-wise, I want to say, on the stage here at MSC. And personally, I also want to look at the opposing side. I want to look at their competition coming into this second game. Going up against them, dubbed as the Singapore's all-star lineup, all-star team coming up here to represent their country. They kicked off their group stage with a banger of a first series. Now the question is, are they going to be able to do it again in a Flash? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NIP Flash. This team, I'm also very excited for them. It is going to be an incredible series, Mara. I was going to ask you, what do you predict? But you know what? I think we should leave that to the studio. So let's head on over to the boys and let them take it away.
See, you know, Sandstorm, it is never good when I have to be the one doing the prediction. So I'm gonna do what the kids call nowadays the ADKs. Skibbity doo.
Skibbity Wolf, what do you have to say?
I skibbity predict that this will be a 1-1.
We haven't seen the 1-1 in a while, huh?
Oh, that's also true.
Yeah.
Saw it yesterday.
No, the hero.
Oh, the 1-1.
Got it. Get with the program. Get with the program.
Yeah. Skibbity 1-1.
Right over my skibbity head.
Yeah. We really need Mirko to translate this one for us. Like I feel like me and Wolf were, it's a few generations behind us.
That's very true. And,
yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this topic offline, I think, because I don't want to say the words that I wanted to say live on broadcast.
No, the thing is, we don't even know what it means, man. We don't know. Okay, you know what I know. You know what I know. I know about Mobile Legends. So let's talk about this.
Let's go.
NME Flash. Have they figured out EVO's playstyle? Because we've seen NFL using the assassins won't be involved until he gets his full items, right? So I don't know. Like, what do you think, Wolf? Do you think EVO's Glory style is easy to read for NIP Flash?
Definitely not. I believe that for EVO's Glory, their playstyle, their draft may be easy to kind of predict because they probably will just settle for their comfort picks. I mean, you are going to see them behind.
Yeah, look at my behind.
Yeah.
Not like that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. But yeah, I think to answer your question, it is easy to read the draft. The playstyle, maybe not so much. I think we know for sure that there is a pattern that works for EVO's Glory, but even I cannot know exactly what they wanted to do sometimes because it kind of feels like they're always just relying on their mechanics or the way that they are understanding the game. It's so very self-centric when it comes to EVO's Glory. The way that they wanted to play Mobile Legends is their own style of play. So it's equally difficult and easy for us to kind of know what they wanted to do.
So what about you, Trix? Do you read?
I do read occasionally. on a rare occasion.
Ah, got it.
I think, but what I read out of this situation is I'm wondering, all right, so we saw an IP Flash kind of pull Fireflux apart, essentially. And they really gave him the works. But Fireflux is a much more passive play style. And they even tried to bring the aggression, but I'm wondering, I feel like when I think of EVOS, Annabelle, a little bit more chaos. A little bit more, hyper aggressive in a sense. So I really kind of feel like this game is a toss-up. And whoever gets the jump immediately is probably going to come out on top.
For me, it's simple. Annabelle, Assassin, good. Annabelle, Fighter is like, it's a bit of a mixed result because, again, seeing him on the export yesterday, it looks like you can make it make sense, right? You have an export in the jungle and the opposing side, they have a lot of tanky, beefy heroes and you want to burn them down, but it didn't really work out the way that you wanted it to. So, personally for me, Assassins for Annabelle, what do you guys?
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Like if you're looking at Annabelle playing the export, it's like watching Miracle eat in a fast food chain. I mean, it makes sense for sure for him to do that. But come on, he can afford the restaurants. He can go fine dining, right? So
no, makes sense. Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Yeah,
fair enough. I think what happens when the Ling's banned, though, right? Do we go to the
Hayabusa,
Lancelot,
Julian? Definitely.
How deep does the pool go? What's really viable? Like, is the Hayabusa, we've been seeing it get banned. We know it's a possibility. I think we saw some in some other events. Yeah. But after Julian, Noland, I mean...
Yeah.
And are those two picks extremely viable? Because have we seen the Julian jungle yet in groups?
We did.
We saw it in Wild.
There was one yesterday. There was Kyle?
You can't
Carl.
You can't spell Julian without win. Julian.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you can't win with the Julian.
No win too.
Nolan is... You can't say no without Nolan, so no victory for you.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Like, you can't spell Hayabusa without Yay.
Without Hi.
Hi. Hayabusa.
That's true. You can't spell Hayabusa
I'm leaving this
without
on you, LaFell. Nope, don't talk.
Okay.
You can't spell a lot without Lancelot. There you go. Wait, no, that's the other way around. You can't spell Lancelot without... Okay, you know what? I believe Annabelle can do it. I believe he has a lot of assassins, right? Worst comes to worst, even though he ain't Beloy, maybe use the Helkert.
I will say this.
What will you say?
If EVOS wants to keep this group at a standstill, they have to kind of get the 2-0 here. Even the 1-1 doesn't stop Fireflux exactly. Yep. It still keeps them in a very strong position.
Arm's reach.
But if NIP Flash 2-0s this, it's essentially GG's for EVOS.
True.
I think at that point. I guess they could still tie it up to...
yeah.
They could still tie up. If they beat Fireflux later, they would still tie it up.
Yep.
A lot of possibilities for ties, but I think at least putting a game here is extremely important for them.
That's true.
I mean, it's easy, right? Just win.
Just win.
I mean, you see a crystal, you break the crystal, and then that's it. It's not that hard. Right? I mean, like, let's talk about the patch update. The reason why we're bringing up all of these assassins is, and again, I kind of feel like, remember what Mirko said. Were we surprised watching EVOS Glory? And the reason why I'm not surprised is, based on the jungle pick, you more or less understand how they're going to move as a team. If it's going to be a jungler, 4-1. If it's not going to be, if it's an assassin jungler, 4-1. If it's like a utility fighter kind of jungle, it's kind of 4-1, but a different 4-1. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a splitting 4-1. Like the one is the EXP lane in this case. Like it's gonna be just splitting the map and then winning the fight for them, and wait for maybe a Benedetta or perhaps a Paquito to join in the fights afterwards. I think the trait that EVOS Glory does never really change, that this brand's factor. It's always like brands should be the one to carry the team afterwards. Surely there will be times where Annabelle is the one that kind of is the key to the game, where he goes for the massive red tree usages, he wins the early game, but eventually they will just want to draft around brands, activate brands all the time. That's why you're going to see a lot of priorities on the marksman heroes when it comes to the EVOS Glory draft. They will be banning out Roger as well as Moskov, and then rush to pick up the Claude afterwards.
So, Trace, what do you think? NIP Flash, maybe just shut down Annabelle or just shut down brands and then clean house?
Yeah, I mean, but they have to shut them down, I think, in the draft first, right? Like we've been talking about, even if they take out the Ling, there's still some other possibilities. And if they want to just shut down Annabelle, do they go for something utility to invade, or do they stick with their more hyper-aggressive?
Crazy enough to
there's
pick
a
up
lot
the
of possibilities.
Are they crazy enough to pick up Hilda, you know?
Maybe. I think
we've seen it in the wildcard. It didn't really work out, but you know, it's like crazier things have happened.
Yeah, the point where you pick up the Hilda is to counter the assassins, right? But I think there are more valid options.
Like Cho
and Tigreal are
Tigreal, the Brock as well.
Brock, Minnow, like any heavy CC runner, I feel like can kind of get the job done. I think what's it's really big about is your jungler, right? Are you going to pick a more squishy jungler or something that can get up close and personal? A lot of possibilities, I feel like, overall. I'm excited to see how it plays out. I feel like the meta's really starting to form in MSC, like what we see as extreme prio from the point of wild cards to now, but there's also a lot of leeway for picks like Hilda or for the Lunox gold lane or, you know, for kind of something a little more off-brand.
The thing that we have to talk about, if NIP Flash wins 2-0 against EVOS, basically no matter what happens, they will advance to the knockout stage. So we saw Diablo said he's excited. Yesterday he didn't play on the main stage. So now on the main stage, he has a girlfriend buff as well. You know, cry eternal. But still, it's like if they got a 2-0 here, they're feeling very good. I mean, they have one more game to play after this, but at least having that comfort to know the worst case scenario is you're going to the next stage.
You know what I love about that interview too is a lot of times you worry about players getting up on that big stage, but Diablo seems like the type of guy who gets hyped up off that, right? He feeds off of the energy of the crowd. He almost feeds off of the nervousness. You know, it's not jitters. You know, it's good jitters. It's I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I think overall, what I would also look like at Mid Flash is the way that they utilize Kurt and Hades. Yeah, I call him Mark actually. That's why I
call him Mark.
Yeah.
Can we call him Mark?
Yeah, sure. Call him Mark.
Friend.
Yeah. I used to secretly coach this team that included Mark.
It's not really secret.
Yeah,
Leo doesn't know. It's not really a secret.
No, that is an allegation. I'm not talking about that team.
Sorry. We're not.
So this is.
So you were also a secret analysis for another team.
That allegedly, secretly,
it's a horrible open secret. Let me just say that.
I have a few of those.
It's a horrible open secret.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
What were you talking about?
We're talking about Mark.
But yeah, we're talking about Mark.
Yes,
and
Hades.
Yeah, Hades. So yeah. So you can call him Mark. And Jace, if you're listening, yeah, sure, you can call him Mark. Mark is one of those veterans that you kind of sleep on all the time. Like you never really put some highlights on him.
Yeah.
And people are not really identifying how good he is as a player. Very happy that he's always now competing internationally. You saw him in M5 back for Flash.
Yep.
And then you saw him like in APLIs or international teams, but you never really put some spotlight on him. And now, after playing against Fireflux that way and being successful and now leading the squad of this Singaporean team, now with Kurt, I think this is a player that you also have to put some attention on. Yeah, surely we're hyping up iNevel, but when it comes to like utility junglers that are very reliable on objectives like retributions, you can rely on Hades / Mark.
No, I do agree. Mark now, he gets the spotlight. We can put it more like a torchlight, like a flashlight. A flashlight. A flash. Hey!
And then well the flashlight.
He's well the flashlight.
Well done.
Mark, that's your new name. You're the flashlight. It's good, right? I mean, like, the light's on you. You shine the light for the team to go through and then get the W. Like, you're the flashlight.
Yeah.
That's the best one I got today. I don't think we're gonna get any more bangers.
I mean, you've been banging them out.
Dude, I'm
the tosses, the ad libs, the flashes.
You know what? Coffee today is good.
Coffee is good.
I like the coffee today.
Snack.
Can we have more coffee today?
Oh, you know what? We should. But either ways, going back to this game, I feel like we've got a team here. We gotta look at the junglers here. Mark, Hades, going up against Anvil, not Mark.
Who's got more experience? Who's been around in the scene a bit longer?
Definitely Hades.
Hades.
He's part of EPL PH since Season 6, actually.
Season 6.
Yeah, so it's been quite a while. Always
it's
slept
the
on
season before 7.
And is it at the season
after 5?
After 5. It was after season 5 and before season 7.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it was that season, the one in between 5 and 7. Yeah.
I didn't realize that season 6 was before season 7.
Dude, you would be surprised. After you look at all the seasons chronologically, at first it doesn't make sense, but then you're like, you know what?
It's chronological.
How do we become analysts?
Skibidi analysts.
Skibidi analysts. Talking about it, I want to talk about the EXP lane because you guys were talking about, I believe the casters as well. I feel like the casters actually brought it up where the jungle is much more healthier now. You want to play tank, you can. You want to play the fires, you can. You can play the assassins, you can. But when it comes to the EXP, it's really not many options. Like now we even see mages in the gold lane, but when it comes to the EXP, fighters, tanks are nothing.
I guess
technically assassin coming in.
Yeah, I think we've exclusively seen like trio, like it's actually four, like Yuzhong, Terizla, Quartet. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for it.
No problem.
Benedetta, Terizla, Arlott, and Yuzhong.
And then they gave Ruby to the gold lane occasionally.
Yeah.
They like gave up their adopted
even
child.
the export went to the jungle.
Exactly. The export goes to the jungle. Edith is going to the roam, but can be played in the XP, but I think mostly picked up as the roamer because of how strong it is. I think this might be the game where, or the series where we can see a different EXP laner because this is Diablo, you know? The Badang, the Khalid.
Badang.
Actually, if I really want to be Malay, it's like Badang. But I'm okay with calling it Badang.
Not Badang.
Badang.
That's how we say it in the US.
Badang.
Badang.
It kind of felt like it's not something
good,
that US
it?
people.
Feels good, doesn't it?
It kind of feels like something Mirko would say.
No, because you know Badang's punch, it will have that impact.
In the whole Badang.
Give it a Badang.
Yeah.
The big dang.
The big damn. Shout out to Naisu, Papa Naisu.
What's is Badang a Malaysia mythical hero or an actual hero?
I think he's an actual person, but mystified, you know?
Mystified,
yeah, because he pukes out something and then he eats it and then he becomes strong.
You're kidding, right?
Read the lore. It's weird. Puking is involved in backing, and then afterwards he becomes like super buff, and then like any kind of challenges, like he can punch mountains and stuff.
Wow.
And then I believe like
draft time.
You know what? Evo's Glory first pick, and NIP Flash second pick. Angela instantly banned out.
Which makes sense.
Angela.
The Angeling, nobody wants to go up against her right now. Terizla finally on the ban list, which is pretty huge, I feel like.
And a priority ban as well. However, this will close out the fact that you ban Chip and Louis as well, so that might be the last true ban for NIP Flash, I would say.
Do we get the Chip Louis trade here? We haven't seen that in a while.
Oh, right.
What if they leave it open?
That's interesting because I don't know what you would take if that is open. I would take the Chip over the Louis.
Really?
Yeah.
I kind of like the Louis.
Okay.
I think I'm on the side of the Louis, but again, I haven't seen the Chip since the Louis nerf and compared.
No, here's the thing. I would compare Chip to a Fanny, where I would say it's very difficult to do, but you know the big difference is? Fanny, if you die alone. Chip, when you make a mistake, you die as a team.
Yeah, you always pull up with the homies.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
The reason why I would pick up the Chip is that there's a lot of good mid laners out there. Like Navaria would be the counter to the Louis if that in that case. Like Faramis would be great with the Chip as well. That would be a very interesting interaction. But yeah, but this time doesn't matter. Louis is banned, and so will be the Chip. I couldn't imagine NIP Flash giving that up.
Harif has been not winning a lot, huh?
What was it?
Harif, because it was basically a perma ban for quite a while, but now teams are letting it go, and then teams are actually getting those Ws.
So in this scenario, you pick up the Ling first, right? Because if this will be Harith, it will immediately be countered by a Ling from NIP Flash. And I'm pretty sure that Mark, aka Hades, played that hero quite a while. But instead, you can pick up something like Valentina if you want to just become very open about it, because Valentina is an answer to both Ling as well as the Harith. So now EVOS wants NIP Flash to choose Ling or Harith, or maybe even both, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
go crazy.
Right now, you know, you brought up the Harith Lafel, and I feel like for the first time, Gold Lane doesn't even though Moskov and Hereth are kind of the two mains, it doesn't feel like they're the only choices. It feels like gold lane is very open right now. And right here, I like the Roger pick because, like what we've seen, the flexibility from it. They have the Cho to go along with it. And right now, NipFlash just leaving themselves very open.
Yep. With this Cho, as well as this Roger, you're now incentivized to pick up the Roger for the side of Evos. The Hereth, because Evos really likes that. Brands also plays that a lot. But I think Ling is just so good to just pass up on, and they pick up the Ruby, which is a direct answer to the Cho.
And the Roger.
And the Roger. Obviously, Ruby counters the Wave the Dragon. You kind of cancel it, the animation. And Roger doesn't want to run around with the Ruby out there. So it will be the Farsa as the answer as of Valentina.
Yeah,
looking good for Evo's Glory so far. It's they're getting all of their heroes that they're comfortable with.
Which is crazy because lore-wise, I would say Roger. Roger wants to go for the Ruby, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right. But you know, in game, it's like Ruby's the big muscular, gal is looking at Roger. It's like wolf, wolf, run away. But either way, we got to talk about the opening here because it does look like NIP Flash kind of wanted Evos to pick up the Ling anyway. Yeah. So this is a situation where you're prepared to fight against this. Now it's all about the execution.
Yeah, but the Farsa pick is a little scary into a Ling. I feel like there's just a lot of possibilities to get bombed down on, especially knowing the way that we've been seeing Annabelle play. Annabelle's I come in about halfway through the fight, or I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in. So Annabelle's main target right now, wait for Feathered Airstrike to come down and then jump.
Yeah, exactly. That means that if you're Evos, you're going to be looking for EXP lane bans here, or there you go, the usual. Maybe force Diablo to play an unorthodox hero. I think NIP Flash are still comfortable picking up the Julian as their last pick. Maybe they pick up the EXP lane in their fourth pick. Franco has been banned, maybe a Tigreal ban as well, as it is one of those heroes that Dreams really likes to play and is very adept with it as well.
Since the recent buff to the Cho, have we seen it all in the EXP lane as well as roam, or has it just solely been used as a roamer?
Yeah.
Is there some flexibility to it?
Definitely. Not even, not seen in the wild card so far as well as for the group stages, but I think it can be played in the EXP definitely. But you'll be surprised how it can be played in the jungle as well.
Ooh. Yeah. Honestly, strikes. Paquito against Cho, who do you think would win?
Paquito against Cho, like just EXP. In a straight up fight?
Before level 4, say level 1, level 2, like that.
Oh wait, in a fight like, we're not talking about real life.
No.
Before level 4, I think the Cho right now with the recent buff because of what he gets like the stun, all the crazy stuff.
No, honestly, he did win. Yeah, he does win. Like watch.
But maybe slight mechanical, right?
No, watching the streamers. Cho is that guy, man. Like the damage coming in from this guy, even as a roam, is spectacular. Now we've seen the bans. Over Franco as well as Grog getting banned. Now in Evo's Glory banning out the Yuzong as well as the Masha. So now NIP Flash.
Julian looks good, as well as Arlet. Arlet looks also good for...
What if we see them both go for Ruby Gold or double fighter off lanes for both of them? Double fighter off
lanes. That is highly likely to. Yeah, I like that you brought that up because it's the benefit of getting these support. But of course,
denied.
Hades special going to be the Fredrin. The Evos.
I mean, he see values in him.
Yeah, you should.
He should.
Got a 50% win rate right now. The Fredrin, we've been wondering if the Fred's dead. If the Fred is out, but it seems like he's still hanging on for dear life. Game fact, though.
Louis boasts a 100% win rate across 7 games since the wild card stage.
Yeah.
How is she let through been this much?
Yeah.
7 games.
Again, Louis, it's criminal to let go of the Louis without an answer. Look, Evos going to be looking for probably their EXP this time. Arlet looks really good on their composition. So is the Barretts that you actually pair up with the Ling. When the Ling, there he is, the Barretts. Maybe what? You know what? Let's go with the Matilda, but they did go for the carry this time. Roger versus carry. And if you're looking for a Barrett Scouter, X-Borg looks really good for NIP Flash. Or maybe a Benedetta so that they can at least force the carry. Apart from that, there's really not much. Or a CC. What if NIP Flash goes for CC?
It'd be a good answer to the Barats, right?
Yeah, Barats, the Ling in a way.
be able to dance around. I think I would like to see them with a little more maybe crowd control overall, but there's not a lot of answers for them. I mean, they do have the pick-off, right? They have the Cho, but other than that, the Khalid.
Yeah.
Actually good. And it's a good, like, if...
Oh! There it is!
King's calling. Mincetar's calling. That's a spicy pick.
I love it.
To go up against the Ling.
Ling Ruby.
Ruby.
Yeah.
Like...
Carry as well.
Dude.
It's great.
Casters.
Love it.
We talk about Diablo. Diablo said he's excited. So, Casters, are you excited?
We are excited for this matchup again. Thank you guys so much on the analyst stand. Breaking down the lineups we have here, of course, from NIP Flash and EVOS Glory as they approach this first matchup for them today. Could be a crucial one. We'll find out. No guts, no glory. Both these teams going after getting to the knockout stage here. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko, and we're loading into the Land of Dawn in this best-of-2 second match for Group A. Can NIP Flash further their dominance, the lead that they got yesterday, or can EVOS Glory settle the score here? Starting here, bringing some shake-up to Group A as we jump in. We look at the emblems fall into place. Of course, you still have Anavel, like we saw yesterday, the great performance from this Ling pick. Warcry emblem here. And over on the flip side, I know you guys have to keep your eye on Diablo. This Mincetar pickup could work wonders for the lineup here for NIP.
For sure. I think this Mincetar pick was amazing. We saw the, shocked, surprised reactions from the analysts as well. And even for us, we were like, whoa, Mincetar pickup up against so many dashes. It makes sense, everybody here almost can get countered hard, but no guts, no glory. You mentioned it earlier, and it is going to be the case for EVOS Glory. It's all about risking in the early game, all the way even from the drafts, to try to get that lead. And they won't be able to take the dub without making those risks happen early on, though. How do you expect this matchup to go? It seems Clockland's doing a good job now with the help of Dreams, too. Kurtizi's going to be zoned away from that mid lane. But the Mincetar up against the Barats, it's more of a passive lane until he gets the King's Calling.
Yeah, definitely. That's something you want to be able to utilize and play around with. King's Calling is such a game-changing ultimate. It can be, especially if you're able to follow through with the rest of the utility that's offered here from NIP Flash's lineup. I mean, time and time again, we still talk about how Fredrin isn't the pick that still teams can rely on. And you're going Fredrin versus a Ling. So the tempo is going to be a little bit different here. Good poke, obviously, from Diablo, working actually pretty well against this Barretts. I mean, the last time we also saw Barretts work in the side lane, it's been a long time, man. It's been a minute and a half in my time. And Barretts just is better in the jungle, but so far he's kind of had to find a new place to really play into this meta. So with that, first turtle of the game is going to go ahead and start up, and Fluffy will be the one to kind of give the information why Anavel works on that orange buff. So they buy enough time. It doesn't look like NIP Flash wants to just overly commit because they could get punished. You're looking at it as well as they just kind of stall this out. They're going to go ahead and grab the purple buff for now. And they get enough information. EVOS Glory is like, you know what? Let's go ahead. Anavel, go grab your purple, and then we'll prep up for this fight.
Great response by NIP Flash here around first turtle. A lot of teams up against Anavel's Link. Now the grab into Dreams, right into the King's Calling, and now into the Feather Airstrike with the Appraiser's Wrath too. And Hades will be able to claim that now as Diablo flickers out to safety. That's his welcome going on to JPL, spinning him out to stun him on the wall. Still with the flicker out now with the Shunpu as well. It's a big win for NIP Flash. They get the neutral objective and the kill.
Man, NIP Flash really on point with the way that they're kind of maneuvering around this objective already. Even impressively to see that they couldn't get JPL down. They get the objective, good setup. Daytona's welcome also playing its part in that whole exchange. So, with that EVOS Glory, not, the start they wanted to the first objective, but nothing too crazy, because if you look at the macro play, economically, they're just holding it together. First items not falling into place just yet across the board, but some should be picked up here shortly, especially with the build path that we might see Anavel go here. Oh, hold on.
Boy, the Dragon, JPL finding it for the airstrike right into the combo, and Hades is there to follow it up as well. Now the top of the Blaze on the JPL, trying to go for the trade right now as he picks up one Defiant Blade, but the Hades is able to knock him up. And Appraiser's Wrath too, just trying to catch him in that wall, but he won't be able to. Meanwhile, though, Vanix taking a lot of shots onto that turret shield.
That's a lot of extra gold, and if you think about it, like I was saying, and just previously before that little skirmish broke out, you know, Eva's Glory was doing a good job holding it together, but some of that extra gold from that top turret now going to the hands of Vanix here helps bump the lead up just a little bit. Nothing too crazy. But JPL really trying to make this Cho work. You know, we saw this. Oh, wow. Okay, not going to land the I'm Offended, able to escape that just fine. Once again, the power of this Cho pick, and so back to it. And NIP Flash, it really just looks like they're trying to make plays with JPL for now. If they can start a fight, if they can get a pick off, great. If they can't, that's fine too, because the lineup that they have provides good chances to scale up into the mid-game even. And so Clockhoon even holding on to this feathered airstrike, just holding down the mid lane. It's going to come down to this. Every single time, oh, hold on.
The hook into the King's Calling, locking him down now with the stun as well as JPL walks up to get the passive down. With the physical defense shred, Diablo gets rid of him. No dreams to play with. JPL with the way the Dragon brings Fluffy back right into the hook as well, but JPL will lose his life as Tempest Blaze finds him. Now that's welcome, but he will be taken out before he can even go for the spit out. Vanix still now with the team. It's 2 for 1 as of right now with the trade, but Dreams has respawned back in. Hook not connecting. Clockhoon still looking for an angle as Brands and Annabelle hovers over, postures up. Dreams now with a flicker forward. Don't run Wolf King straight into the I'm Offended as Annabelle steals away the turtle. Now Hades trying to go for the peel, but Diablo gets stabbed in the back. The Appraiser's Wrap not connecting. Great sidestep from Annabelle. NIP Flash forced back.
Talk about the discipline from Evo's Glory. Annabelle as well to just wait for that whole exchange to happen from NIP Flash and then swoop on in and get the turtle, and then they even get a kill on top of it. So that is a great pull through for Evo's Glory. I mean, looking at how things are falling into place, they're also going to be able to get this tier 1 turret in the bot lane. You saw the gold difference between the lanes. And really, for Annabelle, even if sometimes he can't find his entry point, he can't get the kills he's looking for, the fact that he's 2-0 and he's really difficult to catch here for NIP Flash. I mean, look at this. Great setup, once again, utilizing Diablo here on the Mincetar, JPL, but then he commits and he gets taken out right away. Now, they do accomplish probably what they were after, but they didn't want to lose the turtle. Eventually, they end up losing the turtle because of that whole exchange, and they find themselves at that situation that I just mentioned. Annabelle goes in, grabs it, and then they pick up some kills on top of it. Diablo to fall to Annabelle. And so now at this point, he's got the Berserker's Fury locked in. He's working on the next item here. And with the Warcry emblem, you know, you might be thinking, man, it's only 8%. But with a Ling, and so far from what we've seen just yesterday, that's enough to just be that big of a threat. Meanwhile, what you're doing here for Evo's Glory is just letting Brands farm up. He just picked up the Golden Staff. He has, you know, a couple items locked in at this point, but he's essentially just having a good time and the gold lane farming up.
And at this point, I feel like for Diablo, hold up, JPL again with the G-Kun Dome, not able to find anyone, right into the I'm Offended, and right into the shredded Brands. The fadeaway is Fluffy gets taken down by the Lycan Pounce of Vanix to trade 1 for 1 XP for Rome. Still in favor of NIP Flash as Hades walks up. Back to the point. Feels like for Diablo at least. Now Feather Airstrike catching Clockhoon, forcing him to use the Purify as Hades continues the chase for a bit. With Clockhoon so low, with him using the Purify, they're going to go straight for the turtle. But take a look at Annabelle. Already with Finch Poise, rotating over, has a Divine Blade, gets shut up as well. On the wall, the Retribution not there. Vanix picks it up as Annabelle is forced to retreat. Dreams as well, forced to flicker across the wall, right into Brands, as he now tries to escape as well. Vanix will be able to go for the chase. Just a bit of a flicker from Diablo to bring Dreams all the way back for Vanix to get rid of him. Annabelle securing the endless battle. NIP Flash taking it slow.
Spear of Glory, more like the Spear of Diablo. So far, he's been able to be on the mark with this Mincetar. And it's something that Evo's Glory always has to be aware of. They have to be careful of. It's not just the King's Calling. It's just the Spear of Glory to be pulled in. We're going to take a look at the replay brought to us by STC. You look at this. He tried to go in. Annabelle tried to get the turtle. He was too late. Ooh. So Vanix ends up cleaning it up, and then they follow through. Once again, finding a kill on the bottom side, and then you see it. But hold on, also on the live.
I'm Offended on the JPL, not able to escape this time. Fluffy stomps on him. Diablo getting the King's Calling onto 2 members, straight into the hook as well. But the Purify from Brands gets him out to safety. Purple buff secured by Annabelle as he's able to find some blades there. NIP Flash, again, just trying to reset, but trying still to utilize that fast tempo.
Yeah, that was all just to get the purple buff too, you know, like NIP Flash wants to fight. Actually, at this point, Miracle, I think it's safe to say every team just wants to fight. We're in this like new era where, You just fight, you're duking out, whether it's for resources, whether it's for the turtles, the lords, you just fight and try to get this snowball in your favor.
No Tempest ablaze, now with the Finch poise, Annabelle! Finch poise, now with the retreat finds the kill. Hades able to take him down with the help of the turret shot as well. No Tempest of Blades. It was still on cooldown for Annabelle. He gets it right as he dies, which is unfortunate timing, but NIP Flash know their window. Now with the conceal, they're able to get Fluffy into an angle to go for the death. Welcome right to the name. I'm offended with JPL. Gets away the dragon onto Brad, who doesn't have the Purify this time round. Will be chopped down on the Brazer's Wrath. Won't be able to connect just yet. Vanix now with Lycan Pounce, going for another kill. Fluffy gets gunned down in the turret, and the King's Calling gets placed down for Vanix to find a triple.
NIP Flash, the team fighting is on point, layer after layer of abilities, and they'll get the turret and now make their way to reset Vanix.
Gonna be caught earlier. They're still able to escape. Annabelle won't be able to find the assassination despite him being so low. Forced to go to his own purple buff, and even then Curtizi says no.
No, I mean, we're taking a look at the replay there. You know, you see that kind of unfold. It's a triple for Vanix, but it looked like, too, they just went for the reset. Now they're for this Lord. NIP Flash, again, team fighting is just on point. JP out with the conceal.
Again, this time going to Fluffy, has it at his welcome, cancels out the way there's Dragons. Hades goes in for the Razor's Wrap, but Fluffy gets brought back all the way with the hook.
The Lord?
Vanix is godlike. The Lord is low. Both teams still have the retribution. Hades, he's taking a whole lot of that damage. Now Diablo is taking forward at the King's Calling, but he's unable to find anyone. Very, very low. Diablo still able to escape. Hades needs to find his 50-50, but it's Annabelle who steals it away from Hades to claim the Lord. Now with the chase down Dreams, unable to find anyone. Vanix still staying in the jungle. Evo's Glory finding a way to come back again.
You saw the hesitation. NIP Flash was not sure if they should continue the Lord or not. They decided to go with it, and then that gives the opportunity for Annabelle to just come in and cap it out. So now NIP Flash, despite them having great team fighting potential, they find themselves on the defense. They should be able to deal with the Lord decently well and quickly, but they're going to lose multiple turrets here now by Evo's Glory just marching towards the base. The shields might not pop just yet. NIP Flash with this lineup should be able to clear things out. But Annabelle will also take some resources from them. Also, real quick at the items falling into place, you have multiple here for Diablo. He's got 3 locked in, working on his next. And like I said, it needed time. You needed time here to build up for Brands. Well, he's got that time. He's got the 3 items locked in, and you're going to see this carry really start to shred the Fredrin even from NIP Flash. So you're looking at a lot of this initiation being said. Oh, Malefic Roar also popped up here for Annabelle. And so, you know, at this point, for Vanix, he's having a heck of a game already on this Roger, and you got to stay alive. The problem that we're seeing is when he tries to entry with the Lycan Pounce, go into a fight, this is where Dreams really pays off with the Ruby pick. And also, Daytona's welcome. There's so many tools here that Evo's Glory can use to deal with if NIP Flash decides to initiate or follow up. So that makes it even more difficult for Vanix, despite him, you know, topping the damage board.
No, Diablo try to go for the hook. He gets pulled back instead. Right into the death is welcome, and the flicker as well, but JPL finds the way he's dragging into the back line. Diablo flickers forward, but gets shredded instead. JPL, Immortality pop, Annabelle waiting for the moment to go in, and Vanix gets completely assassinated by Annabelle. As Fluffy picks up the double kill, Curtizi will have to go on the wings by wings as he gets chased down by Clockwood, who has stolen the Lycan Pounce.
This can't be the end, though. NIP Flash will be able to defend despite losing 3 members in the exchange. We'll see if they can hold on to the turrets. Templars of Blades already going to be utilized. Mid-turret does go down. Evo's Glory might punch it in.
Feather Airstrip with a flicker as well. They don't find I'm offended. They cancel out the Feather Airstrip with the mini waves have been dealt with. Hades tries to go with one last Appraiser's Wrath. But Brands goes for the base. Now onto Curtizi, who gets melted down. Diablo able to fend off for now, getting the waves cleared out, but they will lose 2 big base turrets in the 13th minute of the game.
Evo's Glory happy with that. They got the 2 base turrets. NIP Flash holds on to 1. The Lord coming up in 14 seconds. Evo's Glory in a great position to possibly just take the Lord unless NIP Flash wants to do something about it. But you can see already JPL on that front side might go in with a concealed plate to try to delay this a little bit further. They're going to have to make their way as this Lord is going down quickly with a completely zoned out here by Fluffy, and that's going to be the Lord already secured, so NIP Flash will find themselves with their backs against the wall once again on the defense.
Some of these plays from NIP Flash, it was so good at the early stage of the game, but they weren't able to adjust properly in the mid-game, Naisu. Diablo flickering forward with the King's Calling. In the early game, you can get away with that. But in the late game, with all these items already built up by Evo's Glory, he's the one who gets melted down, so he's actually placing himself in a position where it's just not great for a Minsithar, especially a full glass cannon Minsithar.
Yeah, you glass cannon here, and especially against Brands with this carry who has had just a time to farm up freely and is really shining at this point of the game. They're going to go on the defense.
Fluffy's still in the midst of it all right now, taking a lot of damage as JP goes to the back but gets shredded down by Brands. Again, as the King's Calling plays up, but Diablo gets melted down again. It's Brands against the world, and Hades gets slashed down by the swords of Annabelle. 4-0, 4-1 as Evo's Glory take game one.
And Evo's Glory will come out swinging in this series against NIP Flash, the top of Group A after yesterday, and now it looks like they're going to be put to the test here from the teams. And so far, Group A is still just up in the air with this result already. And Evo's Glory looking so good here with the way that they responded to the interesting lineup. Like we talked about, no guts, no glory. Was there some testing or experimenting that could happen here? The Minsithar pick, like we mentioned, was not able to work out the way the NIP Flash wanted to, but I know the guys on the desk, the panelist stand, have a lot to say. Let's throw it over to them to hear what they have to say.
We definitely have a lot to say because Evo's Glory was able to win this match and deny NIP Flash from advancing to the knockout stage. They can still advance, but a clean 2-0 is not going to be in the books here. But what do you guys feel about the game?
Yeah, it didn't feel like the NIP Flash are getting all of the good stops in the early stages. I think that they develop a good box around their Fredrin. However, they kind of just let go of the grip. And I think that you can see that Evo's Glory has the better experience as well as the better understanding of this box versus box type of strategy, where they're just maintaining their own formation. There will be a clash up top, which we are going to see NIP Flash win horribly just because of the fact that Curtis is not landing shots anymore. Diablo's not getting into the proper spot. This is one of those times where eventually NIP Flash will win a team fight with a triple kill. But around the Lord, because they didn't have Hades to secure that Lord position, they weren't able to do so. So they were already winning after this, but they failed after the good formation.
I mean, even with the good formation, though, I have to point out that Evos almost consistently held a gold lead there. Or even when they were behind a few kills, they were barely, NIP Flash was never really escaping with it. And I don't know if it's because they weren't transitioning those kills into objectives or what the exact goal was. Maybe it was because the Ling was able to really move around the map and stay farmed up. To whereas when NIP Flash wanted to, go for those kills, you have Hades essentially giving up jungle, right? Or not farming his own jungle.
And this is mainly, yeah, you're very true. You nail it right in the head there. It's Annabelle just getting the farm when everything is just going awry for Evos. Like, there will be a lot of team fights that NIP Flash will eventually win, but because of the split pushing tactics coming out from Annabelle and his Ling, now we can see that it is very effective when it comes to like just making sure that the farm is always up.
You know what? That was an amazing performance coming in from Evo's Glory because from my perspective, Evos is one of the pride of Indonesia where out of all the M series, the very first one, the franchise Evos was able to win that one for Indonesia. And I feel like now they're representing a lot because if they win this MSC, it's really going to bring back the brand to its prominent form, especially looking at Annabelle. He did this, okay? Annabelle is really bringing it to his team because whenever something goes wrong, everyone is willing to throw their own body just so that Annabelle can succeed. And if Annabelle succeeds, the team wins, strikes.
I mean, Annabelle's just been, I feel like even from playoffs to MSC and everything, Annabelle has just been a star player, has kind of grown overall. And at this point, for me, feels like he's part of the brand of not only Evos, but like Indonesia in general, right? A lot of people like to kind of put the assassins and Indonesia together, the aggressive play style, the in-your-face play style, and that's what Annabelle brings to the stage right now, and I'm all for it.
And we got to talk about NIP Flash as well, even though they lost. But again, they're looking to put Singapore on the map. This is an all-star team coming in from Singapore. And again, the early mid is pretty good. But like we've said, you got an advantage, but they could not hold on to that advantage.
Yeah. It's like they have to consistently keep on doing and making this good formation around the Farsas was the Fredrin. And of course, take advantage of this Minsitar pickup. Because again, niche picks like the Minsitar, which is very much targeted to counter your opponents, he has to have near to perfect execution almost all the time. It's not like a one-size-fits-all or end-all be-all kind of strategy wherein you're always going to win the team fights. Like we saw in one of the fights that happened north of the Lord pit up top, around the Kramer area, where the Farsa ultimate was they were able to protect the Farsa, but Curtis, he cannot reach the backliners of Evos, which then, nullifies big amount of damage. I mean, even if Diablo initiates and keeps everyone in check with the King's Calling, you're not having the damage anyways, because Farsa is your main damage dealer. And when you invite the Roger into that spot, Roger should be the one to just clean up, because that's the idea of Roger, right? The Farsa will be dealing damage, but wasn't enough in the end.
And with that, we got to look at our MVP, our Sony MVP of the game, where we are going to continue our conversation because we got to talk about Brands, because I feel like Brands is the MVP for this game. So looking at Sony MVP, 14 KDA, 785 gold per minute, and 82% kill participation. And this guy, we heard turns where I'm playing this game with one hand behind my back. He's got both eyes closed.
I feel like he was kind of the sleeper build this game.
Yeah.
Like it took a second, and then once Brands really got online, he was able to shred. And even in terms of just all of the action happening around, you don't see the carry jumping from wall to wall. You don't see the carry chasing down, turning into a Lycan or anything. I mean, was able to just hold position at the right time and pop off.
And again, we're looking at the Pride of Indonesia going up against the all-star team coming in from Singapore. Do you think this all-star lineup coming in from NIP Flash, they can get a win over EVO's Glory?
Absolutely. I think it's just that they have to really just brush up some of their the fundamental mistakes that they did. I think apart from banning out the Luyi, the Ling also should be banned out. I think the fact that they didn't take it and allow them for them to just pick it up and then utilize this Minsitar, which by the way, although it made a lot of sense versus the Ling as well as the Ruby and
the carry, basically everyone except Barnes.
But then I don't want to pick up the Minsitar when there's the Valentina, which we saw earlier today, earlier in the game, where Roger as well as Frederick, they're also dependent on their dashes, and the Valentina now copies the King's Calling. Now you don't have the damage output anymore, the control anymore. It's like you kind of shot yourself in the foot. Like maybe the Minsitar really, definitely, I really like that pick. I thought it was genius, but then there was a Valentina.
But another problem with the Mincy, right, is you don't really build it bulky, right? You don't really build it tanky, and it felt like every time he went in to drop the King's Calling, he's getting critted by Anavel, he's getting bursted down by the rest of the team, and he just doesn't have enough time to actually do anything or get to the back line or find the exact hero that he needs to actually drop the King's Calling on. It just seemed to be a problem, and in such a bursty meta, can an EXP laner like that actually survive with the lack of movement, with the lack of bulkiness? He's not a thick triple C boy,
Yeah, I would say
triple C.
They have the right idea, and I would even say the execution was okay. Could have been better, definitely, but it was okay. It's just that, like I say, even I didn't think about it. The Valentina is one of those picks that can really turn things around. So if the Valentina is up, you got to figure out that it could bury your own draft as well. So I would say this is more like, sure, NIP Flash made mistakes, but I think this is more on EVO's Glory, understanding how to play the game and capitalizing on the mistakes that NIP Flash had and actually making those mistakes look pretty big for EVO's Glory.
Yeah, I think they have to match fire with fire. I believe that Ling versus utility junglers is very hard to pull off unless you have like Baksha Angela going up against Ling. That could be the way for you to just really take over, but it's not usually the choice. I think they should have matched it with Julian, which I kind of prescribed. Frederick didn't really look good in that game,
Now, I got an update for you guys because if you guys remember, we were talking about STC predictions, and EVOS is actually favored to win against NIP Flash. Shout out to those of you guys who predicted to EVOS because they're up 1-0. So again, lock in your predictions at the, where the prediction is supposed to be. So
QR code.
But here's the thing. They predicted EVOS to win that one, which is great. Which, by the way, you guys can go to GG/esports-world-cup. Again, that's stcplay.gg/esports-world-cup. Dude, like
you're doing a great job.
Dude, like
slash dash dash and slash.
I'm doing martial arts
on the
here,
link,
but yeah, prediction. What do you guys think? Like, help out our audience here. Do you feel like EVOS Glory could get a 2-0?
So it's still a 1-1 for me.
Still a 1-1?
Yeah, it's just fix a drop, match fire with fire. If they want to give the Ling, pick up the Julian or an assassin. If they give the utility, match it up with a utility or something like that. Yeah.
I think with the momentum, EVOS might be able to 2-0 this, and I want to see the groups get even more just tied up. So I'm all in the boat for EVOS taking game number 2.
Yeah. You want that tie? You want like a
trying to hang out here all night.
Like more round robins going on.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, you know what?
All the way.
All the way, bro.
All the way. Me and you.
All the way.
All the way tonight.
All the way. You know what? Make it until tomorrow.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. But now we got to talk about game number 2, where we saw that EVOS Glory did lose when the Ling gets banned out, to the point where they're forced to pick up the X-Borg. So honestly, it could, like, here's the thing. If NIP Flash, again, the all-star team coming in from Singapore, if they ban out the Ling and then they win, what does this mean as a whole? Going up against EVOS Glory, just ban the Louis, ban the Ling, and then you're good?
Like I said, you still have to ban the Louis, number 1, or maybe secure the blue side this time, perhaps, so that you'll be able to force first EVOS to then ban the Louis. Next is answer the Ling. So there are a couple of answers. I think their idea of picking up the Cho is, I would say, admirable, but I think heroes like Tigreal that has a better, control would be better. Or maybe just match it with the Julian, So, yeah, I think getting the blue side for NIP Flash solves most of their problems.
Most definitely, and the draft is going to be starting, but here's my big question.
Ooh, this is so cool.
I want to we have the replay screen at our feet
you guys
right now.
You guys don't know what's going on, but this is so cool.
This is very, very cool, actually. You mentioned the Luyi and the chip. I'm still thinking, what if you ban out the Ling? And again, you go for and you ban out the Roger or something, and you go for the trade on the chip Luyi.
Yeah.
Man, I think I'm waiting to see where the draft really evolves to, because I have a feeling bans might start evolving. And even though Vanix didn't have the greatest game last night, his Roger win like 7-0, 8-0 for a while of the game. So we know that Roger's still a super dangerous pick. This time, NIP Flash will be on blue side, so it's actually going to be EVOS who are forced to ban out this chip and most likely Luyi.
Yeah. Well, they ban Ling with the chip, with Louis, maybe a Fairness ban eventually afterwards. I think a
Moscow.
Okay. In this case, I think if you're NIP Flash, you ban Valentina. Because EVOS will not hesitate picking up that Valentina afterwards. So even if you pick up the Luyi, at least you force EVOS to be creative, like get the Luyi, get the Novaria, for example, or maybe a Fairness.
You said NIP bans out the Valentina?
Yeah. NIP.
Well, then I think something like Fairness has to ban out the Luyi, right?
Yes.
Like ban out the ban out Valentina, ban out Luyi, and pick up something like a Fairness or Roger?
Yeah.
Roger, I feel like is your best bet up front, right?
That's right. Yeah, Harith, obviously.
Harith too, yeah.
I mean, Harith is, it's been shaky. It's been shaky.
It's sussy.
Like, there's answers for it now.
A Roger.
Ooh.
Okay. So
they want to contest the Valentina.
They want to contest the Valentina. So it seems. Are you forced to ban the Luyi?
Or do you leave it open and trade for I guess you have to ban.
You have to ban.
If you're going by coaching Wolf lead analysis of the desk, you ban the Luyi no matter what.
Yes.
I mean, 100% win rate, man. You can't argue with numbers.
It's true.
Yep. Especially in the group stages where a 1-1 is totally different from a 0.
Now
okay.
That's a
there you
switch
go.
up.
Okay, so
can I change my vote? 1-1.
Sure. What are you going for? You feel like it's NIP Flash going to be winning this one?
If they take the Luyi.
Oh, imagine if they don't, right?
I know. Then I'll be like, can I switch my vote again?
If they don't pick up the Luyi, that's again criminal.
Criminal, as Wolf would say.
Yeah.
You belong in a cell.
Right.
There it is.
There's
There's your Luyi.
All right.
Okay, so do you pick up Harith now for brands? I believe so. And another answer is Arlet, actually. So Arlet Harith for Evos, I believe.
Arlet Harith?
Yeah.
Definitely solid, and again, you give yourself some flexibility with the Arlot.
Yeah,
definitely
right.
not against it. Roger's gone, so yeah, I think you definitely pick up the Harith here, right? Because no Moskov, no Roger.
Yeah.
And
What if they have this idea they want brands on the Claude? Because we've seen this time and time again where, you know, it may or may not make sense, but they're like, you know, we gotta give brands the Claude.
It's one of their comfort picks. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Ooh.
Ruby and Hayabusa immediately.
And that's already kind of foreshadowing a possible Ruby gold there.
Did you just say
flexibility.
Foreshadowing. The four shadows of
I meant
Hayabusa.
to do that. I meant to do that.
That was totally on purpose.
Totally on purpose.
But yeah, we talked about this pick, right? Because we were talking, okay, if Blaine gets banned out, what other assassins? And Hayabusa is definitely on the table where the farming speed now is just as fast as Nolan. So as good as Nolan is, having the Hayabusa where you can also contest those neutral objectives when you're using your Ogi Shadow Kill, you can still use your retreat. That's a big pickup for Evo's Glory.
That's right.
And you have tons of escapability if a weird diversion play comes at you. Not only that, but with the Ruby against something like the Luyi, they want to group up. There's the Paquito.
There's the Paquito.
Picado.
Paquito, Picado,
and Epiflash is going to be reserving their cores afterwards, which is kind of smart because Ruby is also a flex pick. In this scenario, you pick up Barretts if you're Evos, or maybe a Terizla. Obviously, Terizla is really, really good in this composition. Or maybe, again, Arlet, which is another flex for Evos if they want to go all-in flex. So I'm thinking like somewhere along the lines of Terizla, Barretts, and Arlet here for Evos.
Honestly, I feel like the Terizla is a good pickup, but it kind of almost shows your Ruby where it's going, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like letting you know this will probably go to the gold, maybe in the wrong position. I feel like you need your mid, so they pick up the Faramis. Faramis is a very good pickup, and then at this point, I would say it's a skill matchup, right? Because the Faramis can get countered by Luyi because you want to group up, but Luyi kind of wants you to group up as well. So with the draft coming in from Evo's Glory, I feel like the thing that I want to say about the draft is that they have options. They don't have a front-to-back kind of composition. They can kind of take whatever they want when it comes to the team fights. Flank, coming from side, like either ways, they have options.
I love options.
Yeah.
What do we think this Paquito is though, right? Do we think
Oh, right.
Do you think it's jungle maybe?
I like how you think, boy.
Sky Piercer Paquito in the jungle?
I haven't seen that in pubs and in ranked matches, but I kind of we know that teams actually like it. Look at that Bane ban from Evos. Really wanted to protect this Faramis, which by the way I feel is a very genius idea from Evos. And the reason why is, if you think about the Faramis, it's countered by both Edith as well as Lapu-Lapu, right? And those two heroes can no longer be picked up by NIP Flash because they've already revealed this Grok as well as this Paquito. So Edith as well as Lapu-Lapu are out of the picture, unless, of course, this Paquito will be eventually a jungler.
Okay, so I think if NIP Flash doesn't ban out the Riz or anything here, doesn't ban too heavy into EXP, there's a higher chance that this Paquito could be a jungler, because they're still looking for an EXP possibly. On the side of Evos, last ban, it's kind of a top, both teams. I just feel like a lot of flexibility overall.
Maybe ban the marksman out, like something that can disrupt brands, like the Harif is still open.
They could ban the Claude because it counters the Faramis, right?
Yeah.
True. But again,
great. Beatrix is also great for NIP Flash.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that it will be banned out though, but it is a good pick for NIP Flash eventually if they will pick it up. They banned Baksha, so they're gonna be limiting the heroes for Hades, forcing him on Fredrin, which Fredrin really struggles in this case. And we did say the Barrett's Arlet, right, for Evos as their EXP lane choices. And I like the Barrett's ban here. Maybe coupled up with the Terizla ban for NIP Flash.
Yuzong, it's crazy enough, it's still open, which I think is possible to actually disrupt the Luyi.
Yeah, definitely. I think I mean, Yuzong, I feel like no matter what, just like a solid pick, right?
Yeah.
Always able to kind of add some utility to your composition. So EVOS is going to be first pick here. What do we think they're looking for?
Okay, so I think this will be Arlott.
Or Yuzong.
Or Yuzong, like I said.
I mean, no matter what, they're going to reveal, right, where this Ruby is going. If they pick up a roam, then probably the Ruby is going to the EXP.
Yeah. Or gold.
Or gold. Or
Actually,
they just go, yeah.
At that point, maybe pick up the...
They can still pick up a roam or like a Minotaur.
Benedetta is typically picked up against the Paquito, so this could also be or maybe, how about an Esmeralda, actually? EVOS. Oh, look, Esmeralda's great versus Paquito versus Luyi. Shields in there, and also Grok.
We're theory crafting at this point.
Yeah.
This is what the meta is right now. It's like...
I mean, it's healthy,
a tough
right?
draft. Yeah,
It's
no,
healthy.
it's super healthy.
And it prevents a Harith pickup eventually.
Oh, but they go for Yuzong. Look, sometimes the boring one is the right one. We talked about it. The Yuzong can actually do something against this Luyi. And again,
it's great.
The Luyi has a 100% win rate. You got to respect it.
Yeah, it's still
great,
possibility, though, man. They could still pick up, like, a roam here and shove Ruby into the gold. The damage Ruby has been pretty vicious, and with the high boost, I mean, Evo still has a lot of options, and I like the draft right now. They really haven't completely showed their cards just yet.
Carmilla Claude looks like a good closer here for NIP Flash. Harith is also open, but against Hayabusa, you might reconsider that.
Claude's still open.
Yep. Yeah, Claude's still, Carmilla
And
Claude.
honestly, Beatrix might not be that crazy.
Okay,
it's a bit difficult against the Yuzong, but
yeah,
we've seen crazier things.
Or Alpha.
Oh, Alpha carries.
Don't say that hero's name.
Yeah. No, I have a thing about Alpha as well. It's hit or miss for me. Like, if it looks amazing, it looks amazing. But yeah,
until it falls off halfway through the game.
And this.
Oh, it is Alpha. You guys were saying the hero that came up.
Yeah. Evos might just pick up Harith.
PTSD.
There's no Harith. There's no legitimate Harith stopper for Evos. So it wins the lane versus the carry. Another good solid pick that is not gonna have any problem is the Lunox that we saw played in the gold lane as well.
Telling you, they're debating: do we go roam or do we go?
They pick up the Beatrix themselves.
Well, again, looking at the lineup coming in from NIP Flash as well as EVOS, this is definitely interesting where, for me, the focus is going to be in the jungle because, again, Alpha can look good, but usually Alpha goes up against those tankier junglers. But going up against the Hayabusa, well, we're going to see because we're throwing it over to our casters to cast the second game of NIP Flash going up against EVOS Glory.
Thank you so much, guys on the panel desk, of course, to walk us through this draft. And I'll go ahead and say it, it's the Alpha. Trex doesn't want to hear the name.
Yeah, it's the Alpha. I mean, it definitely gave him PTSD, after yesterday's game. If you know, you know. But speaking of, right, this Beatrix pick, an interesting one. Brand's known to go for the Beatrix, but recently, every single time you see something like a Grok, he always goes for Claude. So very interested to see how he's actually going to pull off this Beatrix.
We'll find out if it's going to be enough to get them the 2-0 in this best of 2. Or can NIP Flash go ahead and even out the series, getting another point in Group A? Because this could be pretty big for EVOS Glory if they're able to go ahead and 2-0 NIP Flash after yesterday's performance, 2-0ing throughout Group A. And now at this point, it's going to be interesting, man, because, the points from the draft, I feel like they were really playing a guess game because that's kind of where we are with the meta. A lot of things can be flexed, but like you said, the Claude's not going to be picked up this time, although we did see the Beatrix, getting that Savage yesterday and performing really well. So maybe, part of that plan is for brands to kind of replicate that. It's interesting to see how Beatrix kind of fell off a little bit after her, time, throughout M4 was it? And now where she is being still picked up. Okay, hold on. Early aggression.
Good quad shadow back and forth from Annabelle. Hades going to be very, very low, but Clockhood was not able to follow it up. So, yeah, speaking of the Beatrix, I agree. Beatrix has kind of fallen in the prio meta, but in the prio of both patches coming back and forth. We did see a few Beatrix games in MPL Indonesia, but it was mainly CW who was the one utilizing it. For brands, as usual, you kind of flip the coin. Are you going to get Mr. Bombastic, or maybe you're going to get Mr. Fantastic? So far, it's been fantastic, though, for brands.
Yeah, we'll see, you know, how he's able to use this. Again, I always say, like, Beatrix has pretty much a gun for every situation, and that's what makes her still strong in this. But going against the carry, I think you can play around the advantage that you can play at range if you want to, whereas, you know, the carry pick for Vanix is a lot more kind of put into a box here and later on has to pop off. But I guess that's where you're really trying to play around the fact that NIP Flash has this hero that is at 100% win rate, and that's the Loi Yi in Curtizi's hands. So far, no teams have dealt with the Loi Yi just yet. Ooh. And that's, I mean, you're getting a glimpse at just why, because this early on, two minutes in, look how much damage Loi Yi is able to pump out, especially when you get the passive off here and it gets that vacuum effect like they mentioned on the desk. So with that, Turtle's going to be up here. JPL's not level 4 just yet.
Oh, look at that damage. Oh my god, Dreams! He's a frontliner and he's taking that much damage from Diablo. And you can see that's why lethal ignition on this Paquito. Hades on it right now with the Alpha. While charging a flicker right into JPL. Able to find Fluffy there. And Diablo's able to zone away Dreams from this Turtle. Forces the Black Dragon from his Annabelle. Goes into the Quad Shadow and the Shadow kill. That's what re-engages. The first blood will be claimed together with a double kill. Annabelle online.
Gets the Skypiercer already. Again, 1,500 gold for that Skypiercer. Picks it up at the 3-minute mark. EVO's Glory with a huge skirmish win already. Yeah, they gave up the Turtle. But does it really matter with this lineup that they're going to go for? I mean, we're going to take a look at the replay here brought to us by STC, and you can see this. Great setup. We even get a little pause here to see just how good it was, man. The Petrify was on point. And, you know, that's something that NIP Flash has to worry about. The fact that you have to worry about Fluffy setting in with the Dragon Form and then the Petrify combination. And even for Dreams, you know, so far we've seen Ruby just do such amazing things for whatever teams decide to draft her for the composition. So there's a lot that EVO's Glory can play around, and the same can be said. I mean, Annabelle, once again, rolling with that Warcry emblem, going to really help here.
And it's the layering, right? Coming back from EVO's Glory again. I mentioned it yesterday when I was on the analyst stand, but the fact that now, with Hayabusa, again for... Well, I'm offended on the JPL. They were able to steal it away, but back to the point, Annabelle on an Assassin, not an X-Borg. The layering just feels so much better because they can deplete NIP Flash of all their resources, and then Annabelle comes in to clean up. And that's what we saw, even with the Warcry. Usually we see, what, Lethal Ignition?
Yeah.
But Annabelle's been doing great so far. Picks up the boots as well, so with the Skypiercer first, I'm expecting him to snowball while charge JPL. Knocking Dreams up straight into the damage of Hades, right into the Spear of Alpha as well. But another realm comes down by Clockgun. No wild charge to play with Dreams, able to escape, and Phanix gets the fadeaway kill as Clockgun now is forced back from the Ghostbusters coming down in his way. Look at Annabelle again with the Skypiercer, getting rid of 2, finding a double, and the executes from that passive.
It just got a lot scarier now if you're NIP Flash dealing with Annabelle. It's gonna, oh, wait.
With the Quad Shadow back and forth. One more Quad Shadow left there, and Curtizi's going to walk on it. But Annabelle's not going to take it. He knows Vanix is there. Diversion from Curtizi. Where is it going to go? They don't decide to take it now, but...
It'll fake out.
4-0 on the Hayabusa. Annabelle is an absolute beast.
And maybe that's the answer, you know, to this 100% win rate, Loi Yi. Get this Hayabusa online, 4-0. Start snowballing and hope that you're able to go ahead and cap out and proc that Skypiercer. But look at this Turtle.
I'm offended, not able to connect. Hades still able to secure the Turtle right now as the Shadow kill again deals with everyone. JPL forced to flicker back as Fluffy goes in with the Black Dragon form, unable to get the range. Still dives in. The passive ticks down, and JPL gets taken out under his own tier 1. The Ghostbusters back and forth, bouncing on the NIP Flash members. And EVO's Glory, is that a win?
Yeah, I would say so. You know, with that, it seems like they don't care too much about the objectives as another Turtle goes through. Diversion? Do they know?
Yeah, they knew. Fluffy was able to spot it out earlier. No Petrify to be used up. Dreams, no flicker too, so we can't go for that I'm offended pick. But Brands has been scaling very well too, just farming up.
JPL's here now though too. We'll see if they can just kind of keep this at a dead... Oh, Curtizi. Both teams getting kind of checked there. So I think they're just going to back off real quick at the items. We're going to take a look here. Enchanted Talisman already locked in for Curtizi. You have also the Harness Strike available for Diablo. Side note, I'm glad that Paquito's being played here once again for this. We'll see if that actually is able to scale up really well. Because so far, EVO's Glory, I mean, across the board, like I said, Annabelle's going to be a big problem. They need to go ahead and shut him down. that could give NIP Flash the hope that they need. But already, look at Annabelle waiting patiently. Brands is going to go ahead and push this in because at this point, they want to start focusing on these turrets. They need to start getting a space. Diversion?
Oh, Annabelle leaves the bush just in time for the diversion to come through. Hades will go for Brands, forcing to flicker out, chasing him down, and will be able to take him down with the help of Curtizi. As Dreams walks up a bit too late, will get chunked as well. Now in his own jungle, Annabelle will be screened by JPL. They know how to try to manage this in the mid game. Even JPL now with the conceal up top. Dreams able to flicker out from that wild charge. Well played, but still for NIP Flash, it's a big win as they pick up a turret and a pick on Brands.
Yeah, good trades happening here. NIP Flash able to also get that first turret. They might rotate fast enough to go ahead and contest this turtle unless they stall it out. NFL not able to do too much damage to it just yet. Diversion comes in. Hades is the package.
Ooh.
They fight it out.
Spear of Alpha straight into Fluffy, forcing a Petrify defensively with a Fierce Dive as well. JPL doesn't have to wild charge. Dreams in the midst of it all. Goes in for I am offended. Finds 3, but now the NetherRealm comes down for the side of Evil's Glory, granting them another HP bar. Annabelle goes for the Retribution, finds it, and now an all-out fight breaks out as Annabelle goes in with a Shadow Kill again on the JPL, taking him very low. The wild charge to chain him down, and now it's going to be Diablo who shuts him down with a knockout strike, picks up 2, and forces Evil's Glory back.
Massive, massive pickup. Like we just mentioned, NIP Flash needs to shut down Annabelle. Oh, Brands won't land the shot. But NIP Flash, that's what they had. The diversion!
Diablo again with the help of the diversion. Now you see him, now you don't.
Shut down Annabelle, I said. Now they got to shut down Diablo. Man, this is the Paquito once again into the meta, being played perfectly so far with this Louis. Looking at the replay here, it unfolded. Yeah, Diablo picks up the Sky Piercer too. And you know, I heard the guys on the analyst stand mention this. And you're seeing it here. You thought Paquito had burst before.
Wow.
Look at him now.
They just got deleted.
He's putting that in his gloves, man.
The Singaporean Devil, man, on this Paquito. Full damage. As usual, you know, he wants to go for the full damage. The Glass Cannon. Vanix all alone in the bottom lane, but it doesn't even matter. Diablo up top. Styling on Evo's Glory at this point. Dodging away from the I'm Offended. He might want to go for more here as Hades postures up as well.
Again.
Spear of Alpha onto Annabelle. Still able to dodge away with the Quad Shadow. Jumps back in now with a Shadow Kill. It's going to be a big shutdown. If he gets it, he finds it. The assassination out to Curtizi, finding one last Shuriken, but Curtizi gets the shielding, and Hades slashes him to 2. Dreams forced to flicker back. JPL doesn't have to wild charge. Has the barrier though. Will wall him away, and now it's going to be Vanix who slays him. But no, they give it over to Hades now. Brands can only just look for a trade in the mid lane.
All right, they're going to have to just put the pressure there. They're trying to stall JP out while they get that mid turret. It will finally go down, but they should just go ahead and disengage from this. NIP Flash really coming out with the team fights in their favor. And really, you know, it just looked like a moment where Annabelle's like, you know what, I just got to try to get this kill, try to make it work. But then they got sandwiched in, and now this gives NIP Flash an opportunity to start up the Lord here. I'm not sure if they fully commit. Diversion once again.
Oh.
The placement. They're going to spot this one out. Dragon form.
Black Dragon form. Man, I'm offended straight up. And now it's a Brands' damage. The wild charge stops him now. That's going to be Hades jumping to the back line, finding the killing spree. Now the Shadow Kill onto JPL and Hades, soaking in all this damage. Annabelle very low. Going to be caught by the Spear of Alpha as Hades claims the double. Fluffy on the chase. Hades running away. Diablo in the bush going to be canceled out. That recall. Dreams chasing him down as Diablo goes for a little bit more of that shielding, but Fluffy gets rid of him. It's a 3 for 2 in favor of Evil's Glory.
Talk about a game number 2 between these two teams. Really going for the points here to get that lead into the Group A. But right now with Lord still up, no team for the taking just yet. They want to go ahead and get that upper hand. But even with the last exchange, you're really seeing, you know, Diversion can make or break games. You can use it to just surprise Evil's Glory here, but at the same time, you can get punished when it's spotted out.
Ooh.
Oof, once again, able to kind of avoid that situation in the mid lane, but both teams still posting up, holding down this Son of Lord, and even with items falling into place, Brands, you're going to have to keep an eye for him. He's already got that BOD, the Malefic Roar, working on the next tier. Might go for a little defense too once again. They try a different spot. Diversion going to be used by NIP Flash. Evil's Glory, though, taking their time, really just letting Dreams play that front side, try to get the information. They at least hold on to the tier 1 turret too. But at one moment, they know the purple buff's up.
Hades goes for a Spirit of Alpha straight into the yin-yang. Reaction, but they're unable to fight it. Oh, Hades finds him when he gets through the quad shadow. Now the Mirror's Passion by Brad trying to melt them down, but JPL soaks it all in. Dreams losing the immortality, flickers out to safety and doesn't get taken out with a fadeaway attacks from Vanix. Now Renner's Apathy connecting onto Vanix, getting him low, but he's still able to sustain a bit. Cortese with a diversion just to read it out, and Hades will be able to secure the Lord as Diablo stays up top to create that macro advantage.
Such a good usage of the diversion just to keep Evil's Glory hesitating. We're gonna look at the replay here. Brand's placement, keep an eye on it, able to really kind of fire off here, of course, lay down that covering fire and keep this from just going all in favor of NIP Flash. They hold them back, but eventually they lose the Lord to it. And like you mentioned, Diablo on screen there, great push by him. So Evil's Glory now finding themselves on the defense. NIP Flash, everything falling into place for him, and I think that's going to be a BOD being picked up next by Diablo. Already has the 2 items, really, that makes him hurt. But once he gets that BOD, that's going to be really tough, unless he also goes Malefic Roar available. But they hold on to it. Evil's Glory on the defense, holding this Lord the best they can. But clear it out, Dragon Form going to be used.
I'm offended, used up as well. Annabelle picks up the BOD. Meanwhile, up top, it's Diablo, who's getting rid of the tier 2. Still for NIP Flash, playing it very, very slow. Trying to go for some of these turrets again as they get rid. Diversion back, JPL! No! With the wild charge, only flickers out of Brands, but a yin-yang reaction connects. That could have been massive, Naisu! But no, man, you hate to see it.
You hate to see it, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles for JPL. Evo's Glory, though, will be able to buy some more time in the game. Again, you know, it's relatively even. It's nothing too out of scale for Evil's Glory to come back to. So with moments like that, NIP Flash could possibly lose a game in an exchange that doesn't go in their favor. With it trying to set things up, they find themselves out of check once again. But for Evil's Glory, with the lineup that they have, at this point, Annabelle has to be a lot more crucial in these entry points with the Hayabusa pick. We know this is just the nature of these assassins that come up. And same could be said, I mean, Alpha to an extent. Once you get towards this mid to late game transition, you're into the late game, you know, the damage that he has in the early game falls off a little bit at this point. So with Evo's Glory, obviously the timings, utilizing that Netherrealm is going to be clutch. Counterplaying these diversions is also important. They've been able to do that relatively well, but every single time the buffs come up here, the purple buffs come up, that's the play from NIP Flash, and right now they're going to go ahead and set things up with this. Evo's Glory really just kind of has to take things slow, you know, until that Lord comes up, until they know that NIP Flash is going to rotate towards it. They're kind of stuck on this side of the map, this side of the base.
Man, Naisu, you move on real quick. I'm still on that play, man. I'm still on that JPL play. It looks so good with a diversion too, and now JPL might be pulled back. Still has the power of nature though. But you're right, you know, for both these teams, they're going to reset once again. They're going to play with the Lord. And unfortunately for NIP Flash, they weren't able to get the maximum value out of that first Lord. You would want to go for all the tier 2s at this point of the game, but they still have enough prio, enough control over the map to go for the Lord uncontested, it seems. Evo's Glory, they don't have a chance at contesting this. Even with the Black Dragon form, perhaps they might be looking for a fight, but Fluffy just gets chunked. And NIP Flash to say hello to that Flying Dragon.
It was questionable. I mean, Evo's Glory, I guess they wanted the information from them, but they're way too late. So once again, diversion going to be used on this side of the map. Evo's Glory trying to hold down as long as they can, but they will eventually lose this tier 2 in the mid lane. Real quick, we look to see if their items are falling into place for a successful defense. Like we said, Brands could pop off here a little bit. He's got the Blade of Heptases now available to him, plus the Malefic Roar. Got a little bit of defense with the Wind of Nature available. But interesting, look at all the Winter's Crowns.
Wow, 3 for NIP Flash.
They are looking for the play, because once they go in, use that active, that can buy them enough time, especially when it comes to the base siege here against Evo's Glory, and even help in dealing with Annabelle. It could possibly just negate that shadow kill damage coming through and getting those procs off. So this makes it even more difficult now for Annabelle to play into this. Once this siege starts up, Lord is nearly there. That base turret holds on to just a little bit of the health. It's going to lose it once that charge comes through. You can already see NIP Flash getting ready
Oh,
knock here, diversion.
Really good waves right now. Annabelle going to be spotted out and read the diversion. They assassinate the assassin. Clockhood wasn't even able to react in fast enough. Now Hades in the back line, getting rid of the Netherrealm as Clockhood will be flickered forward. Diablo now with Winter's Crown, still able to sustain just a bit as I'm offended. Pulls JPL back into the Nibiru's Passion. Dreams finding the kill back. Brand's going to be caught in the yin-yang reaction once again as Black Dragon will be used, but the Spear of Alpha jumps into the back now with the Winter Crowns. Popped in by Hades, by Kurt, by Phoenix. They'll just go straight for the base and they equalize the best of two. It's 1-1.
An NIP Flash will get the win that they need to stay alive even further here through Group A. 2 matches down already for the day. Still 2 left to go. Where will the fates fall for these teams? As man, it's gonna be a close one. I mean, what we're seeing here already, just in these 2 matches, things can really come down to the wire between all the teams for Group A. But man, what a performance here! And it stays at 100% win rate for this Luo Yi. Who is gonna take Luo Yi down? Is this the new rise of a hero that is just 99% contention rate?
I think the analyst said it, right? If you leave the Luo Yi open, that in itself is already a nightmare for you. You have to ban it out. 100% win rate, 8 matches now. This is the 8th game that the Luo Yi has been played in. All the way from the wild card, it was 100% contention rate as well. The fact that we see it picked up so much, Prio, and it's still finding this much success despite the nerfs. You were talking about it as well. The diversion got nerfed, now a longer duration on that cooldown. But these players find a way to still utilize it so well. And I think here we get the ultimate use of the Winter Crown as well. They were able to delay so many of these team fights, basically forcing the pace to be kind of awkward for EVO's Glory. They want to layer, but how do they layer when people just get untargetable for a certain period of time with the Winter Crown? But even Hades, shout out to him, right? Amazing performance, was able to outfarm Annabelle even on a pick like this. An Alpha, fun fact, it's actually a prio pick for Annabelle usually, but now it's Hades who takes it away from him.
Yeah, I think it's a great job that they were able to take that away and work it out with the lineup that they had here. You know, in a little bit, we'll get to hear exactly how the game plan fell into place again. We're going to throw it over to stage. This is Mirko and Naisu. Let's hear to the stage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after an intense best of 2 between EVOS Glory and NIP Flash. And here we have Annabelle, and honestly, we have a lot of questions for you. Your performance so far in the tournament has been very impressive so far. And I do have to ask you, considering your incredible run in MPL Indonesia, making it all the way here to MSC 2024, I want to say, how does it feel playing your first international tournament, considering it's also your rookie season as well?
Jadi dia bertanya dari journey-nya Annabelle sendiri, kan Annabelle season ini kan masuk sebagai rookie. Rasanya gimana sih jadi rookie, bisa jadi grand finalist, terus tiba-tiba bisa represent Indonesia di MSC?
I'm happy for in this Riyadh because I'm so comfort with this country.
Very confident. Very confident. And that's what we like to see with the rookies. Now, your last match of today will be against Fireflux Esports. Earlier, they swept RRQ Akira. But you know what they said? They said that EVO's Glory is one of the stronger contenders. So what do you have to say about that? And how do you feel about facing them later?
Jadi kan tadi Fireflux bisa 2-0-in RRQ Akira. Nah, dia juga mention kalau misalkan EVOS di grup kalian itu salah satu tim yang terkuat. Menurut Annabelle gimana, dan mungkin Annabelle punya message atau nggak ada something yang Annabelle pengen kasih tahu ke audience atau mungkin ke Fireflux-nya?
I think we are not the strongest, but we gonna try the best.
And that's what we like to see. We wish you luck for your match later on. So we're gonna break that down for you and we're gonna head on over to our panelists.
Not fully sure how to talk about that, but again,
yeah.
You know what, we'll touch on that a little bit later. For now, we gotta look at the highlights here where, again, like our casters have said, after 8 games, Luo Yi is still 100% win rate. Now, the question really is it because of Luo Yi or is it because Annabelle does not get the link?
Okay, so I don't think it's about the lane, definitely. Was it about the Hayabusa? I feel like it's a very early pick coming out from EVOS. And I still feel that I will stick to my word that I said early yesterday. It's criminal to give up the Louis at this point, right? So there's no probable trade, and I think that in this scenario where you have this Alpha, that play with the Paquito, you're basically like airdropping a bomb, basically.
You're airdropping a Diablo.
A Diablo, exactly. Yeah, that's essentially it, and there's really no way to stop this Louis.
You also got to give it up to Vanix towards the end there. He started to become a problem, and the Yuzong wasn't able to Black Dragon and wasn't able to create space for the rest of the team because Vanix is just shredding anyone that walks up.
What I feel about this this lineup that they used, especially with the Paquito, which we thought also was really early, was not really answered by Evos. I guess the Faramis is awake to kind of stop the bursts coming out from this Paquito, but NIP Flash played in a way that the Faramis, Clockon could not react properly because Clockon has to take care of the Beatrix, for example, as well as his Hayabusa. So there's a lot of stuff that Clockon had to take care of, which meant that the Paquito had a better time just assassinating people from the back.
Yeah, we got to look at Vanix as the highest goal earner, 752 gold per minute. Hades, 59,000 damage dealt to heroes. JPL taking quite a lot of damage and Dreams having 10 assists. In this game, again, we were talking about how EVO's going up against NIP Flash, Singaporean All-Stars against one of the pride of it. And this is what we've been reacting for before it. This is amazing. This is intense.
There goes JPL. Clockon.
Yeah, again, if we look at a plays here, it really is about, if you talk about the draft, like sure, the Louis getting first pick is amazing. And Hayabusa is an assassin, and assassins are good going up against these mages that doesn't have a lot of ways to protect themselves. Louis has a way to protect himself, but not that much, right? But think about this. If you have, quote-unquote, the answer, and the answer is still not enough, maybe you just ban it out.
Yeah, definitely. I think the way that you deal with the Louis is there are a couple of things that I think about, and that's Ling, for example. Yuzhong definitely is an answer to the Louis, which I feel like is also great. But I think between Arlott and as well as Yuzhong, I would pick up the Arlott because you can just really reset the team fights with your final slash. The Faramis is definitely answer to the Louis, but if you think about it, Louis likes to play against the Faramis because then you can just burst them off with the yin-yang combination, with the duality, the double vacuum.
We keep changing the names.
Yep.
The duality is
you have to start
duality,
with the
reaction.
Right. Duality, all right, with the duality because it counters singularity, which is very true, by the way. Because if they're very together,
there's two singularities
duality.
in the duality.
That's right. But yeah, I think the Hayabusa makes a lot of sense. But then you have to remember the patch. Winter Crown is 100% the nerf to Hayabusa. If everybody picks it up with the adaptive damage, it's hard to play Hayabusa, dude.
Now, it is going to be very difficult to play the Hayabusa when you're going up against Winter Crown, but Winter Crown on our watchers. You guys have the crown. You guys can give us your opinion. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts because you guys are the king and queens. You guys get to dictate what happens around here. If you guys want more plays on the floor, then you know what? Let us know. We'll make that happen. And now we got to look at the Sony MVP. It looks like it is going to be Hades on that Alpha. Or again, giving PTSD. This is one of those heroes that you can be happy and sad at the same time.
All at the same time. I'm happy to see Hades on it. He performed amazingly on it. Show that it's still a hero that can be viable, and maybe it's not always the hero. Maybe you just need a cool name like Hades.
Yeah.
Or Mark.
Or Mark.
Yeah, Hades played this well because he dealt the most damage despite being an alpha. Remember, this is still a utility jungler, although it deals true damage, and if you play it perfectly, you're just an AoE beast. You're a tank that can run over your opponents. But Hades played it well. I think it's very efficient about his skill usage. Compared to his friend, where he actually missed a lot of shots in game number 1, this time was pretty much on point.
Maybe he's just that kind of guy that if I could just be in front and deal damage, and then because the way that he plays the alpha, he goes in, kites back, goes in, kites back, goes in, kites back. Maybe that's just the way that he wants to play. But again, our Sony MVP, 12 KDA, 80% kills. It probably is pretty easy.
Yeah.
I mean, Cortese also played an amazing
100%
game.
win rate, right?
This is a diversion.
It's a diversion,
Yeah.
definitely.
It was
Definitely a diversion.
LaFell tried to divert us.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's the thing. Guys at home, I can say whatever I want. Doesn't mean you have to believe me.
Unless you guys put in your feedback and say we don't want LaFell saying whatever he
Please
wants
do that.
Don't believe everything you see on the internet. You know what? Things happen. Like, Wolf may not be a wolf.
Yeah.
I mean, look at him. By day, he's like this. By night, he could be a Roger. But don't believe that.
Yeah.
Wise words.
This guy, he strikes.
Yeah, but
he was born
arms.
millions of years ago.
Yeah.
You guys want to see a wolf and a Trex go at it?
Okay, you know what? I think that's a good time to actually go to a break while they duke it out. We're going for a short break because after this, we're going for match number 3. We'll see you guys then.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
And welcome back. You guys are about to see RQ Kira going up against NIP Flash. in the second day of group stage in the Mid-Season Cup 2024. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is Strikes as well as Wolf. And here's the thing. You know what? We're going to see you later because we're going straight to the stage.
Yeah, that is right. And now, let us welcome back the undisputed kings of Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. We saw them get knocked down by Fireflux Esports, but we still have more series to come. Welcome back to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is RRQ Akira.
Now, regardless what happened earlier, this team is not to be underestimated because RRQ Akira has actually won 7 titles from A-tier tournaments in Latam.
That's one heck of a record. I'll give them that. And I want to see if they can keep that streak going and build on that momentum in the coming games as well.
Now, they're in danger of getting eliminated should the result be a 0-2 in their next match. And in their next match, they'll be going up against a Singaporean all-star team. We'll welcome back NIP Flash.
Things are getting spicier and spicier here at the Amazon stage when it comes to MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup. We're only in day 2 of our journey, but today we wrap up Group A and we find out who are the first 2 teams to get promoted and qualify for the knockout stage and who are the 2 teams that will be eliminated.
That's right. So we'll determine later on, will it be RRQ Akira who will get the point, or will it be NIP Flash? You know, NIP Flash wants to make a statement. This is the Singaporean all-star team. Singapore hasn't had a good track record in terms of international tournament, but this is the best that they have. Their team that they think will take them to the podium finish. And they did really well in the Singapore MPL season, and they think that's just formality. They're actually ready to take on to see the world. So how about let's get this started? It'll be RRQ Akira versus NIP Flash. Panel, it's all yours.
Very much, and we will definitely receive it. Honestly, let's talk about the story here first, because in the Group A standings, we got to talk about this. If RRQ Akira, because this is the final game for RRQ Akira as well as NIP Flash, if RRQ Akira does not secure any points here, they're going to be the first team to get kicked out.
That's true. I mean, it's kind of difficult for RRQ Akira because we saw them perform well yesterday. I think all fairness, even if it was a 1-1, it was very convincing. They could have won game 1 versus Evos and then lost. But in this, today, Fireflux just really stepped up. RRQ Akira didn't. And you saw some glaring problems with their gameplay. And now they're up against a team that just won a game against Evos Glory. Their momentum is really high. So this is a very difficult spot to be in for RRQ Akira.
I feel like step 1, either of the teams ban out Louis. You know what? This is the notice here. You guys are watching MSC. If you guys can take anything from today, ban Louis. You can confirm?
Can confirm, 100%.
Can confirm?
I think there's also some important things to say here that RQ isn't completely out of this just yet, right? Like, if they can 2-0 this,
that's right.
There's a 3-way tie at the end.
That's right.
Pretty much, if they 2-0 this, no matter what, there's a 3-way tie.
So again, this is just one of those situations where you just win. It's not that difficult, just win. In fact, now we're jumping straight into the pick and bans here. NIP Flash is going to be first pick, blue side, RRQ Akira, second bit, red side. The Angela has been banned off. Again, RRQ Akira, they don't have much of a choice. It's set in stone. Chip and Louis should be banned, and they're banning out the Harry first.
Yeah, I mean, the Harith ban up front I think is solid because it maybe gives the opportunity for NIP Flash to waste one of their bans on a Chip or a Louis. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to leave it up to RRQ. But still, instead of immediately going for the chip, it does give some options.
Okay. Well, what we learned from RRQ as well as NIP Flash is that they really like your utility junglers. I believe that that's also the thing for RRQ. But then again, the shift of like stars will now be different because RRQ definitely looks at Tekashi, which is in the XP lane, and for NIP Flash, they're looking at Hades as well as Kurt. Although there's some merit to Diablo, but I think the Diablo versus Tekashi matchup will be Tekashi will be looking for meta picks, while Diablo will go for the outside of the meta picks.
Even though we're looking at the pick and ban, but we got an update here where if RRQ loses 0-2, they get eliminated. If NIP Flash sweeps RRQ, they advance to the knockout stage. And if it's a 1-1, technically RRQ is still eliminated, but there's a chance for a tiebreaker. So they want to win 2-0, but if they get at least one win, there's still hope.
Yep.
Hey, so some possibilities. And so far their track record, they've made some 1-1s happen. Yeah. NIP Flash is a little warmed up right now, right? There are some possibilities, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay. With this kind of setup, it's looking really weird, but I think Roger should be the priority for both teams. Look at this. All of the meta heroes are being banned out of the OP heroes, as we would say. If this will be a Faramis or a Roger ban, that will be great for RQ. Otherwise, they leave both open and maybe just ban Valentina so that they themselves can pick up the Faramis on their side.
I think Valentina could be a solid ban, and I think that's the toss-up, right? Valentina, Roger, Faramis.
That's right.
All possibilities, and whatever it's left open, NIP, they're going to leave it all open. How about this?
Yeah.
The 2-for-1.
2-for-1, exactly.
2-for-1.
Yep. So, NIP Flash, do you pick up Valentina or Roger? That's the, I would say, the top two picks that you should be looking at in this, the meta game that we have right now.
I would almost prefer the Valentina, more flexibility, because you pick up the Roger and the opposing side picks up the Faramis, and then you're kind of in trouble.
They pick up Moskov instead, so it's totally different.
Oh, Moskov, completely forgot about Hero, man.
He's not looking too bad. 57% win rate. Yeah. We know there's some late game possibilities. RQ decides to take the Valentina and the Roger, the two major meta picks.
So usually what happens with NFP Flash is that they pick up Farsa, which, you know, works really well versus Valentina. But at the same time, you might just settle for a Vexana if you're NIP Flash. And with the presence of this Roger, you're kind of tempted to get the Faramis. But then there's a Valentina, so yeah, they just pick up the Farsa to go with the Benedetta, which they take away from Tekashi.
You always got to look at Diablo, man. Like, you have a lot of this quote-unquote meta picks, and he always goes for the different route. Even though Benedetta is technically still part of the meta, but we haven't seen a lot of Benedetta. It does look like for NIP Flash, Diablo is a reliable source of damage where they're like, you know what, you don't have to technically engage for us. We'll set things up. You can finish things off.
I like it, the Edith now for RQ, but at the same time, you can just settle for something like a Yu Zhang, which perfectly answers both Farsa as well as Moskov.
What about Terizla?
Terizla's also great. It's a pretty standard pick. Of course, Tekashi plays that well. Yeah, but I like some dragons, you know? I like some explosions.
I could agree. They decided to go for the Basha instead, so no dragons, no explosions. Most likely, both of those things will get banned out from NIP here. Whereas RQ going to kind of focus in onto this jungle.
Yep. You ban Fredrin, you eventually ban Alpha if you're RQ. Natural, so that you kind limit the heroes for Mr. Hades. NIP Flash could be looking to ban the Yu Zhang, as we've mentioned earlier. Even when it's almost a hero that's kind of difficult to pull off, I think it just makes a lot of sense versus Moskov and Farsa altogether.
Can I say, is it a crazy idea for RQ here, now that they have the Baxia, they just pick up something like a Florin to make sure that they get very, very, very tanky. And just, like, you know.
Florin Roger works so well.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a whole lot of support, though, at least in groups so far. Like, a lot of the support.
At least not for today. We've seen one Florin yesterday, if I
yeah, that was Echo.
Yeah.
Liquid Echo.
Liquid Echo.
Pakiro, Yu Zhang, Teresa also is a good ban for NIP Flash.
I would say the safer one is probably bang out the Yu Zhang.
Yeah.
Like, Terizla is annoying, but... Oh, Arlet. Arlet, of course.
So you could still see a dragon. It's very possible.
Give me a dragon, please. So everybody transforms now for RQ. Like, it's a Baksha transforms into a turtle. It's a Roger.
Turns into a wolf.
Yeah. Valentina, if he copies the Farsa, turns into a bird.
All the transformations on the floor right now. NIP, well, NIP still need Roamer here.
Yeah. Okay. So
Minotaur's open still. Could be a possibility.
That's
Or
a
like you guys
good
said, they
pickup.
could go for something like support. They also need the jungle here.
I'm thinking Edith actually for
Edith.
NIP Flash. Yeah, it looks good. And they also pick up the Lolita, so it's a Lapu instead.
You guys remember when Lapu, like the Farza Lapu, was always just, no matter what, if Farza got picked, the opposing team would pick up the Lapu?
Good old days,
you know?
Good old days.
Well, they're back.
Yep. So, what do you pick up for Hades? Guinevere. Lolita, I think still you pick up the Lolita for NIP Flash or the Tigreal. And yeah, Minotaur looks good.
Oh, Matilda.
That's a fast-moving composition right there.
It is. It is.
That
Not
is
a
a
huge-
very
Wow.
mobile composition right there. I mean, even without the Matilda, it's a pretty mobile composition, but now you have a Matilda added in the mix, and they are going to be everywhere.
Florin and Diggy looks really good for RQ in this case. Apart from that, yeah, they themselves can pick up the Lolita. I think it's decent versus Matilda as well as Guinevere. What is the last pick, though? Lolita is great, I think, for RQ. But then if they want to be funky, it's Diggy or Florin.
I do kind of like the funky pick, but I don't feel they will go for it. That's the crazy thing, because now, again, reminder for everyone watching, this is a crucial match. Whoever wins the first game is going to have a lot of momentum because the Kufra gets picked up, which could be good, but it's really depending on the setup. So
It's
again,
great.
before I pass it over to our casters, just remember, RQ needs 2-0 to survive. NIP Flash needs 2-0 to advance to the knockout stage. And with the stakes being set, we're done here on the panel stand. We're tossing it over to our casters.
And we're catching. Thanks, Lafel, Trex, and Kaisam. On desk, it's Leo and Gideon at your service for the remaining matches of the day. Gideon, how do you feel about the Kufra making a comeback?
Dude, I'm excited about this draft, right? Everything about this draft is screaming, we want to fight, we want to start getting a snowball, and most importantly, we want to be able to take your space aggressively. So expect to see a lot of blood in this game.
In your face is what RRQ Akira wants to get at against NIP Flash, who, by the way, had an amazing game two against EVO's Glory just earlier. Now we'll see if they can take that momentum into the Land of Dawn, into potentially a sweep, because that's what we're looking for. Again, it was mentioned by our analysts that points are very scarce now, and they are super duper important, because, again, we might end up with as bad as a four-way tie.
I remember we were talking to Zipper earlier, right? And he was mentioning, hey, there's so many different possibilities that could happen, but all of which will lead into a tiebreaker. And I think for RRQ Akira, oh no, this could be first blood if Diablo finds the opportunity. Doesn't use the Petrify, luckily. But I don't think he wants to walk up any further than this. And even in the mid lane, you can see that both sides really want to find that first blood early. The Terrify's going to keep him alive, and Cortese ends up losing his Purify pretty early on into the bout.
Wow, both sides not shy to go ahead and use the resources this early on. That was barely a minute in, Gideon. That was a barely minute in. Looking at the battle spells, I'm still not making most of it. The bottom,
He finds first blood there. Great calculation from Diablo. Timing that Petrify to deny him, but Luis wants to find the trade and gets it back.
There's a reason why they call him the Brazilian Heartbreaker. Amazing instincts from one of the veterans of RRQ Akira. As I was saying, man, I want to make the most of the first opening minutes where there's not much action, trying to make sense of the battle spells, trying to make sense of, oh wait, they're going again?
Yep, they want to get another kill here for Hades, and he finds it. A great off-tempo play coming up from NIP Flash.
Oh no. If there's anything I can read from Takasha's face, man, he's not liking that. I wonder, though, is there a way to make it out of that way, Luis?
He wants more. I think he's just going to go down here. Diablo tries to dive an eye for an eye out of there. Less than an HP. Hades should live this, while Vanix on the opposite side already getting chunked out. JPL now getting involved in the matter. Diablo wants to go back in, but he's on level 4. Hades does get the initial knockup and bounces out with a spatial migration. Sagan still alive for their airstrike coming in for Cortese. Not taking aggressive angles. He still doesn't have his Purify yet.
Just like what Sirio Forel told Arya Stark to the god of death, what do we say? Not today. No one fell despite the amazing amount of mechanics and skills put out down there. That was an ult 2 from Cortese. Now back to the action. Again, a lot of very offensive battle spells, rather emblems for NIP Flash, and it's the battle spells for RQ Akira. On the other hand, that's very offensive. All flickers, no purifies. They don't fear the Petrify from Diablo, so now another big fight.
Yep, Hades already finds two with the Magic Thump and combos it well with JPL to allow Curtizi, and a clean execution of a team fight. 2 immediately down with the Electo final blow as the icing on top. But even when we look to the top side, Vanix ends up biting more than he can chew, does take the shadow from the Spear of Destruction, but will still fall down to Gusta La Gusta.
Okay, so if there's any redemption for the Brazilian squad here, it's up top. It's the gold lane, because again, they lost Turtle. Mid lane, Saigon is having a hard time. Down bottom, Takash has already died, what, twice, thrice now? And it looks like maybe Gusta La Gusta can be their one hope, their one shining beacon of maybe a mid-game power spike, because this is a Roger we're talking about.
Of course, and it feels like they're going to leave Vanix on an island by himself, because a lot of times we're seeing that Hades is rotating down towards Takashi's side of the map to maybe find another kill to speed this game up. In the meantime, though, I will question whether or not our RQ Akira is going to start shifting resources. But then again, here comes the Electro Final Blow once more. King makes it out of there, and that's an early Tortoise Poissons in trade for the Feather Airstrike.
And I get it. As RQ Akira, despite Saigon being nearby and maybe Gusta La Gusta being able to respond either way, they respect the current status quo. We have to play defensively. Circling Eagle used on the 1. Spots Luis. Bouncing ball the response. Which, by the way, I'm hoping for a lot of big things from this Kufra. Much like an Edith, Kufra has a second skill that acts like an ult. Oh no, down bottom, Diablo.
Oh, the flicker as well from Takashi. Misses the stun as well. Diablo, he's out of the situation. He's cheated death once again.
He's out of his mind is what he is. Remembering his Paquito from the previous series, he's just taking that momentum, the speed, the mechanics, the precision on this very mechanical demanding hero. Ooh.
He wants it. Luis wants it. Doesn't commit the flicker to it just yet, but here comes the full dive as King is trying to stop them from actually retreating. Feathered Airstrike as well being popped out towards Gusta. Gusta gets canceled out, and finally that should be the end of this. But no, JPL, whoa, he's in trouble. Ends up dying to the stolen Feathered Airstrike from Sagan and Hades. This is all he can do, right? He doesn't have the damage just yet. Electo, oh no, Diablo looking for an opportunity onto Sagan, already using the Petrify as well. Without the final blow, there's no means of getting out, and even for Hades, he might have bitten a little more than, wait a minute, hold on! He makes it, and Vanix is back into the fight. He ends up finding the first initial trade before Curtizi is there to support him. They're really tracking this out, and they might just get the kill. King survives.
Wow, all throughout that bout in the top lane, right underneath tier 2, the front lines from NIP Flash was actually trying to take down this turret, and they almost got it. If it wasn't for the control elsewhere, hold up. What? Where was the push? What happened? Oh, down bottom, what?
Yep.
We haven't looked at we missed out on Tekash for just a minute, and he worked.
Yep, he was putting some good work as well.
He got it.
So technically, I would say that this is a pretty fair trade for RRQ. They're still slightly behind, but here we go. Luis gonna open up the map. We gotta calm down here. These fights, they're going to keep on happening, and JPL spots every single member of RRQ Akira. They get the initial knock-up with Hades. He wants a little bit more, despite spacing everybody else to conceal, and it looks like RQ want to re-engage into this fight. Even Takashi with the bravest fighter as well. They do find Curtizi, and it's too late. He's already down. Great catch by Luis. Vanix, he's gonna bail away. It looks like NIP Flash just gonna back off.
All right, we're looking at a turtle, potentially the second one. Both teams are actually taking their time with these major objectives because they're so focused on fighting, and the Brazilians get one. Getting his out, can we say that now we're at equilibrium? Looking at the gold, looking at the map, RQ Akira have survived the early game.
Yeah, considering everything that happened down on the bottom side, like, this is great recovery. It shows maturity from this Latam squad.
All right, looking at the gold diff again, Gusta La Gusta. Right where he needs to be against Vanix. Luis, well, again, as the Kufra, when you're up against Matilda, you're really giving up more to your teammates, and you're allowing for these assists more aggressively. Check this out. King against 2. Luis taking control of the river.
And here it comes once again, the Feathered Airstrike and the Soul Feathered Airstrike back in response. They do find the initial kill, but can they get a bigger trade? Luis does end up finding the kill on towards Diablo, and Vanix takes him out, but Gusta La Gusta still on the chase. If he gets JPL, that's a double instantly. A 3-for-2 trade in favor of RRQ Akira.
Me gusta. this Rabid Lobo. He's still going.
Oh, and he gets Phoenix as well. Make that 4 for 2. So worth it. Let's look at the STC replay.
Wow. It started off with a relatively shaky response from RQ Akira. King going down first, but then again, it was the bouncing ball. Luis held him down. Yes, he did trade for his life. It started off as a bad engage. They were down 2, and then eventually the cores from RQ Akira came through, and that's what you saw in that replay. Player cam, Luis was like, yes, that was good, that was good.
That's what they need,
in
right?
Portuguese.
In Portuguese, of course, naturally. But I think this is the problem, right? Initially, NIP Flash said, hey, with the amount of items, with the amount of damage, we're thinking about 2 cycles, rotations of our abilities. We want to use them at least twice in a fight. And RQ Akira are now catching up to that idea as well.
Yep, they are ahead about 1,000 gold here. King continuing the aggression. One of the reasons why Baksha is one of the few jungle utilities that actually flourish in this current metagame is despite being down, despite being behind, his kit doesn't change. The way you engage doesn't change. So that is a level of consistency you can expect even from a team that's playing from behind. But that's a problem that RQ Akira has no longer to deal with because now they're kind of ahead. Even if it is NIP Flash first to the scene. Lord here approaching half health. Gets a soft reset. King knows Hades is around. This could be a potential 5v5. I love how Takashi is taking control of that Y bush.
Oh, yeah. They just got to make sure that these choke points are going to be clear, right? And I think that even for King, his objective, he's still looking for Cortese, right? A large majority of this game has been, can we hit the mid game without having to take too much damage from the tethered airstrike? And if they can get another Purify out of Cortese again, I think RQ Akira can replicate their previous fight.
And river control now belongs to NIP Flash. King spots one in the pixel brush, the committal.
All right, but Hades, he's out of it. Instantly, Luis just short, just 2 inches short from catching him. But now the rest back away. Diablo does get the Malefic Roar, so this is going to be a pretty big power spike for him as the Benedetta. As long as he has that Electro Final Blow plus that Petrify, squishy backlines could be in trouble. Hades gets the initial Magic Thumb. King, he's going to start zoning away. Feather Airstrike is already up. The Stolen One is dealing much more damage, and Lagusta kills Hades. Now on top of Vanix, dodges away from the Spear of Destruction as well as deep positioning from the sideball. But Diablo, he fights King. Cortese the next to fall with the help of Takashi, but most of the time when we look at the kills, it's 2-1 in favor of RQ Akira.
And now they make a beeline for the Lord. 2 core heroes plus 2 chunky enforcers putting up a barrier. Yep, they're going to commit to this. I don't think NIP Flash can actually fight it. SOD off of cooldown. Can't even think of using that. Huge win for the Latam Kings.
Rather surprising that they were able to come out on top in that fashion, right? You would imagine that when we're talking about Takashi and as well as Diablo, there's a pretty big difference between the two gold-wise.
Yeah, now we'll wait to see until the gold spread shows again. And in the items, we'll notice as well how far each role is from the other. We're approaching a 2k gold lead now for RQ Akira with the Lord marching down mid. Here we go. Oh, I love how despite having a hard start, King has just great damage coverage right now.
Yeah.
He has the Antikiras and the Athena Shield. Do your worst, Hades. Do your worst, Kurt.
Yeah, he can't get 100-0 here. And that's the important factor. As long as he's able to frontline for his team, red tree or not, if they win the team fight, they're going to make this trade worthwhile. And it looks like RQ Akira are going to start sieging the tier 2s, cutting off supply routes and reinforcement pathways for NIP. But I think at this point of time, right, it really boils down to execution. Here comes Luis once more trying to open up the map. And oh, Hades, he saw the Magic Thumb is going to cancel. He can't seem to get out of there. He gets locked down by Takashi as well as the rest of the team tries to zone them away. They cannot save him. Diablo even committing to try and cut them off.
Hades on the Guinevere is not a free casualty. That's not a hero you're just willing to give up willy-nilly. And now they're looking at all of their turrets outside their base taken down. Takash cutting it through, proxying it from behind, and that's the wave crashing on down, taking that last turret. About a minute and a half until the next Lord comes through, and maybe the one way I see NIP Flash contending for that is through an SOD and a full-range Feathered Airstrike from Cortese. That aside, every other bit of engagement that they have has to be very cheeky. Again, they're not looking at like a Cho, they're not looking at like a Atlas is out of the meta. But you know what I mean? Like how it's a full a Grok. They're not. That's the thing. Again, in hindsight, I think our analysts will go deep in it, especially if they win. The Grok ban by Coach Cabral. Now the fight.
So Purify instantly Cortese tries to reposition as the rest of the team is just taking damage. Vanix is already down. Gusta Lugusta isolates him. Oh no, even the stun connecting from Takashi. They're connected to the Kala here. Everybody is one. RQ Akira takes an amazing trade 2-for-1 again.
Gusta Lagusta, half man, half wolf, all rabid. 7-1 and 6. About half of RQ Akira's kills come from this young man. I cannot believe how well they protected him. And his one death is all the more worth it now that they're looking at a penetration. Cortese with a feathered airstrike.
Yep, he's going to clear up these waves. They're going to protect another inhibitor. It's important to keep them all up, especially on that first Lord push as we start moving towards mid to late. And it's a scary situation, right? Because it feels like RRQ Akira, they don't have to be so execute heavy on their comp. They can play their time.
If anything, they can ram themselves into NIP Flash with this gold lead that they have. About 5,000 now, Gideon, approaching 5,000, and here we go. NIP Flash for the first time in a while, looking for a fair fight, looking to contest. Lord, a tenth of its health.
They're going to try. The attempt is there. The stuns on that front line doesn't allow Hades, but Hades steals it. He's out of there with the spatial migration. Cortese as well manages to get on out of there. They find two and the steal. RRQ Akira fall fate to just daylight robbery.
That's what they call big money moves. Gusta Lagusta getting shut down. That's 6 kills worth of a bounty for NIP Flash. 4 Hades.
Oh my goodness. How did they turn that around, man?
The gold lead. Kaput.
Oh, I thought RRQ Akira were connected, right? They could see the map like the observer view, but unfortunately, all their attention was so heavy, and I think maybe they made the call a little early.
They need to be more together. And now King takes a few volleys from Cortese as if the early to mid game spike did not happen. NIP Flash now in control. Look at how they manage the waves. It's immaculate. It's all blue now.
Yep. I mean, this is the Singaporean classic, right? They're known for their heavy macro style.
And their cleanliness.
They
cleaned up house, son. Look at this.
It's spotless. It's truly spotless, but let's see if they get an inhibitor. The feather airstrike is already out, and King has lost at least a quarter of his health. They should be able to defend this, but at the cost of at least just one inhibitor. Now, here comes Takashi. He's trying to clear this wave as hard as he can. Rage Blade now activated to get him out of the situation, and they managed to defend one, but here comes the second wave. Now, bottom side, still taking its time. JPL doesn't find the angle just yet as Diablo looking to clear up the rest of the map, and there we go. A clean defense at the cost of one inhibitor.
Looking for that hero play from Astro Thunder Takash. We saw him just persevere through an early game, endure through 3 deaths in the first 5 minutes. Now he has to level up.
Oh no, Hades, he's been caught. The spatial migration won't get him out of there. Gusta Lagusta, little health he has, manages to survive on top of the pick. And now, NIP Flash with a man down. They managed, actually, I don't think it's that bad. Hades goes down, the next objective isn't going to spawn in time, and it's 2 inhibitors.
The young Mark Lazaro, a local of Pasay City, Manila, sacrificed himself for that bottom lane tier 3. I'll take that deal any day. Especially with how, you know, still back and forth these fights are. I'll take it any day. Oh, wait, conceal play. Conceal play.
Oh, then maybe might find something here. Cortese able, with wings by wings, get on out of there with the help of JPL. Stays pretty topped up here. But I agree with you, right? He died for the greater good. And that's very much like the style. As long as they're getting clean trades against each other, economical trades, it's worthwhile.
Don't do it if you're Vanix. Don't do it if you're Kurt. Hades can, maybe Diablo, 50-50, but do what you need to stop RQ Akira from snowballing out of control. Now, so far, despite having lost 2 team fights back-to-back, RQ Akira back on the hunt, taking control of these odd Y bushes. I wonder, well, what could be the play here, Gideon? Like, they're controlling the other half of the map as if they have a diversion. Is it because they're just that fast? They can just rotate that fast? Oh, no!
Oh, they're rolling in. King, he's trying to get on out of there. Manages to get out. Like the final blow! On to Luis, taking him out. Now the backline has full access. Gusta Lagusta is trying to get away, but Vanix catches him with an SOD. And now saying it, he's on the run, but it's too late. They have to throw bodies at the wall. They break 2 immortalities, and Takashi, he's out. There's no way. He's alive!
Did, but he did! And Cortese looking to go hunting, wins by wings, no one home. Despite surviving what should have been a lethal engage. RRQ Akira still not very happy with the results of that team fight. Look at this once more. NIP Flash just welcomed Luis with open arms, melted him like he was a baby marksman. That is a Kufa you're looking at. Treated him like a level 1-1-1.
Yeah, and you can see Gusta Lagusta, he's like, man, I just got clipped at the very edge of it. The very edge. His spacing was good.
To be honest, he was getting away with so much in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Well, that's also fair.
Just like and pounce here, dash on through there.
Casual instant karma.
I-frames, you know. Not this time. It was bound to happen. Now, they gotta defend.
Oh, here comes the bait here from King. Luis unable to catch anybody just yet, but that's the Feather Airstrike as well as the SOD. They're not going to take it this time round. They need to sync up with the rest of the waves. They've got two pushing waves, but one slower and the other faster.
Oh, these are Major waves, man. Big, empowered minions. Plus a Lord up top. Feather Airstrike stolen by Saigon, doing his best. I can feel him sweating, man. This is tough.
Yep. I mean, I think it's even more annoying for NIP Flash here because they're looking at this and like, man, I can take another inhibitor, but really, I just want to crack open the crystal. But if I jump too hard, Luis could punish. Here comes the conceal. Luis behind the crystal to try and make the play. Doesn't find anybody just yet. Slow motions. Hades gets the knock up onto Luis for it. Now he like the final blow being committed as well. The petrify out to Gusta Lagusta. He's down. Diablo finds the pick of a lifetime, trading his life for higher. And that's NIP Flash taking this game. That's 1-0. Nicely done by the Singaporean reps.
Amazing Aikido performance from NIP Flash, the champions of MPL SG, finding that hip toss right in the late game transition and getting RRQ Akira caught him with their pants down, suddenly wondering where did it go wrong. Gusta Lagusta was a monster.
He was a monster. And it's interesting because they shifted their priorities. They're like, okay, no more King. We don't care about your mid laner either. Sagan, you're out of the question. Let's take out Luis. And if Gusta Lagusta walks up a little too close, then we hit him with the Petrify.
And you see it in the young man. He's still contemplating. He's wondering, what did I do wrong? How'd they get me like that? Let's throw on over to our analysts to try and break down what exactly happened in game one. LaFell, it's all you guys.
Dude, what was that game? That was intense, man. Talk about back and forth. In this entire game, I had doubts when I was like, oh, NIP Flash doesn't get this, and then RQ Kira, but they don't get this. Like, this is one of the most 50-50est games in a while, Wolf.
Yeah, we saw that there was already the Roger hitting his power spike. This will be a triple kill. But eventually, there will be a shift for NIP Flash. They will not put Hades into the front lines anymore. In fact, it will be their second unit. And this time also, JPL was able to save his teammates many times. And you gotta have to hand it to the winning plays coming up from the Benedetta. I believe that Diablo just really wreaked havoc this time as the gonna be the devil, the Singaporean devil that was a big problem for Gusta Lagusta in the mid game.
I gotta give it to Vanix, man. Vanix, I think even from this last series to this series, Vanix has just found his timings so well throughout these games, especially with that Moskov.
Yeah. Dude, let's talk about the Singaporean devil here because we've seen the gold laner being the carry, correct?
Yeah.
We've seen the jungler being the carry hero, correct?
Yes.
But now we're starting to see, even in the EXP lanes, like, yo, let me do the damage. Like, this all-star team coming in from Singapore, they're really diversifying. Say, we don't need Hades to carry, we don't need Vanix to carry. Even Diablo, just give him a damage dealer, he'll do it.
It went in for full damage build. I think the only quote-unquote defensive item here is the Festival of Blood emblem, and then eventually the Rose Gold meter. But he went for Sky Piercer, Blade of Despair, all the damage in the world. He knows that he needed to be the problem for Gusta Lagusta, which indeed he was. And Sky Piercer is definitely a good item to have when it comes to damage dealers, like the Benedetta Assassins, for example. I don't know if he got a lot of stacks in there, but I think the 4% mattered so much, even when it was just an assassin, you know?
I mean, like, to be fair, the only tanky ones were Baxia. Takashi, honestly, on the Lapu-Lapu was pretty tanky. He survived that one engage that I feel like he shouldn't have. At that point, if Diablo chased after him, he could have been done for it. But what do you think about the victory for NIP Flash here, Trex?
I think they continue to just kind of show up, I feel like, even, and not only in their gameplay, but in their draft, picking up the Guinevere. They're not scared to kind of break down some boundaries, consistently doing different drafts. It doesn't seem like they're just stuck to one concise play style. Even there, we see some support with them, with the Matilda, and they've been able to just make a lot of things work. Even in terms of earlier late game, they can always kind of find a spike. You can never really count them out, it feels like right now.
A lot of I guess if you just look really deeply into the game, there were a lot of minor mistakes that could have been different for RQ here. Then, for example, Sagan copying the Matilda in the last clash. And obviously, Gusta Lagusta in that spot being hit by the Spear of Destruction. Eventually, the Kufra being completely ignored by entirety of NIP Flash, because we know that the Kufra works well versus Guinevere, versus the Moscow. But what they did was to just ignore him, allow the bouncing ball to be the front lines. Let's go to the back parts.
I mean, like Trek said, like even if the Kufra is good, but late game, Moscow goes what?
Brr.
Goes brr.
He goes brr. No, it's got to be a little more brr.
Brr.
Brr.
Oh, he does it best, man. Like, my tongue doesn't work.
Moskov goes brr.
Brr. I can't do it.
Brr.
You got it. We'll get you there.
It's kind of like brr and then bruh.
Exactly.
Brr.
Yeah, it's very USA, you know.
Either way. It's very USA. We got to talk about how NIP Flash, they have 1 foot across the door here, because one more win and they secure, well, they advance to the knockout stage, where RQ Akira, if they want to survive, and I'm talking about surviving for the chance of a potential tiebreaker, they need to win this one. If they don't, then lights out, it's done.
Yeah, they could have won game number, but I think some of the jitters, again, the nerves really fell into this, especially after losing the matches that you were supposed to win. And I think that loss against Farflux definitely affected them. They were making mistakes in this game that you will be surprised about.
I mean, with that being said, honestly, we got to look at the MVP of the game, the Sony MVP of the game, where it's Hades. It's probably Hades. Let's actually check out some of the clips here, because again, NIP Flash in the early game, Hades was able to get the advantage, but again, props to RQ Kira for getting the advantage back.
Yeah. So this is one of the more important ones, like the turtle that eventually came into Hades' hands. And then he will feel very comfortable because he has the Matilda frontlining for the team. But then eventually they will learn that frontlining for the Guinevere might not be the best scenario. I think that he might be the second unit. Like, allow Matilda to just get the vision and then eventually come in when the coastline is safe, you know?
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think Hades, he bought time in the early game. He made it so the gold never really got away. So even when there were points of RQ, you know, coming back around here in the mid game and even taking the lead, if we take a look at the gold, it's never a huge lead, right? NIP Flash always had a little bit of something in the game. They always had a little skin to deal with.
Yeah, there it is. Definitely Hades. As Mr. Leo would say, a local from Pasay, because Hades' moniker back in the Philippines was Batang Pasay, which means a kid from Pasay.
Oh, that's
basically Pasay is more like a, you know, it's a cutthroat kind of. There's a part of it that's a cutthroat, you know. I wouldn't say it's like hood or something, but yeah, he's a kid from Pasay, and he definitely looked like he's a hoodlum or a gangster in that gameplay, you know.
Interesting choice of words, but either way, is definitely an amazing showcase by our Singaporean All-Stars here, because one more win and they secure to the knockout stage. But we talked about this. When we feel a 1-1 is coming, a 1-1 might be coming. Like, do you guys feel it? Do you guys feel a 1-1?
100%.
I mean, I feel like if it could happen, if any 1-1 could come, it would be Group A.
Yeah, Group A is insane. Group A is the group that could push us to a tiebreaker. Just a very quick one for you guys wondering how the tiebreaker is going to work, where we're basically going to have a best of one round robin, where it depends on the play time. The one with the shorter victory time, you get to relax a bit, but the one with the longer victory time, you guys have to go up head-to-head again. I'm just letting you guys know, just in case if we go for that kind of situation, so you guys can already start discussing it in the comment section. But for now, we have to watch game number 2. RQ wins, there's a chance. There's always a chance for a tiebreaker.
That's right.
And it's crazy. It's not just a 3-way tiebreaker. There's a possibility for a 4-way tiebreaker. Actually, no. Now that it's not a 2-0,
now that
it's 3.
It's a 3-way tie, but Nevertheless, I'm just very happy to see the duel between the Astro Thunder,
yeah,
and Singaporean Diablo. I think it's very interesting how they we look at the duel between these two players. We did mention it's like that a triangle between Arlet, Teresa, as well as Yuzhong, but then we saw Benedetto versus Lapu-Lapu in this case, and there was a time where Tekashi won, there was a time where Diablo won. It was a good back and forth between the two explainers.
Again, I kind of feel like for this game, I almost want to say it's about a draft, but looking at how NIP Flash has been playing, can you really try to figure out the draft? Because I did not see the Guinevere coming, right? They could have more surprise picks, but at this point, I would say that NIP Flash does have a good standing here, so maybe they could hide a little bit of some strats, like maybe don't show every single crazy pick that they have, or you guys feel like might as well let it out?
I mean, with the way they've been playing, I feel like, I don't even know if all of these are exactly pocket strategies. I think they just feel comfortable, and I think we could see a lot more for them. If they 2-0 here, they go on to the bracket, we get into the real best of fives and things like that. NIP definitely, I think, has, you know, plenty of variety in their system right now.
It's MSC, man. I don't think that you should be hiding strats. There are a few chances. For example, just losing one series 0-2 might just really just forfeit your chances of getting to the playoffs. And then the knockout stages are also, you know, cutthroat because it's a single elimination. So I don't think that hiding strats is valid for any team now.
What if they don't know they're hiding strats?
Well,
right? What if they just don't have the strats yet? Right? You don't know. Maybe they're like, after today, they go play rank here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and then they're like, yo, Yisun Shin
is the king.
Is the king. Right? Who knows?
Zask is the king, you know?
Zask jungle.
Zask jungle.
Okay, they might be too much.
Zask gold lane?
But here's the thing, if Zask jungle happens, clip it. We called it.
Yeah.
You look like a genius.
If it doesn't happen, still clip it because the fell will do push-ups.
I mean, no.
Yeah.
No. Anyways, we're about to jump into the draft here where, again, for all intents and purposes, technically, RQ Kira has been eliminated, so now it's more about other teams, you know, like going the way that RQ Kira wants it to be for it to be a tiebreaker, but technically, they're out of the standings.
So what does that mean here? Do we think that they just, do you think they surrender? Do you think all the pressure's gone now and maybe they get the dub? We see it happen a lot, the teams that are out. Yeah, that's...
Go loco. Go.
You're coming with me type of mentality.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
That happened quite a few times already. I believe it was also... it was TOB.
Oh yeah, he has. Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember that, right?
TOB.
Yeah, I do.
I remember that.
That was Homeboys, right?
I don't like talking about M5.
Why not?
Why not?
Same reason I don't want to. Never mind. Let's take a look at this draft, guys.
Well, either way, the draft is here now. RQ Kira is going to be first pick. NIP Flash second pick. It looks like the same suspects, the usual suspects, the Angela and Ling getting banned out by RQ Kira, NIP Flash banning out a chip as well as the Lu Yi. Looking at Gusta using the Roger definitely does look strong, but they got to watch out for Diablo. Whatever Diablo picks up, even if you have an S-tier marksman, S-tier gold laner, you can't feel safe.
Yeah.
Especially because he's probably going to be the one using the Sky Piercer. So I feel like the tricky part going up against the Singaporean All-Star is going up against the Singaporean Devil. You know that he's going to be the carry, but you have no idea what kind of heroes he's going to pick up.
Yeah.
He might even pick up Lancelot for all we know.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy, but it's crazy enough to work.
That's loco.
That's very loco.
I think you probably ban the Roger now if you're NIP Flash, unless you are prepared again for the
Faramis.
Valentinas was the Faramis. Yeah, the Faramis is also one of those heroes that I do like to see.
But I think the Faramis has answers. I don't know if it needs to be like on ban right up front. I think the Roger's solid. Valentina's open now, and we've seen that be a popular first pick.
Harith as well. I wonder if RQ is interested to get that for their gold lane. I believe he's one of those heroes that are also really good when both Roger as well as Moskov is down, as well as the Ling. So it's like you increase the tier of the Harith just because the other heroes are already banned out, so it's difficult to answer now. But I believe NIP Flash, what they usually do with this is go for the Fredrin. So that could be a pickup. Fredrin Arlet perhaps for NIP Flash this time.
Honestly, we have not been seeing a lot of Arlets. I kind of feel like that's also part of the meta shoutout here, where on paper it's good and we know some teams are excellent with it, but we haven't seen a lot of it. So the Farsa and the Cho is going to be the pickup here.
Yep.
And again, looking at MSC, surprising, maybe because I don't play mid, so I thought this would be a dangerous meta for Farsa, but Farsa has really been flourishing.
Yeah, the access to the crown, I guess, the adaptive, the Winter Crown is great. Loads of damage, obviously Blood Wings as well, and it really wins the lane matchup, or winning it by just fast clearing. If you get my meaning, it's impossible to freeze the Farsa in the lane because of the range, which now gives us the idea where you can go for Grok Vexana if you're RQ,
or
or again the dragon.
Right? I mean, like,
it feels like people just aren't first phasing EXPs lately. They're letting it all get banned out.
Oh, Fairness. Against a Farsa Cho. Okay, can understand it. I advise against it. This means though that the Hyath is just such a good pick now for the side of NIP Flash.
The Hyath is good for NIP Flash?
Fredrin, sorry.
Fredrin, all right. Yeah, the Fredrin coming in from... What about Boxia? Is Boxia still an option here? Oh, Hayabusa.
Okay.
Against the Fairness?
No. Okay. Listen. It's weird, but trust me. The Hayabusa can counter Fairness. Sounds weird. You want to know how it works?
How?
You quad Shadow on the Fairness, right? And then you don't even need to use your ult. You just have to use basic attack, use your first skill, force out the Netherrealm out first before a major fight, like say Turtle or anything. Basically, you can commit, use all of the resource, and then once they have nothing, and your cooldowns is much shorter, and then you just fight.
So you're not countering it in a sense of during the fight. You're
Exactly.
trying to force it out before. So if you can shadow kill onto Saigon here, he pops it to survive, and now it's out before the fight even happens.
I've had this experience. You don't need Ogi Shadow Kill. Even 3 basic attacks, the Fairness gets very low.
Yeah. There's the Banai Arlet, as we did say that it could be a good pick for side of NIP Flash. I'm still wondering what the mindset is for this Hayabusa. I do know that Hayabusa is great versus Harith, right? And the thing is, Fairness plus Grok, very strong in the mid lane, but when it comes to hard CC, they're not that reliable. Obviously, Wild Charge is great, right? Flicker Wild Charge. But against Assassins, that's usually not prescribed because it's definitely difficult to land. For example, a Flicker Wild Charge onto the Hayabusa might be baited easily. So maybe that's the idea why NIP Flash decided to go for this Hayabusa. At the same time, they're kind of hiding their Diablo hero. But I'm still thinking Lapu-Lapu is great for NIP Flash. That could be their last pick.
All right, so I mean, NIP, I don't know, I think they could, do they go for gold laner here, right? I think Claude could be the right answer, right?
Claude's great.
To the Faramuse.
Beatrix is great.
Beatrix, decent. I mean, either of those two options. We've seen them both kind of thrive right now in current meta.
That's right.
EXP, for the first time, we aren't seeing the Rizzler or the Dragon banned out right now, unless that ends up being the final ban here. So definitely a good possible answer. RQ, on the other hand, still needs a jungler. They go for like the alpha, like what NIP did against Evos?
Yeah, that could work. Julian also looks good. I think Julian's great versus the Farsa.
But wouldn't that make RQ having too much magical damage, right? Because now they got the
that's true,
right?
Yeah.
The Harry of the Fireman's, and then plus the Julian. I'm not against it. Trust me, I'm not against it. It's just that
it's Harry Potter all over again. Yeah.
Harry Potter's dead.
So maybe maybe Nolan.
Oh yeah,
super accurate.
We haven't seen a lot of Nolans, huh?
Yeah, so I'm thinking Beatrix or Claude here for NIP Flash. Another I would say game changer might be Irithel, which I have been forcing a lot in the past few days.
You've been wanting it. You've been like waiting for it.
Good?
Yeah, waiting for the Irithel pop.
Is it good? No.
Okay.
White people are not picking it.
But Wolf wants to see it.
I just want it. Yeah.
He wants to see that augmented reality Irithel.
Exactly.
I don't think we're gonna see it though. So
Ruby is great versus Harith.
Rubis.
That's great. In this scenario, you're thinking like, okay, this is Ruby Gold probably, and then the Hayabusa will go to the
I don't know, we've been wrong about Ruby Gold the past like 3 games in a row. We keep going, this is going to be Ruby Gold, and then they just throw in a gold laner anyway.
That's true. What if they do something crazy? Cho goes EXP, and Ruby goes Roam.
This meta has us all messed up.
No, I mean, like, this is Diablo. If it's going to be anyone, it's Diablo.
Yeah. Yuzong works for RQ, I think. They pick up Paquito. No, please don't pick up Paquito. Because what happens now is that this is what we call in the Philippines Esmeralda Ball.
Esmeralda Ball.
Yes. For NIP Flash.
Now we got to see if Singaporeans call it Esmeralda. Esmeralable?
Esmeralda. No, it's carry. Yeah, it's not. So it's not gold.
It's carryable.
Carryable.
It's carryable. It's definitely carryable. Right now, looking at the drafts here, I would say we had a lot of crazy ideas, but so far it goes to the more standard kind of route.
Yeah, I know. Like, we really overthink it.
We really overthink it now. Casters, I hope you guys don't overthink it, because we're going to pass it over to you guys. Good luck for this one.
Thankfully so, we did not. Thankfully so. Despite all of the twists and turns in the draft, NIP Flash and RQ Akira end up with a reliable draft. Both sides. Lil G, what do you think?
I mean, personally for me, Leo, I think that you're the more cool-headed one. I'm looking at this, and I was suggesting to you, hey, man, there's a possibility this Cho could go into the EXP lane, man. Diablo could have shown us some extra cool mechanics, but now, looking at both lineups, honestly, I think that RQ Akira, they can hold some ground.
Especially since they have a good front line and a solid amount of burst of both varieties, physical and magical. Let's get into game number 2 again. Despite what this means for the Brazilian squad, their draft tells me they're still here to play. They're still here to put it all out against NIP Flash. So let's expect a great match from both of these teams. World-class MLBB on display for Game 2 in the 3rd series of today's broadcast. Check it out. Look how deep Luis wants to go.
Yeah, I mean, he knows. He's just time. I mean, JPL's trying to time out the power of nature, but here comes Curtizi on the Wings by Wings, getting a really good trade onto Sagan, trying to target him down. Great target priority from the side of NIP Flash, but honestly, when I look at their composition, I'm thinking about the instigators, right? JPL and as well as Hades. Once they hit level 4, I'm expecting Sparks to fly, to try and get RQ Akira, like Lefel mentioned, use the Netherrealm as early as possible.
Yep, force it out of time. Put them in a position where they don't have a reliable source of a re-engage, more health bars to work with. Looking at the opening items here, interesting how Saigon actually invested in the tough boots first. So he knows he's gonna get kicked, he knows he's gonna get rocked, get hooked, and I guess that spells out the fact that maybe RQ Akira might go defensive.
I feel like NIP Flash are the ones who might have to play defensive in the earlier stages of the game, right? Well, that's under the assumption that RQ Akira has the resources to kind of push the limits. But for now, with 16 seconds left on the clock, we're expecting the mid laners to get involved in the EXP side. And yeah, you can see Sagan, he's rushing to catch up.
Oh, where is he? All right, cool. He was sent home. That's a technical knockout, but again, no harm, no foul. No one went down just yet. And Kurt Easy making it first, and he is going to see all of this first wave. Saigon too, so yeah, that's just about, what, one small minion that Kurt Easy's up ahead.
They're trying to get level 4 as soon as possible, but it looks like RQ hit it first. And PFL in position. Hades steals it away. The second time he's done it in the series alone. But JPL finds the kick of lifetime on towards the correct target. Luis without the power of nature as well. They don't even get the opportunity to get the return on their investment.
Didn't even go for the flicker. I think a part of Luis knew that he was going to get hit. There's a lot of ults. Maybe hope for a few more battle spells, but he did force JPL to get the kick in. Now Gusta Lagusa solo killed underneath tier 1. The shadow kill committed there by Hades.
Great punish by NIP Flash, right? After finding these plays, and especially when you have that man advantage, you're just looking around to see if you catch anybody slacking, and unfortunately, that was in the gold section. And Diablo, from what we were expecting him to play with the Benedettas, the Paquitos in the previous times, now he's on Ruby. It's for Takashi, he was, I guess he was hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah. But of everything that NIP Flash brought to game number 2, that might be the question mark. For me personally, I'm like, whoa, why? Why the Ruby? Now, Curtizi popping the Feather Strike, forcing out King and Saigon to respond. Man, this is tough. Outranged RQ Akira JPL.
Yep, it looks like he just got caught out of position. Way of the dragon onto Gusta. Lugusta really doesn't matter. Still falls down at the end. Looks like Luis finds the trade and the revenge for earlier.
All right, that doesn't really close the gap just yet, but it allows for RQ Akira to get more farm around. If you'll remember, about a minute back, King can't even cross the river. Now Takash in trouble, 2v1.
Oh, this is not good. Hades, he can easily pick this kill up. They're trying to isolate that way, but on the top side, Lugusta ends up dying again. He ends up getting stunned. Without any purifies, he won't be able to make it. King looking to try and find a trade anywhere. JPL will get a... Oh no, the kick doesn't come through. He gets hit by the energy eruption just before he can pop it off.
Imagine, even if King is one of the chunkier members of RQ Akira, if you get kicked in that tier 1, especially with how long the fight has gone, yo, best believe King will be dead.
Absolutely. This is going to be a fast turtle for NIP Flash. Still riding off the momentum off of JPL's initial kick. But man, we haven't seen any of these tier 1s collapse just yet, or at least melt away. Oh, hold on. Hades is dead. He just goes down. Great wild charge from Luis, catches him in the middle of the animation.
Yep, the turret actually tracked him with that one last basic attack from the major objective in mid. Now JPL trying to get out of dodge here, going through that Guardian's barrier, checking out the items. That's tough, man. It's just Saigon actually who's able to breathe for RQ Akira. And of course, Luis by a small margin, but you don't want your roamer to be up ahead. Like, that's the last role you want actually doing well.
Oh, considerably annoying, but what can you really do about it, right? You'll take any of these kills and you'll take as much gold as you can. It's always greatly appreciated. But still, when you're up against a carry, no matter how scaled up you are as a tank, you will eventually die.
All right, I was just looking at JPL, and we were talking about how only fast comes up really quickly. Dude, all it took was a little shuffle for him to get it back.
Look, I mean, the changes on fast rate. Wild charge comes through, JPL should be able to make it up. He's got it back again.
He's got it back again!
I'm telling you, I did the math on this, right? And especially with those one-trick ponies on Cho EXP, he can get 2 rotation. He can get 2 triggers of his passive now. It's so easy to hit.
I want to see his mid-game items because I'm just imagining Thunderbelt on a Cho. Right? Imagine that. You're stacking only fast, you're stacking those enhanced basics, and you're getting permanent hybrid defense. Here we go. Item check on him. Corrosion sight so far on to Vanix in mid. Takash dueling with Hades. He's fine. He can afford to do that. Starlium Scythe onto Gusta Lagusta. So he's hungry, but he's eating okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not like he's dominating this lane as well, and let's not forget he's... Whoa, hold on. JPL in some trouble, gets pulled back by Shadow Stampede, forced to flicker away as Gusta Lagusta ends up getting chunked by Curtese. Nobody ends up dying here, but yeah, let's pull it back, right, for a moment, because as Hades is going to be able to take this turtle down south, Vanix is actually 2 levels ahead on top of Gusta Lagusta.
Yeah, again, gold might not be his biggest problem, it's actually EXP. The 2 deaths on this Harith early on cost him that XP loss, cost him the dire position he's in right now. I mean, he still has his turret, right? The map isn't as small for the Harith as it could be right now if NIP Flash were a little more aggressive, but they don't need to. Actually, they're just calling the shots. They're happy to keep it at about 2,000 gold ahead here.
Yep, it's the cold calculation. This is the Singaporean, traditional Singaporean playstyle, which is kind of uncanny looking at NIP Flash, who has like a Hayabusa, and as well as the traditional, signature JPL Cho, where they like to be aggressive and like to snowball out of control.
I call it Singaporean fusion.
Singaporean fusion.
It's traditional, but it's up to date. It's
a modern day fusion.
There you go. It's for 2024. The kids love it.
Oh man,
call it Singaporean fusion.
Singaporean fusion. All right, that's something that might actually stick. We'll see with their community. But here comes the wild charge. JPL still trying to get on there. 3 hits of the G couldn't go, as well as a Shunpo gets him out of there. An interesting play coming up for the side of RRQ Akira. Nobody else wanted a flicker.
Got hints of Filipino, a note of Japanese. That's Singaporean fusion for you. In control still, about 3,000 gold ahead, give or take. Oh my God, did Hades just committed Grand Theft Orange?
He's just utilizing the space. RRQ, if you want to stick together like the kingdom that you are, we're gonna start stealing your resources.
They gotta be together, man. More together than ever, because I think that's one thing that Gusta has been able to do. Oh, wait, what the gosh? All right. He hasn't really been able to dance on his sword. Ain't no good Zaman Force just yet. They've always been defensive Zaman Forces.
You know what? You're right. And I think it'll... Oh! Cortese gets Gusta Logusta before he can even respond. Especially once he literally just hit his power spike. He got one item and it was like, all right, let's go. Let's blow him up.
We were just mentioning how all of his ZFs were defensive. Oh no, there's a kick.
Way of the Dragon, but also the Netherrealm pops out, and it doesn't really matter because without the Netherrealm, Hades is going to start chunking away with the Oki Shadow. Oh, Diablo, don't tell me he dies here. He heals up. Oh, he manages to get out of there. Thank the wave saves his life.
El Guapo Diablo have yet to die, man. 1-0-1. You know what? Sometimes when the rest of your team is this ahead and this in control, you don't mind just being a nuisance. You don't mind just being a damage punch for just a bit.
Oh, he's trying, he's locked down, and Gusta Logusta picks up the kill as Vanix is the next to fall as Takashi punches him down with a 1-2. Gusta Logusta secures a double.
It's been a tough 10 minutes for RRQ Akira. For the first time, they actually get a winning trade. That's the first offensive Zaman Force that Gusta Logusta got, right? So if only things were better, if only, here we go, one more time.
Ah, Luis pulled the trigger too early and even tries to go for the Nature's Barrier outside the map. Netherrealm to try and escape here. Will they get out of there? Hades gets knocked up. What? He ends up dying. He didn't even bother using his all JPL now on the run. Ends up another 2 kills. Fall into the hands of RRQ Akira on the Lord push.
Never count Gusta Logusta out. I was first made familiar with this young man in M4 in Jakarta, and here, all the way across the world in Riyadh, he's showing us, hey, I'm gonna lose the early game, but after my power spike, best believe I'm gonna make you pay. They're still defending though. They're still on their back foot, but it's looking great for RRQ Akira now. They are down about 1,500 gold. What's the items looking like?
Well, considering their position right now, it's pretty phenomenal that they actually bounce back, similarly to how NIP Flash was playing in game number 1.
Gideon.
Why?
HC incoming, HC incoming.
No. Is he almost there? Oh, he's already got the 3 wands. He just needs a little bit more. Hades does get the Blade of Despair. Hopefully that might make a difference now rather than later.
Ouchies. Yeah, that's definitely a power spike for the Hayabusa.
Hopefully, they can do a little bit more than this, right? Because again, as NIP Flash, they need to snowball out of control. They might just get outscaled at the very end here. These tanks are going to be very useful for the side of RRQ Akira to buy some time. And there's the Holy Crystal purchase.
Oh, Lord, he's full on Harry Potter now.
Oh boy.
Gusta, you're a wizard. Vanix working on this turret. Takash spots him. Trying to punish that gold laner.
Oh, Vanix, he is getting so low, and now the full rundown. Hades in the back, tries with the quad shadow, but they managed to get on out of there just in time. Great peel from NIP Flash.
All right, Hades in the back, Akihiro-san in the front. JPL doing great work here, but can he stop RRQ Akira's forward march?
Diablo, he's able to sustain through this, but Hades, he's going to try again. This time, doesn't get hit by the knockout strike by Takashi. Gets out of there with the quad shadow. No kills just yet. And even so, Luis still standing guard. Hades tries again, once again with the quad shadow. Doesn't find it just yet. Despite it all, he isn't the Warcry user. He is the Lethal Ignition user, so he has to take these trades according to that talent.
Yeah, it's full-on burst. It's not the sustainable kind of Hayabusa where you don't mind the fight going 10-15 seconds because you have that window of opportunity where even your basic attack is lethal. Now, Lord spawns, second Lord of the game in the upper quarter of the map. NIP Flash scoring the Little Wanderer early, giving RRQ Akira a little something to deal with. Bottom lane, it's a battle of XP laners. Astro Thunder and Diablo El Guapo going at it. Ooh, misses a hook there. Oh, here we go.
Well, he should be fine unless we do see Gusta Logusta get into the fight. Sagan ends up dying here, and LaFell might just be onto something on this one. As much as Assassins get countered by the Netherrealm, if it's forced out early, man, these Assassins, they can really push your buttons. Feathered Airstrike from Cortese, trying to deter the rest of the members as NIP Flash just target down King, stalling this out, and they want Luis as well. They're going to find as many as they can, but here comes Gusta Logusta with the Holy Crystal, able to start cleaning up, finds the double kill, and as well as Vanix. They don't have the time to finish this. Can they get it? Hades finds the Lord, and now they're trying to get out of the way, but Sagan, he doesn't mind. Stick closer together. Diablo finally out-sustaining everybody in this fight for Curteasy. He can get the mega kill. That's a full wipeout. NIP Flash with the Lord. 3 for 5.
Curteasy, not even ashamed to use the Feather Dash right now to clear the waves. Pronto, double time, marching down mid. Let's check out the replay once more. Gusta Lagusta, amazing response, but way out of the fight, the range from the actual fight that was just about to happen. And Hades let out an amazing ult right where it mattered. And then it was too little, too late. Diablo, he was a silent killer here, man. No one noticed that he was able to deal that much damage. Now Luis in trouble, got the kick.
But King is able to bail him out of that situation. Luis, he doesn't mind dying, but at this point of time, every single one of these death timers are really going to hurt, especially when you have Lord Empowered minions pushing at your inhibitors.
Look at this. El Diablo Guapo with a hybrid build. War Axe, Sea Halberd, Queen's Wings, Oracle. Building immortality, if you ask me, up next.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense if he does put it together, right? Unless he gets greedy and thinks, you know what, Brute Force Breastplate is the way to go for the extra cooldowns.
Just keep going.
Yeah, just keep pushing forward, right?
Forward combat.
Personally, for me, I do think that Queen's Wings is the recent hot item for a lot of these EXP laners, right? It gives you so much, but here comes the I'm Offended towards Kingside. Oh my god, he's getting melted down, but Vanix doesn't get that last auto to proc in time. The Netherrealm saves him. JPL does get a good G-Kun Dome, but doesn't find any targets whatsoever. And now the Light Wheel is dealing mega damage here with the help of the Oki Shadow Kill. Hades finds one. Hades can get a second Feather Airstrike on second rotation again. He gets him. JPL now extending this lead, handing his head over to RQ Akira just to fish him out.
Worthy trade. Any day I'll take that. The Roamer for 2 heroes, the jungler, and a gold laner. I'll say it now, RQ Akira, one of their only hopes is if Gusta Lagusta gets a good dance in. If he's able to lay down the Zaman Force underneath the turret, maybe take 2 for 1, 3 for 1, that's it. But looks like NAP Flash not gonna let that happen.
Yep, Hades gets stunned, but the Oki Shadow Kill. So much damage with the lethal ignition. He's out of position. He'll eventually die, and Luis finds him at the cost of his wild charge. Diablo, he's gonna take his time with this. I'm offended by some extra time. He's sustaining through the damage, but Gusta Lagusta will still run him down. That's 2 inhibitors down, 15 minutes into the game.
I'm wondering now how RQ Akira will adjust to what kind of damage NAP Flash is bringing, because at some point, yeah, you can build your Antique Karasses, you can build your Athena Shields, but you're also dealing with true damage, man. Well, I haven't really seen Vanix do much, save for that maybe Shred in that last long team fight, but he's still a threat. And who does RQ Akira send to fight that kind of threat, man?
I think it's about position of where the fight happens, right? I think they need to catch them at a choke point. I think that's a big thing, because right now, NIP Flash, with a lot of space, they can hit them from multiple different angles, and RQ Akira have to decide. But here we go. Here comes the Lord JPL. Oh, wait, everybody gets knocked up, and Luis is the one who gets it because of the anti-CC. Oh, my goodness, he Power of Natures to secure the Lord while people are in the air.
The Brazilian Heartbreaker strikes again. Could have sworn NIP Flash orchestrated a perfect steal, but then again, RQ Akira, I don't know if they thought that through or if they saw that coming, but hey, they got away with it. So at least they walk away with an extra life.
They walk away with an extra, oh my god, he purchases the Brute Force Breastplate. He's only moving forward, Diablo. But man, let's bring it back to that. I mean, 4 people, 3 from the side of RQ Akira, plus JPL like gets knocked up. I don't think it was intentional.
It's like a trampoline. He just did what he felt was right in that moment.
Oh goodness. Oh, maybe they have to change the indicators to be extra bright so that people don't get hit by it often.
I'm okay with the way it is.
Really?
It's an art. It's an art dodging those Lord skills.
Even though the Lord technically is blocking it. I mean, this should be a clean defense for the side of NIP Flash, because Diablo and Hades have been pushing mid and bot at the same time. Wait, hold on. They're not. Wait, where's the rest of the team? They're getting canceled. Curteasy is purposely canceling all on time. Here they go. Takashi, it's all up to you with the help of King. They almost make the backdoor happen, but the defense is strong, and RQ Akira now chasing down these backdoor fiends.
Here we go. That's the last shadow he's got. Can they catch him? The burn wasn't outside and gets the kill.
Nicely done. Nicely done. A good call by NIP Flash. They saw the angle, but the punishment that RQ Akira had, at least they responded in time.
Oh, wow. You see here the veteran wiles of RRQ Akira. They are not an MPL, Brazil, and Latam all-time champion, if not for their late game awareness. Check this out, man. They might be able to at least take another inhibitor?
No.
Maybe threaten an end?
No, they can't end for sure. Cortese has the feathered airstrike. He's just spawning. He's just dropped it down just to show them, hey, this is our landing strip. You better not walk any further than this. But at least now they're starting to take some really important smaller objectives, like the purple buff.
From nigh endable to penetrating down mid. Okay, despite being up against the ropes in the corner, bleeding, RRQ Akira still know when they have a kill angle.
You know what? I'm going to be real with you. This game reminds me a lot of M3's last Singaporean representative, EVOS, right? Because it's always that back and forth. They get a lead, then their other opponents get the lead, and then it's just continuously back and forth until it's dead even 16-16. I'm getting a lot of flashbacks.
Hey, EVOS ended M3 at 4th. So that kind of playstyle got him far.
And JPL was part of that roster too. So it's all, man, history's repeating itself, is it not?
It's the bleeding effect.
It's the bleeding effect.
Are you guys fans of Assassin's Creed? Now, here's the thing. For those of y'all who don't know, JPL's been playing since 2017.
He's been around for a very long time. Previously, MPL, MY, and SG used to be one entity before we split up, and even then, JPL was still part of it since Season 1.
JPL, you could call him a precursor. He was there since the even before it all started. JPL, oh no, speak of the devil!
We were about to cast a curse him. I'll be real with you.
we were talking about it a little too much, man.
Yeah, we were teetering on the edge here. But now RRQ Akira. Now I'm scared to talk about RRQ Akira, especially in such a high-stakes match. Woo. Like, they need every point they can get here.
Speaking of, all right, this gives us some time to digest what's going on. I just noticed, Gideon, Lord is on stage.
Lord is
That's
on
not what
stage.
I was going to point out. Tier 1 down bottom for NIP Flash is untouched. I mean, it's standing there with about 2.5 HP, but it's still standing.
I mean, I don't think at this point of time a single Lord take from the side of RRQ Akira is enough, or they just kind of spit on it a little. It'll go down. It's fine.
Spit on that thing.
Spit on that thing, brother.
A minion trips into it, it breaks. I swear. You know what? Sometimes you just need to relieve the pressure a little bit. Maybe that's what RRQ Akira needs to do.
They look at it like a little cyst. They're like, we gotta relieve the pressure. If not, this is just gonna get worse for us.
Quick adjustment, you know. Like, give your chiropractor like a nice coffee and can you just hit this spot real quick? Like, I don't need a full session. we're buddies. We went to high school together. Can you just please?
And you're oddly knowledgeable about it. It's like, it's C3 right here.
There it is. You know what I mean? That might open up the map for RRQ Akira.
I think that's the thing, right? Because right now, in terms of play styles, we're coming to a point where grouping together with such an open map from the side of RRQ Akira is the more effective strategy. Because if you get caught slacking here, maybe there's a backdoor opportunity, but it feels like RRQ Akira are pretty on top of things.
Oh wait, now you mention it, for NIP Flash, that might actually be one of their major options. Like, that might be option A right now. Just get the backdoor in because we can't win full frontal team fights anymore.
Exactly.
We're past that point.
Yeah, I mean, even in game number 1, the biggest advantage that they had, especially, I'm talking about late game here against RRQ Akira, was the fact that they had all of their inhibitors, right? Yep. Now, it's a bit of a change, and you can see a lot of stress on the faces of RRQ Akira, and I can only imagine not as much for NIP Flash, because that doesn't mean they get eliminated if they drop this game.
Yep, we're already here. That is RRQ Akira's fate. Their key, as mentioned in day 1 during the opening ceremony, is about to get shattered.
I mean, it's out of our control, unfortunately.
See that little triangle next to the Lord's Trident? Say goodbye.
Oh man, it's gonna be. Oh yeah, but the end of today, they're gonna start handing them over to get eliminated, right? The little keys. I gotta take a picture of that key one day or another. How heavy do you think it is?
About 4 or 5 kilos.
4 or 5 kilos?
I reckon. I mean, they look pretty solid. I'm over-exaggerating that. I don't know.
It's probably like 2 towers worth. Maybe 2 towers worth. That's like what, 600 gold?
2 pints.
2 pints.
Is that a weight? Is that a weight? What kind of weight?
I mean, not in Southeast Asia, that's for sure.
0.6 stone.
Don't.
Where do they use stone? But it's a real, folks. It's a real measure.
It's a real measurement. It may not be the SI unit of choice.
Yeah. but it is. Neither here nor there, we're still talking about the matchup here. NIP Flash, arguably in control, but RQ Akira have been finding a way to win team fights more often despite the pressure placed on this man right here, Sagan. He's had to survive all of these burst damage from Kurt, from Hades, and what is the interaction between Diablo's I'm Offended and when they all get really together?
I mean, he heals a lot. And I think it really boils down to when were they going to get the anti-heal, right? Because Diablo was pretty ahead of the game for a large majority of it until Takashi decided, hey, if I can't beat Diablo, at least I will beat down Hades. I will beat down your mid laner too, Curtizi. Doesn't matter who. If Vanix walks too close, that knockup strike is going to connect.
Oh, here we go. Back into the matchup. They were in the midst of as close to a Lord Dance as we can get here in the current metagame. Lord at about half health, slightly edged over to RQ Akira. Got that soft reset.
Yeah, I think this is pretty advantageous for the side of NIP Flash. They only have to worry about the mid lane, right? And I was wondering why RQ Akira didn't try and invade, but here we go. Diablo finds the I'm Offended onto Takashi's side, almost gets melted down. Vanix, wait, they're trying to go for the seal once again. They kick. Oh, King, he's outside of the pit. They're just holding it on. Hades, somebody, can they actually go do it? The Oki Shadow kill is already out. King is dead. They're playing for the kills. We don't need the Lord no longer. Quad Shadow out of there. The maneuvers just to keep him right on the edge. Sagan, he's still alive. Manages to get on out of there, but the I'm Offended from Diablo is really costing them a lot. Gusta with a conceal as well. Dashes away, drop down. The Summon Force, can he outplay it? Comes back up with the crown. Nah, Vanix puts him out of his misery, and that is going to be the GG push. Here comes the rest of NIP Flash to close it out. Their fate is sealed.
A sweep by the Singaporean champions, putting on a showcase of Singaporean fusion, a playstyle made popular by their small but very powerful region, coming up on the world stage now. Thank you, obrigado, and GG well played to RQ Akira.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal game, honestly. Both sides bouncing back and forth. But unfortunately, I mean, I had a conversation with Hades previously, and he was saying that my team, I believe in them because this is the time that I see that everybody wants to put Singapore on the map in the MLBB competitive space.
And they gotta. I need to get a confirmation, but I do believe this puts NIP Flash right into knockouts territory. This may have confirmed them. Yeah, top of the bracket in Group A. Spicy. And to think we all pegged EVO's Glory to top this. Nah, y'all forgot. Y'all counted out NIP Flash. Don't do that. Don't do that. Not to mention Akihiro-san. Not to mention JPL. He's been playing basically forever. Consider when MLBB Esports became a thing, he's been playing since.
He's been playing since, right? He is what we call a legacy player. And honestly, if they were going to induct a legend, I think that JPL very much qualifies.
I put him in my top 10.
Ooh.
I put him in my top 10. Come M5, go watch that video.
Don't tell me you're going to start a fan club for him in 2.
Don't make me.
The JP Lunatics.
Oh,
yeah, I got the name for you, buddy.
Hey, Moon just came back, so, you know, Moon Addicts is still on the table.
It's still possible. Let's see how many people are going to be excited for this upcoming interview. It looks like it's Diablo.
Can't confirm there is a Diablo fan club. Let's go to the Wood Sandstorm and Marakino on stage.
NIP Flash is moving on to the next round. All smiles here from Diablo. You guys are the first team to move on to the knockout stage. I know you're really happy right now. Can you describe to us what's going through your mind right now? How are you feeling?
Definitely very happy to survive this group because initially when I first saw it, I felt that everyone has an equal chance, and we proved that Singapore has just a little bit more chance than them, so we made it through this stage, yeah. And kudos to all the teams, they all fought well. None of them are easy for me, I feel, yeah.
And for sure you're the team to look out for because now you swept your team, so all eyes are on you guys.
Yeah, that's definitely going to add quite a lot of pressure on your shoulders, but I do have to ask, during that first game, it was incredibly close. You guys were a little bit behind, but I want to say the tables turned rather when it came to that Lord steal. So can you take us back to that moment and just tell us what happened the second that moment happened when the Lord was stolen for you guys?
Definitely, even though we weren't in the lead because they were in the did, but he didn't give up on trying to take the objectives because it's all about the macro game right here in internationals, and we trusted in our jungler to steal the lot, and he did.
Yeah, that he did, and I think we saw it multiple times, not just the one time steal from your jungler, so very well played for you and your team.
You guys are considered the all-star team of Singapore. For sure, everybody in Singapore right now, they're cheering at home. They're so happy with today's result. What exactly is NIP Flash's, what's your, not just your goal, but what are you out to prove in MSC 2024?
Because back in M3, EVOS got top 4, right? So everyone back at home wants Singapore to replicate the same thing. So here we are right now trying to replicate the same thing, and even maybe if God allows, we might even go further. Yeah.
With your performance, there's a high chance that you will get the podium finish. Congratulations once again, Diablo, and to NIP Flash Singapore. You can celebrate for now. They're going to be moving on to the knockout stage. We're going to break it down for you, so we're heading over to our panel.
Oh. You know what? Doesn't matter. We're in the highlights now, where again, what a game between both teams. And this is one of those games where NIP Flash tried to go for the backdoor. I thought it was going to work out, but it didn't. But still, overall, NIP Flash, what an amazing showing from them.
You know, there were so many parts in this game where in the Philippines we call it throwable. We just put able in.
No, same.
Throwable. So many times it was throwable, and if you're a Singapore fan or fan from Singapore, you're definitely going to be shaking your head over some of the decisions from NIP Flash in the latter parts of the game. Despite them already being comfortable, because we know for sure that winning game 1 was all that mattered, but winning game 2 cements their spot at the playoffs. This one kind of made it shaky, but Courtesy showed up, Hades showed up as well. I don't know how they managed to pull this off, because the last pick carry, I really did question it, because it's up against Faramis. We know for sure that Faramis triumphs over that, and of course Harith wins the lane matchup for Scary, but they made it work. Vanix is a god from now on.
Wolf. Let me just say, Carry will lose to Faramis with that attitude. You can't.
Yes, sir. You're right, sir.
The coach is like, can you do it? He's like, yes, I can.
Yes, sir.
You got to have the right attitude, Wolf.
Yeah, it's all about attitude nowadays.
It's all about attitude. Look at Gusta Lagusta, right? He has the highest goal, highest damage per minute. Luis, highest damage taken per minute. JPL, 9 assists. Now let me talk to you, Trex.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because the caster said we put NIP Flash down. It's like, no,
not us.
Okay, who thought NIP Flash would be #1? Raise their hands. It's all predicted.
Yeah.
Right? I thought it was going to be number 4.
Leo, why would you think?
Wait, what did you say?
No, nothing.
What? Did you say EVO's Glory #4?
No. See, here's the thing. I got a thing called the curse, so I'm trying to help out my boy. I'm trying to help out my boy, Mirko, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought NIP Flash would be #1 anyways.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they got Mark.
Get Mark.
Mark is all you need. But
great name.
Either ways, just to confirm to you guys, NIP Flash indeed advances to the knockout stage. Actually, Trex, I gotta shout you out, because he did the numbers, and looking at the situation, once they won the first game, yes, they made through the knockout stage. And our ALJ match of the day, that's where we really gotta see, like, who's moving on. Is it gonna be EVO's Glory, or is it gonna be Fireflux? Something about ALJ, man, they knew. The future. They knew.
It's almost like because that's actually crazy. I don't know.
Dude,
maybe I'm nerding out. Maybe I'm geeking out. But very rarely do we all get something like that, right?
Yeah.
And the ALJ match of the day is on point today.
They selected the match of the day yesterday. They knew what's going to happen.
They knew.
Speaking of knowing what's going to happen, you know what you guys have to do? You guys got to tell us your opinion. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. What do you guys think can be improved overall when it comes to the show, from the caster segment, the panelist segment, the host segment? Any way we can improve, we want to improve. And now we got to look at the MVP, the Sony MVP of the game. Honestly, could go to anyone, because look at that game, man. Everyone brought their A game. Even Wolf was like, yo, Vanix a god.
Yeah, Vanix should not have gotten what he was able to get in this game. I think that Diablo was also very confident in this game. Is the EXP Ruby that we are not seeing that much, but he was spectacular. Hades, of course, doing Hades things. Really good at assassins, but definitely will be answered for quite a time. And of course, securing the objectives is what matters most. There will be a good Diablo play here later on. I think he's going to be using the Flicker, but eventually will be outplayed by Gusta the Higher. We'll see.
I mean, a lot of possibilities. I do think, I don't know, Hades, man. I think it's we get to see the Hayabusa work this time and actually carry through even into late game. It felt like last time we saw the Hayabusa, it started to fall off a bit, but Hades was a monster from start to finish. But it's Curteezy once again.
Curteezy though.
Yep.
He's Curteezy though in the game. This Farsa reminds me of Uchiha Madara, man. Like he brings down one meteor and he was like, nice Onoki. What are you gonna do with the next one?
Nani?
Onoki, yeah.
Onoki.
You don't know, it's okay.
Nani?
He's an old man, kind of like you.
No. Naruto is actually quite old, if you think about it.
Huh?
It is quite old. It is my era.
Yeah, it's your
like
era.
Onoki's.
No, I'm talking about
first
Onoki's the old man, right?
Oh. I don't know.
Either ways,
we got some young kids coming up to the stage.
Okay, maybe don't say young kids, but
yeah,
you know, either
it's
way,
the match of the day.
They're coming in ALJ match of the day. Fireflux going up against EVOS Glory, the final match of Group A, and what a way to end it, man.
I love it. EVOS up against Fireflux. I mean, who would have expected it to come down to this? And which way is it going to go? If it goes, and just to kind of lay down the groundwork as well, if it goes 1-1, we go to a game 3, right? Because both of these teams sitting at 0.
Yeah.
We need someone to do something.
And with that being said, we're going for a short break. But after this, Fireflux going up against EVOS Glory.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And welcome back. It is the final match, the ALJ match of the day. Firefox Esports coming in, going up against EVOS Glory. Again, this is all about Group A. This is the final match. You guys are still here with me, LaFell, as well as Wolf and Trex, where we've been analyzing all the teams today. And I gotta say, if Group A represents what's gonna happen in Group B, C, and D, we got an entire tournament in our hands, because it could really go either way.
Yeah, just about every group. I mean, at first, we all saw the 1-1 format, the best of two, and I maybe questioned a little bit because it's not what we're used to. It's not what we're comfortable with. But I do feel like it's kept this group down to the line and could probably be the same way for just about any group.
What I always say about best of twos in any other tournament is that every single game matters. Like winning 2-0 is like almost winning 2 series over just, one. And being 1-1 is almost as if you lost actually a series. And being down 0-2, it definitely means like it kind of feels like you lost 2 series in total in a best of 3 setting. So that's how important a best of 2 series is.
It's really
honestly now, before going into the game, few fun facts here. Fireflex has used 16 unique heroes so far. EVOS has used 17 unique heroes so far. And Fireflex average game time is 15 minutes. EVOS average game time is 19 minutes. So honestly, if we went for a tiebreaker, perhaps the playstyle of EVOS wanted to get all those farm for Annabelle might have hurt them. So EVOS Glory, if they want this, they gotta win 2-0 to make sure that there's no tiebreaker shenanigans.
Yeah, because game time matters. Like shortest win time, and obviously that matters a lot. But I think before we think about all those best of 1 tiebreakers, definitely you have to win 2-0. And that's very true for Fireflux as well as for EVOS Glory. No mistakes this time. I think Fireflux is very scary to look at, while EVOS Glory, their momentum is not that high yet, especially after getting 1-1s all over the place. But Fireflux did 2-0 earlier today.
Wait.
Gives them a lot of confidence.
Let me set this up for you guys. Imagine this. This isn't a best of 2. It's a best of 3. Because if they go 1-1, they will have an additional best of 1, and the one that will win will actually go through. So we've evolved from best of 2 to now being a best of 3. Imagine that.
It is actually a best of 3.
Right? The match of the day is actually a best of 3. So you just have to play a best of 1 twice. Oh, I mean, you have to win a best of 1 twice.
Now I'm confused.
That's
okay. It's a best of 3. It's a best of 3. That's ALJ match of the day worthy. Where if it becomes a 2-0, then that's it. End of story. 1-1, going to a third game.
Wise words from LaFell. In life, everything's just a best of 1. That's how you got to look at it. Just focus on the one game.
What I learned most about LaFell is that he thinks that lane matchups are just a matter of attitude.
Yeah, and honestly, right now, sorry to cut you off there, because we will be going straight to the stage.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, after finishing our 3rd series of the day, after seeing NIP Flash taking that #1 spot in Group A here at MSC 2024 at EWC, after eliminating RRQ Akira, and we finally have the first team qualified and the first team eliminated, Mara.
Now we have 2 of the final teams in Group A who will duke it out against each other, but only one of them will have the chance to see the world. We will start off with the Bastion of Turkey. They're coming in here in the Amazon stage all fired up after they're sweeping their opponent earlier, their stage rivals RRQ Akira. But now they're off to prove themselves against the last hurdle. Now let's welcome once again Fireflux Esports.
Now, when we're looking at Fireflux, it's gonna be a very tall order for them to to qualify, because they're gonna be going up against the White Tigers, known in Indonesia as the People's Champions in EVOS Glory. And the question is, can they take them down in a 2-0, or like the guys mentioned on the analyst desk, it's a best of 1 that turned into a best of 2 that could potentially be a best of 3. Listen, you guys confused us just as much as you were confused on that studio, so we need you to break it down just a little bit more in a few minutes, because I am a little bit confused as well, Mara.
Now, I was talking to one of the members brands of EVOS Glory, and even though this will, well, it might hinder them from going forward. There's a potential chance that there might be a tie later on. They're not feeling nervous at all. They have a lot of respect for Fireflux Esports, but they said they're pretty confident right now. In fact, during the break, they had about a 1-hour break. They went into the players' lounge, went on to play some arcades, ate a little bit, and that's just to get rid of the nervousness. Right now, they're coming on the stage with their mindset pretty confident about today, and they're out to prove themselves. So to break it down for us and to head to our draft, we're gonna head to our panel. Take it away.
You know what, Sandstorm, we got you, man. We love you. Let's keep this very simple. First team to win 2 games advances to the knockout stage. How simple is that, right?
Skippity up.
Skippity
yes.
Yes, skippity yes.
Skippity
Win
yes.
2 games and then that's it, you win.
But I
That's
do
all.
want to disagree with Sandstorm here.
What did he say?
I think it might not be as tall of an order as he said.
Okay.
I would say that these 2 teams are on equal footing right now. I just want to put it out there. Fireflux are not schlumps. They are not teams that we can just count out. They have been back-to-back international show-ups.
No. Here's the thing, Wolf. Why are we just wanting to disagree with everyone? Like Castor said this, no.
Yeah.
You didn't think that. And now the hosts are saying something and then we're like, no. We believe something else.
I think after 5 years of MLBB where all of the talents are just always agree at each other, it's now high time to disagree with each other.
Time for change.
It's the meta now.
You know what? I disagree with you.
No, you know what?
You're
I
with
disagree.
Okay, now let's jump into the game. Fireflux is going to be first pick. Now talk about this. Ruby ban. Why is the Ruby ban here? What is
I
this?
disagree.
Okay, you know what? I disagree with the Ruby ban. Why is the Ruby ban?
Maybe they're just going for some throw bans. Maybe Fireflux wants to leave things a bit more open.
Yeah.
Wants some trade ups. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe, you know, when I look at when I try to look at my mind palace and think of the reasons why Ruby will be banned, I think Evos are comfortable with this flex pick as well, especially after seeing that it can also actually be played in the EXP lane. Also, Ruby plus Ling is a valid combo because, again, you flex the Ruby, you can put it in the gold lane, you can put it in the roam, and that allows for a lot of comfortability for Evos. Now, I think Fireflux might be giving away the Ling to Evos. So what might happen here is Louis will be let go, be picked up by Fireflux, then Evos picks up the Ling. But that's crazy, though.
Crazy enough to work?
Crazy enough to work. Evos might just ban out Louis.
In the best of 2, every game is very crucial, man. You want to win 2 games here.
Absolutely. The first one to win 2 games, in fact.
There's a lot on the table though right now. Angela's open right
now.
now.
You're right.
Ring's open. They use 2 throw bans essentially.
Oh,
the Riz
you're right.
And the Riz.
The Ruby.
And the Ruby. Finally, Angela comes in, but that means Louis is free, and that was the trade-up I think they were looking for. It's like, listen, you have to ban Angela or you have to ban Louis, but either way, we're taking one of them.
And what will happen here is that Louis I think will be the first pick here for Fireflux. I'm not very sure if they pick up
Whoa!
Dead.
Is that a whiff?
Oh,
they disagree.
They disagreed.
No Ling, no Louis. What if Evos picks up a Ling and a Louis?
That's great. That's
They're about to. Ling and Louis.
I mean, you don't have to pick up Louis now because they already pick up the Valentina, so they pick up the Moskov. But
no, I think they're not pressed to pick up the Louis yet because the Valentina's picked anyways. So they can just snatch the Moskov. Unless, of course, it's
Valentina Goldling.
Yeah, or Jungle.
Yeah.
We saw Blacklist do it way back,
bro, that was season 10, bro.
Season 10 feels like yesterday.
Yeah, man. Anyways,
let's
get back to reality for a second.
Yeah. So you pick up Arlet, I guess, for Fireflux.
Or do you want to pick up a Boxer if you want a utility jungler now?
Yeah, what if they get a utility? What if they just go back to old Fireflux, like support roam?
Yeah,
something like an Estus or something. I mean, even something crazy, like just to try to bully and invade.
Yeah, they go CC. So that means they will go for Baksha CC. Great combo because of the diversity of the damage sources. Magic from Baksha. CC is also a late gamer. Knowing that you're facing up against both Moskov as well as the Ling, and eventually will be the Louis. I think it just makes a lot of sense here to just pick it up if you're Evos.
I agree.
They go Tigreal instead.
Wait, no Louis.
They disagree.
This is a day of
Well,
disagreement.
today is a day of disagreement. It feels
Today,
like.
you know what?
Our predictions are like 0-33 right now. I just want to let you guys know.
Let's. Someone has to ban the Louis, right? I mean, Fireflux should ban the Louis.
They disagree.
Right? No. Fireflux. I mean, like they don't have to pick up the Louis. Now they just ban the Louis.
Yeah, because Implosion plus Louis, Implosion plus double vacuum is
It's very welcoming. It's very together-ish.
Yeah, it's very together. It's hard to kind of counter that.
It's the Force Ube.
I mean, still no Louis ban.
Now, Trex, don't be crazy here, okay?
They started it.
Yeah, that's true. They did start it, but, you know. For Evos now, what did they ban out here?
Lolita, I think. Should be a good ban.
Honestly,
yeah, Minotaur also is
Minotaur is a pretty good ban.
Minnow ban?
Yep, it is ban. Trex.
Look, I'm calling with the best over here. Me and Wolf.
Okay, Louis ban, and then Evos picks up something
I think they're
like
going to ban Yuzong.
Against the
Farza.
Oh, I mean, I call it the Farsa, but okay.
No Louis. I think you ban.
No, the ban's over.
Yeah, you pick up. Yeah, that's true.
You pick up Louis, right?
You last pick your XP. Yeah, you pick up Louis. Louis Tiger is just so good.
I mean, they already have so much movement. Do they really even need a Louis, right? Like
they
have
can pick
a
up Louis
Link,
last
they have a Spirit of Destruction.
Yeah, true. Maybe what else they counter the Valentino with? Kagura, perhaps. Dice picked up. That would be great.
What about Aurora?
Goes good in EXP against CC.
There's a couple. Exborg is great. Yuzhong is also decent. It doesn't necessarily win, but it's okay. There's an argument for Thams. Of course, the Louis. So how do you counter this, Louis? What gold laner will you pick up if you want to counter this?
Or Roamer.
A Brody?
Go Beatrix, I guess.
All right, you know how the Camilla kind of works against the chip because everyone wants to group up and you drop it right when they teleport? Could that same thing be said for the Louis in a sense?
That could be good. Lolita also is good for Fireflux, so they picked that up a lot. Or do you go Novaria Robe? Or how about Selena for Fireflux?
Selena?
Selena's a bit
Now we're
crazy
reaching.
here.
Now we're
yeah.
I mean, this is what the meta's done to us. Right?
Yeah. We're cool. We're local. Oh, so they go up Claude.
Local.
Claude, then there's the Lolita.
Lolita.
It's expected. So now you're looking for EXP. You need some sort of knockup. Edith actually looks okay. Yeah,
Yuzong's still up.
Yuzhong and Paquito is good.
Honestly, I'm even okay with Thomas.
How about
close and personal?
How about the Esmeralda, which I like? Now you need kind of front line. Barretts is great, actually.
Yeah, Barretts gets picked up. So
yeah, we move on. Fireflux. Oh, Evos will win game 1, right?
Yeah.
They have the Louis.
You know what? Louis still 100% win here, just in case of our casters. You know, we just want to keep you guys up to speed. But will Evos win this one? Because, casters, I'm throwing you to our first best of 3.
And we will safely catch. Thank you so much, LaFell, Trex, and Wolf. Back at it at the desk, calling today's ALJ match of the day. It's Evos Glory going up against Fireflux Esports. Lil G, what do you think of this draft? Because both teams actually threw us a few balls from left field, and neither of us expected the Louis to come out right then and there.
Well, L to the EO, I think that somebody was going to have to pick up the Loyi. I'm going to be honest with you, I agree with our panelists. This Loyi pick was hanging around for like a little too long. And
it had to.
I mean, I agree with the 100% win rate looking really good so far, considering the plays we've seen so far with the Loyi. Man, it's going to be fire. It's going to be quick. It's going to be fast. There's going to be a lot of feints.
It's going to be epic, as the kids say. Now, wondering how they're going to pull off the double vacuum, because Wolf mentioned it, and just hearing about it, not even seeing it just yet, threw a shiver down my spine like goosebumps, you know? Like that old horror storybook that I grew up with. But looking at the lineup that Fireflux Esports has, I don't think they mind, because they're very upfront, they're very in your face. And Apex 47 on this Lolita, oh wait, Oh, Alien, he's fine.
Yeah, forces out an early Purify, though. That could be a potential punish later down the line. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to exploit this advantage, but for the time being, at the very least, they're making sure they have good coverage along the river line.
Yep, so far, Fireflux Esports not showing any signs of vulnerability despite, again, the 100% win rate Lu Yi being in the hands of Claw Kun. And look at this, Tianzi getting a little cheeky, crossing the river already. Gut checking Annabelle's like, all right, I know you're a Ling, and early on I know I can take you. So what you gonna do about it?
Exactly. And Annabelle very confidently in front of Tianzi's face, knowing that he's got dreams to back him up in case the worst happens. In the meantime, right, where do you think these attacks are gonna come from, right? Because I'm expecting Apex 47, he can't be at all places at once. And I was thinking maybe man-to-man defense, but maybe he doesn't necessarily have to do that.
Okay, now that we're talking about it, we mentioned the forced Ube. Maybe Fireflux Esports was gonna go Ube anyways, you know what I mean? Like, it has been seen through the years, proven through many competitions that they take a good few pages, maybe a chapter or two, from Blacklist International. So they're not ashamed to put that out on display, and looking at the way that they're playing still with the Lolita, they want to be everywhere at the same time. They want to be very together. Now, Turtle started up already. TNZ and the rest of Fireflux Esports on the scene first. Very low retribution range.
Oh, catches in mid-air, allowing TNT to get the first turtle of the game. Apex can flicker, but he knows he's not going to hit anybody. That Numenon Blast is dangerous. A good start for Fireflux Esports, and now stealing away and taxing the camps from EVOS Glory's side of the map.
See? So this is what we're talking about. Just how ready Fireflux Esports is despite not being anywhere close to Ube range. Just the way that they're in sync. And you mentioned this earlier, how they played for like years now and they never change. These are teams that are the strongest. I don't know if it was, we've been together the past few days so often. I don't know if it was you said it or someone had breakfast with it, but yo, it's these teams that have, oh no, it was, I think it was Luis who told this to me.
Yeah.
I saw him at breakfast and says, yo, Fireflux was so strong. They've been together for so long.
Oh, the purple buff. Was it stolen? It's hard to see with so many people. They're getting sucked up together. Apex with the shield that saves their lives, making sure that there wasn't a punish. But luckily, at the end of it all, Annabelle walks away with his purple buff.
Does he? No, he doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't? It was TNT who gets it.
He stole it.
Oh, no. Does he get punished off of this as well? Wait. What? Is that a visual bug?
Could be.
I swear. I'm not colorblind, right?
Sometimes, you know, he doesn't have the purple orb.
Yeah. Wait.
Let's check it out again.
Let's check it out right here. We're going to get clear confirmation. He gets the small camp. He technically
gets the implosion in, presses the retribution. I wonder if he got it in. There you go. See, sometimes you see he does.
Okay. No. Tianzi is the one who got it. Tianzi's the one who got it. The one that we're seeing is the new war cry. But here we go. Sunshine is already blasted down. His dreams is the next to fall. He quickly flickers away. Can't do much for Brands at this point of time. That death is going to cost them a lot. An entire wave, gold plating, and his battle spell.
All right, this is still up to schedule for Fireflux Esports. And again, bittersweet as well for EVOS Glory. They're a very late game-centric lineup. They committed all of their farm and EXP for the mid-game, the late-game power spike. They have a Moskov and a Ling. But we haven't really talked about the dinosaur in the room, right? The XP lane Barats. I think we've only seen it one other time in all of MSC Group Stage so far. I think it was Mielo who played it yesterday from Cloud9. What do you think about this? Fluffy hasn't really joined many fights.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, I think Fluffy may have made a mistake in the earlier stages of the game, because when you are this Barats, you do generally want to clear these waves fast. But let's first see whether Annabelle gets his purple buff one more time. This is a really important objective for Fireflux Esports to deny. Oh, the implosion. Oh, wow. The Numenon Blast as well. Finally, Fluffy in the middle of that fight flickers backwards to ensure that Apex 47 is kicked underneath the turret. Annabelle, he's still jumping around. Oh, Brads, can he find the steal? Finds it, gets Apex 47 and Fluffy in dreams. In the middle of all three is Rosa, is able to peel them off. With Alien in the mix, they're all so low. Somebody has to go down, and Sunshine finds one. Can they get the second with the help of Alien? No. That's going to be a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Fireflux Esports.
Very expensive purple buff for Annabelle. And I could have sworn Fluffy was going to make you eat your words, Gideon. But no, underneath the firepower of Rosa and Sunshine combined, we barely just left the laning stage, but look at this core duo from Fireflux Esports. They are just in your face, ready to go. And they're keeping themselves safe, relatively speaking, because look at Rosa at half health. The Thorn Rose Queen is just ready to serve it up every day, any day.
Annabelle, he still has his ult, but he should die here, right? He cannot play this. Oh, man. And he still loses his purple buff. He misses the timer. Fireflux, especially, I mean, at this point, the amount of value that you are getting from these Shadow Strikes, from Rosa specifically, right? It's just the fact that EVO's Glory are clumping too close together, right? These purple buff fights are so dangerous in close combat.
They may have gone overboard wherein you're, wait, hold on. It's Sunshine. Get him with the SOD.
He's going to come in, finally the implosion, and Clockwind as well as Brands going to get locked down, but it doesn't really matter. The damage has already been done. That Numina Blast wasn't able to get Sunshine out of there.
Too little, too late. As I was saying, EVO's Glory, in that last team fight prior to this pick off on Sunshine, they were 2 together.
Way 2 together, man.
Yep. There's very together, then there's 2 together.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be really careful, right?
Uh-oh.
Oh, can't mix up the definitions here. Apex bouncing back the correct targets, but Fluffy not really getting too much. Here comes Dreams, finally knocking Rosa back in. He can't get out, and Annabelle is able to secure the kill. Tianzi quickly running away afterwards, and now we are finally seeing Fluffy unlock from this lane, willing to sacrifice waves because he knows that CC is going to be a little slow to clear them up.
Yeah, but all this while, Alien going in, clearing that first turret, gonna open the map up wide open, give Annabelle something to work on. Luckily, this is something Annabelle can do. This is one of the strengths of a Ling. Even if you are on your back foot, you can defend. Sunshine in trouble!
Oh, he's going to get hit. Dreams, a little late on the trigger finger there. Yin Yang reaction connected, but wasn't enough follow-up. Clockwood might be in some trouble. Tenzi's gonna get pushed away here. There's so much peel to go through.
Yeah, but also a little too bold for Tianzi. Going 3v1 this early on, I know that he can, right? Mechanically speaking, the Boxer could kill the Loyi, but there were 3, dude. It took him 2 seconds to say, never mind.
Yep. He even committed the retribution as well. It's just like, I've already committed, right? I gotta get my money back somehow.
We're here.
Oh, here we go. 6 more seconds until we see Tianzi actually get his retribution back online. Annabelle still holding on strong, but he's leveled down. Now, Fireflux Esports continuing to control this space, and Fluffy, he's just taking, oh my goodness, he is absolutely eating so much damage, just soaking everything he possibly can. And the Numina Blast already hits 3. Clockwood is going to fall down. Sunshine finds one with Rosa, getting the second. And they're going to completely give up the neutral objective. This purple buff needs to be rushed out before Tianzi says hello. He doesn't have the retribution, but it doesn't matter because Annabelle does. He quickly gets on out of there with the Tempest Blades. Finch poises and says, hey, I'm going to start pushing the bottom side, and Fireflux going to chase.
Come get me, says Annabelle. It's been a tough past 5 minutes for EVO's Glory, specifically Annabelle. Man, they got a little mini game going on within this game 1 of this series. It's like Charizard in that little corner. It's like, okay, there's the rest of the map to deal with. Can I get the purple? Because I need it. That's just the nature of the beast here. I'm a Ling. 3v1 on Alien, who, by the way, rarely leaves his lane. Like for the past, 9 minutes of this bout, he spent a record 30 seconds out of top lane.
Well, here's the thing, right? Because of those 30 seconds that he slowly accumulated, he is significantly ahead of Barats, right?
He's been getting farmed from fights, from lane, and it looks like the Luyi's map folding abilities. Oh, wait.
Sunshine gets out of there with the BMI. Quickly has to use his Purify as well. Clockwood is looking to finish them off, but look at the mid lane, right? We are seeing that Brands on the same, receiving the same type of punishment. They trade Marksman for Marksman, and now, does it escalate further? No, Rosa just doing Rosa things, making sure that they get taxed whenever they make contact.
A little more painful for Brands. He died inside his base.
Oh, what is happening? What is happening right now? It feels like Brands is trying to recover from the previous game loss. I mean, they've been just going like 1 win, 1 loss all the way through the groups.
That's just how EVO's Glory is, right? That's their characteristic and their run in Season 13 as well. But they don't have a whole season to do this. Now they're going in!
Tianzi, he's going to get pushed in towards the purple buff pit, but they're just going to give it away. It's not worth fighting for. Wait, Annabelle, he still has the Blade Tempest to get on out of there, but the Numina Blast does connect, but not enough. Cancelled very early on by Fluffy.
That's a buff worth fighting for. Annabelle, did he get it? No, he didn't! Oh,
no! It's not even worth fighting for
It's tough!
Oh, wait! He spits him back into the wall against Apex 47, and now the full team is going to start scaling down to get the space. Implosion looks good, but it doesn't matter because the damage is even better for Fireflux Esports. Alien ends up going down as he tries to zone out the back line, but Annabelle is able to trade back 2. So at the end of it, it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of EVOS Glory.
It's a fadeaway Hawk to a 360.
Oh man, he's just spinning on that thing.
I didn't know that mechanically that was possible because again, in the past 2 years, you rarely see a Barat with a flicker. You usually see a Barat with a retribution. So seeing him go, Detna's welcome, flicker back, throw you into a wall that previously wasn't there from the previous angle is a pretty impressive goal. And now, EVOS Glory, the map's opened up for them. They're on the offensive.
And this is why Louis is so good. Annabelle just chasing these kills. Blade of Tempest already coming out. Oh, the Numenor Blast does connect onto 2 though. Retribution committed onto Annabelle with no Finch points. He's in trouble. TNT, he wants to get the kill. Fluffy says no. Tries to split him to Rosa, but Alien takes the shot for Rosa to secure Annabelle. What a team play as Fluffy falls to Alien.
Call it a royal comeback. The Thorn Rose Queen. Just as quickly as they were on the defense, Fireflux Esports are now in the Lord Pit. The first Lord. Can you believe it? This is the first Lord of this game. Get in. It's almost 12 minutes in.
It's 12 minutes in. We've already got 19 kills and all I... Wait, hold on.
No, don't do it.
Don't take it. Please.
Don't.
Oh, okay, they don't take it. But as of right now, we have learned that Fireflux Esports, man, Rosa, the Thorn Queen, she has a tight grip on this game and taxes EVOS Glory every single time they try to mess with her garden.
A brutal Monarch, 6-1-4, get in. 6-1-4. Do the math. 80-90% of all kills in this game, Rosa has been part of. That's how important this Valentina is. And I can't even put a finger on what ults this Valentina is stealing. Like, a lot of those kills, it's just the normal kit of the Valentina doing work.
Yeah, and, I mean, there were times that Rosa has taken an implosion. The other time took the Daytona's welcome. So really, it's very situational, right? Rosa being very, very fluid with the way that they're utilizing the IMU.
I
mean, the whole team.
There's a lot of ways you can use it. Now another fight down bottom.
Gets spit back into the wall here once again. Taking it slow, but it looks like Tanzi, he knows he's out of commission at this point of time. Pops the Tortoise Poissons, prays that the rest of this team can get 2 inhibitors at this point of time. Tanzi, he's not going down. He's not dead. Finally, he dies. Dreams flickers in with the implosion. The Purifies going to completely deny him his engage. Annabelle looking to trade back with nature already popped out. But, oh my God. Apex says no. Keeps him in his place as the Lord is cracking down on that crystal. Hawken is trying his best to get as many yin-yang reactions as possible. Numenor Blast, it's 2, but that's an instant Purify back from EVOS Glory. This wave is actually working against Fireflux Esports, extending the range, extending the damage, and Clawhood looking to find anybody caught slacking.
That bulwark ain't nothing, man. Up front is where the projectiles get stopped, but with the missile expert, it's underneath your feet. Apex 47 got swept out from under. That is straight up dirty. Another Detna's welcome coming in, throwing him into the wall. Alien's in trouble. Can he survive?
Please tell me he goes down here.
He's fine. He's okay.
Everybody seems to be getting away, right? It feels like EVOS Glory almost purposefully lets them get a little low to see if Fireflux Esports overextends to send a hand.
I mean, they're almost 7K down. That's the best thing you can do is try to wait for your opponent to make an error and punish them. But when you're staring at a base that's just 1 inhibitor left, I don't know what's left in EVOS Glory's arsenal except for wait till the late game. Well, at this point, the ultra late game. I'm wondering what Brands' items look like because I saw him throwing some spears at a couple members of Fireflux. Oh, Annabelle!
Can he get out of this? He's been knocked off of that wall. Tempest of Blades already comes. He dodges and he tries to get in. Oh my God, Fluffy is now sent out of position. The care package has fallen into enemy hands. And even Rosa taking the Blade of Tempest to get on out of there. Zones them all away. EVOS Glory. Oh no.
He's so fluffy, he died. The Lord spawned. I don't know if they want to take it or wait for this huge wave up top.
They're going to try and end this. They're going to try it right here. The inhibitor is going to break. They're going to need a tank as much as they can. Rosa into the blazing duet from Sunshine. Absolutely annihilates the backline. It's over here. EVOS Glory crumble under the pressure. Fireflux Esports are together. They are one.
They folded that boy in half. Dreams is down, and so is the base. Game 1 goes to the Turkish. Gideon, I get it now why this is the ALJ match of the day. What a high-octane matchup from start to finish.
Man, both sides just really going for the throat with each and every engagement we've seen. If there's a POI on the map, both teams will fight to the death for it.
I can't believe that ended with just as few Lords. I think we only saw one.
Pretty much, yeah. The second one was just given up because they were like, oh, we already found 2 picks. Let's just close out this game.
Just take the inhibitor, push in, and finish right then and there. Dude, yesterday wasn't Fireflux Esports' day. And again, EVO's Glory is known to take their time to get there. But they don't have the time, man. Like, right here, right now is where they gotta go.
I mean, they can go even further, personally. I think they can push their limits even more so, because this is whether or not they qualify for the brackets, for the playoffs.
But I don't think Fireflux is gonna let them. Look at how locked in they are. Let's throw it over to our analysts as we watch the highlights.
Attention, attention, ladies and gentlemen. Lu Yi has dropped a game. And again, it's on EVO's Glory. They got the Ling as well. This is one of those games where perhaps playing a slower tempo didn't work out for them.
And this is also the part where you know that a team is prepared. Fireflux Impunity, they are so prepared going up against EVOs in this case because they gave out the Ling as well as the Moskov. And of course, this Lu Yi that they answered with just one pick. That's going to be the Lolita, which we saw in this game was so effective. Apex 47 just shut down Anavel as well as Brands. Clockun had a lot of great time, but then again, you could see that they closed it out really well. But my personal MVP for this is Rosa. What a god.
Yeah, Rosa the god right now. I mean, just a monster overall. It all started in the very beginning. First turtle, Anavel goes for the jump, Finch post to Finch post, and Rosa pulls out an implosion, pulls Anavel from the sky. I mean, just, it feels like Fireflux is getting better and better and better as all of these games go forward.
So apparently the answer to the Ling is the CC as well. At this time, Alien got a lot of farm, ton of farm. Went up against the Barretts, which I understand why EVO's picked this Barretts up because they're gonna need a frontliner for both the Ling as well as the Moskov. It makes a lot of sense in the end, but CC is a traditional counter to the Barretts, so that lane is definitely going to be in favor of Alien with the highest GPM now. And then there's also that neat trick where you can actually counter the Ling with the CC. As long as the CC is keeping up with items, you know that the Ling is not gonna have a good time because of the curtain call.
But again, I gotta say, as a Lolita main, I love watching Apex 47 using that Lolita, kind of making it so that any kind of engage, like even getting the yin-yang reaction or yin-yang duality or yin-yang this and that.
Double vacuum, yeah.
Double vacuum, triple vacuum, the skibbity, suckity vacuum. You know, it's like
skibbity.
The Lolita was able to answer a lot of problems that EVO's Glory had.
Yeah.
So EVO's Glory, I feel like after that game loss, because again, this is a best of 3. As long as EVO wins the next one, they do have an opportunity to go to the knockout stage. But I don't know, that game would hit your ego, man. Like you got Ling, you got the Lu Yi, you got a Moskov, and you still can't take home the W.
It's essentially a shopping spree for everything that EVO's Glory likes. They really like to play this Lu Yi for Clockwood, and when you look back at that game, Clockwood was phenomenal. Actually, see all the shots. It's just that in the end, his teammates, they cannot keep up with the tempo that you're seeing coming up from Fireflux. The thing with Moscow plus the Ling is that it's almost a very strong composition. It's actually really, really strong. But you kind of need a bridge to go to the late game. That's why I felt like maybe Farsa would have been good, but it was bad out. Maybe a Vexana could be good because these are the heroes that kind of don't shine anymore because the Lu Yi becomes a star when the Lu Yi is there and you need to play fast if you're playing Lu Yi, which kind of doesn't connect with the playstyle of Link plus Moskov.
I mean, now we got to continue our conversation because we're going to look at the Sony MVP of the game, and you guys already threw in your nominations. We heard Rosa, we heard Apex 47, and now we're looking at the highlights here where, again, the tempo coming in from Fireflux is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, everyone just played so amazing on the team, and you can see here there was moments when Sunshine was popping off, but it just felt like the whole team was playing as a unit through and through.
Yeah, I can see that in this case. Sunshine will be taken out, but look at the trade coming up from Fireflux. They didn't let go of the tempo. This is an off-cam kill onto Brand, so no matter what happens, there is always pressure that's applied on some parts of the map, even when they lose Sunshine in that trade.
I don't know, man. Looking at the highlights again, impressive work coming in from Fireflux, but I gotta say, Dreams didn't have a lot of good implosions coming in because every single time he actually got an implosion, it gets canceled out. People are able to purify out of it, but dude, Rosa in this game, man, is like
the god.
Performs on the Louis, on the Farsa, and now on the Valentina as well. 16 KDA, dude.
Saw that last clip where he was able to take out Annabelle, eventually chasing him down with a double dash in the first skill. Then he kept on, he actually copied the Louis along the way, TP'd to the Kramer's bush, eventually got another kill for his team. I mean, how good Rosa was in this game. He was juggling between the implosion as well as the diversion to get the most out of this Louis.
Yeah, honestly, again, this is going to be an amazing best of 3. But now we've heard insights from our analyst Wolf as well as Trex. But now we got to go over to our Aces ROG reporter. Atrina, what do you have for us?
So we heard from Diablo earlier, but now we get to take a listen to the experience of Hades earlier on. As you know, NIP Flash, they are the first team to be able to secure that slot over to the knockouts here at MSC. So the first thing that I wanted to ask you is, after the few matches that you've played so far in the past 2 days, you guys have been given a new nickname. You guys are now known as the Singaporean Devils. How do you feel about that moniker? Do you like it?
I mean, me and our team, we want to put Singapore in the map. So I think it's a good thing that they calling us the Singaporean Devil, because we are here to prove that Singapore can compete in international.
For sure, finally, right? I mean, I don't think anyone expected you guys to come this far because, you know, no hard feelings to you guys, of course, obviously. But like, this is like one of the first times that finally Singapore gets put onto the map. Like, people were expecting Fireflux to do well and all these other teams, but you guys actually made it there first. So with that in mind, at M5, unfortunately, Team Flash, they were knocked out first in the group stage after that first game that they played. But now you guys are the first ones to actually secure that knockout slot. What do you feel? What happened? Give us a little bit of insight to it. Was it easy? Was it difficult for you? Were you nervous?
I mean, what happened in M5 is we made a lot of mistakes, so we bring it in MSC so we don't do the same mistake. And I think the additional of Diablo, JPL, and Curtisi made it really big impact.
Oh, Hades, can you give us a little, spill? Like, what mistake was it? What made it different this time?
I think the last time is we don't have really a good chemistry, but this team now is, I think we are pretty all close, so I think the chemistry is good now.
I mean, we saw it, right? And there were so many moments where I'm like, whoa. What was happening? It seems like everybody was already on the same page. So, of course, best of luck coming forward to the knockouts. But before I let you go, Hades, I have to ask you one more question. We do have 2 more teams that are still struggling here in the group stage, and it will go down to this final match of the day. It's going to be EVO's Glory going head-to-head against Fireflux. Do you have any messages for both of the teams?
Good luck to EVOS and Fireflux. May the best team win.
Oh, okay. All right. May the best team win. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Singaporean Devil. And I hope we get to see you in the next time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Eterna as well as Hades. Again, good words coming in from them. But for you guys at home, don't forget to lock in your STC predictions for EVOS going up against Fireflux, because again, this is our match of the day. Head on over to stcplay.gg to predict the team that you guys think is going to win, because throughout the day it's been a best of 2, but this time it is a best of 3. Keep in mind that Fireflux did win game number 1. We got to see the changes coming in. Can EVOS bounce back? And I'm going to go on and questioning our analysts. I'm going to start with Trex, actually. Do you think they can bounce back? Do you think EVO's Glory can bounce back?
The possibility is there, but the way, I mean, they got to do it off just straight gameplay. The way that Fireflux did that last draft with willingly giving up the Liu Yi through 5 picks, I mean, all the way to second phase, still didn't ban it. They knew that they were going to get the better in that game. You know, they came into that game very confident, gave them, like we said, they gave them so many powerhouse picks. Yeah. And they had an answer for them. So either they've got the code broken, like they just have EVOS figured out right now, but EVOS has to come with something here, and I don't quite know what it is.
For me, they might change the tempo a little bit. I think that they were so all in the late game with Tiger plus a little. Yeah. Although it makes a lot of sense. I think I mean, it was my pipe dream to see a Tiger plus Louis because that's implosion and double vacuum. That's so much explosions. However, it did not work because of the disconnect between like these two mid laners to the overall approach of EVO's Glory in the game. They play very slow, but in this particular case with Moscow plus Ling, that's like slow but times 2 slow. You know?
Well, I mean, you know what my dad said in regards to this?
Okay.
Technically, EVO's Glory got a good draft, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I remember what my dad said. Just because you're right doesn't mean someone else is wrong. Right? So even though you got a good draft,
dad.
Just because you got a good draft doesn't mean your opponents have a bad draft.
Lafel, why is it that your dad always says the good stuff, all the right things?
I coached him.
You didn't have that experience.
Yeah.
Neither did I.
Well, we talked, and you know, in life, he just taught me just because you're right doesn't mean someone else is wrong. And in this situation, just because you have a good draft doesn't mean your opponent has a bad draft.
That's true.
Yeah.
I agree.
W Dad.
W Dad. What's your dad's name?
Muhammad Kamal. Or just Kamal.
What? No, I mean like a screen name. Like if you're Lafel, what is
screen name?
Lafel's dad's
What's his IGN?
Lafel's papa.
I'm gonna make that my IGN.
Okay.
Lafel's
papa.
Lafel's papa.
001.
All right.
Well, again, jumping into the draft, I do agree. They gotta figure out that this meta is about picking up the pace. Having control over the turtle is good, but then after the turtle, you gotta control the map. So I feel like Fireflux have the right idea here, where you guys can have this power picks like the Loyi. We're gonna have something like the Lolita to kind of like prevent you from doing what you want to do. And now we're jumping straight into the pick and bans here. EVO's Glory is gonna be the first pick. Fireflux is gonna be the second pick. EVO's Glory, they themselves banned out the Louis. So even if it's first pick, they don't want it.
So we know EVOS has to change pace now, right? We know they have to do something different. We've already kind of established that. But with Fireflux on second pick on the red side, and them already showing they don't need a Louis to win, this is a comfortable spot for them. Like, they don't really care about blue side at this point.
Yeah.
Though I will say Valentina is probably a power pick for them, and I don't think EVOS gives that up. And since they're not banning it, high chance they pick up the Valentina right away.
Yeah, that's a Clogged hero. But then again, you open up the Rosa hero, which is a Farsa.
Exactly.
Eventually will be third pick. But then again, you can really solve that with again, Yuzhong, which we really sleep on for quite a long time now. So it's definitely one thing that you can consider.
It's crazy how strong Farsa is, and we still don't see a Yuzhong. I mean, like, I feel like... Okay, here's the thing, Trex. You know I've been on your...
Oh, the Valentina ban.
You know I've been on your watch party the other day, and I was talking about how Farsa is kind of like not in a good spot because Yuzhong is so strong. But if Yuzhong is not going to get picked up, then this Farsa is going to continue looking strong.
Yes, sir. That's the disconnect to me. But what is the first pick here? I think Moskov is open. Ling is also open. EVOS being on the blue side means that they get to decide it is going to be Moskov, which gives more merit for Fireflux to get the Farsa this time. And Edith as well looks good. So I'm thinking Edith actually for Fireflux. There's that Arlet as well that can also be picked up by Fireflux.
Can we talk about Rosa for a bit? Because I even remember the previous M series, Rosa was a monster on the Lilia. So it's kind of like, it doesn't matter what the meta is right now. Just give me any mages. I'll show you how it's done. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Rosa is like, you know what, give me the Terizla. Let me show you how Terizla mid works.
It feels like Rosa always has an answer somewhere there. And Fireflux in general has always been known, you know, to not only be able to stick to the meta, but to think a little bit out of the box. You were saying before, you know, the Leomord picks on Tianzi in the past, one of the things that they were able to beat teams like Blacklist with. So I think right now we're keeping it simple. They do pick up the Faramis here. They pick up this Basha, and I think the Faramis is a great pick, especially coming after the Moskov, because Moskov's, you know, not the greatest against someone that can kind of bring everyone back.
But you don't want to expose yourself too much if you're the Moskov. You want to get in there, get out with your dashes. But EVOS can answer with either Farsa or Vexana is also good versus the Baksha in all honesty. I think might just reserve this one thing immediately for the Alpha, which is the answer to the Baksha, and then the Terizla afterwards. So this means that Fireflux can just close it out with the typical answer to the Terizla, which is the Benedetta, for example, or maybe the Lapu Lapu.
At this point, it looks like it was Glory they're going with comfort. They're going with what works when their mind does work. NFL on this alpha, if nothing else works, put the alpha on NFL. And this is good and bad. This is good because this is what NFL is comfortable with, but this is bad in the terms of they're desperate.
Yeah.
They don't have any other options here.
Yeah. I like this pick from the Xborg, but it means that you're kind of required to ban the Lilia now if you're Fireflux, because it's really good versus both the Fire Mist as well as the Xborg. I like the Minotaur ban, obviously. It's great for Fireflux.
Not only that, but Fireflux running out of marksman choices here, right? With the Moskov gone, the Claude gone, the Roger gone. We still have something like the we saw the Beatrix a few times.
Yeah.
What comes after that? You know, if they decide to ban out the Beatrix here, it's like, Brody? They go for the Lolita.
Good ban of the Lolita. This is perfect. But that opens up the Beatrix.
Harith, no. Wait, no, Harith's banned too.
Yeah, Harith's banned. So, what else do you answer with the Moskov again?
Carry feels scary against a alpha.
That's true, but
you have to get so close.
Maybe if they pick up Matilda, this could be an Ixia as well as a carry, you know. But yeah, Beatrix just sounds really good
Beatrix
for Fireflux.
Almost Grok here.
Yeah. To go with that. Yep. The Grok looks good. Where's the Moskov? Maybe Tigreal actually for Fireflux. Apex 47 really lacks that hero. Not in this tournament, but yeah, in tournaments before. We know that he can play it.
Okay, Grok is still open.
Grok, Grok, Tigreal I think are definitely options. They go for that carry you were talking about.
Okay.
Now Evos still needing a mid laner.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Xavier.
Okay. Wow.
And they eat it. It is really good in this composition for Evos. That's going to be the roamer.
I'm very interested in the Xavier, man. I've heard it's strong, but I haven't seen it just yet.
Well, it kind of gives you something similar to what the Lu Yi provides in terms of like the duality, right? You get that Mystic Field, you can get some CC, you can kind of lock people down a bit, and especially against something like the Fermis, things like this Xborg.
So
you can kind of slow them down when they're trying to come down on you.
Do you want to go Kaja if you're Fireflux, or do you want to go safe with Tigreal and Grok? But Kaja carries great. Pair up with a Faramis, you have they go back to the Grok. It goes back to what works. I think Fireflux's lineup is so composed and so on brand, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, now that the draft has been concluded, again, this is all or nothing for both Evil's Glory and Fireflux. And with that being said, we're throwing it over to Leo and Gideon. It's your turn.
Lil G, down the grapevine, we've heard rumors of how broken the Xavier is. Now today, with all the marbles on the line, one more slot for Group A in the knockouts. EVOS Glory, bring it out.
Honestly, I think it's not like I haven't seen Claw Kun do this before. He did this at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and now this time he's going technically on a nerfed version of the Xavier. The real question is whether or not is he going to get the timings that he wants? Can he harass his opponents, and will he be using Temporal?
Up against Fireflux Esports, who Wolf labeled a very on-point draft for them. This comp, they play it so well. Checking it out. Indeed, it's not. It's impure rage. I don't know, man. Temporal Rain, its day might not be the day. Its tournament might not be MSC.
I think it's understandable, right? Because again, there's a lot, since the hotfix, technically, quote-unquote, hotfix, I haven't seen as many Xaviers as there was previously when the patch first dropped. But in the meantime, right, I think we need to start talking about how each phase of the game is going to start progressing.
Let us, we shall. Early on, it looks like Fluffy is able to break down the Faraga armor off of Alien, but I like that matchup. Again, as the Xborg, I don't mind trading blows. Oh, but wait, here's a pull. Dream's in trouble.
Our Shadow's already out. He might be in some trouble here if TNC gets involved, but it looks like they're just going to contest for the Litho Wanderer. It's going to be a no contest for EVOS Glory. And Annabelle, he just needs to scale up, right? As soon as he scales up, top, at least tries to get more EXP rather than the gold. He's going to get to a point where that Spear of Alpha is going to be on a very short cooldown, but now the instant invade from TNZ with the help of Apex, scouting out the information, Annabelle, knowing that Dreams is weak, has to pull back.
That's miserable. If I were the Alpha in that situation, and a Boxer just drives by Retribution, my small cap for me to hit level 4, I would be mauling.
I would be mauling too, but honestly, it's not like it's his fault anyways, right? It's just the matter of fact of, well, I don't want to see symmetrical punishment, but it trickles down the grapevine.
That's right, it adds up. These game of inches that Fireflux Esports is playing, they're just so good at this. Now with the turtle spawning in about 5 seconds from now, I'm looking at, forcing out a flicker from Fluffy. Checking out Dreams. He's first at the scene, and he's taken the river bush, getting a lot of farm there, getting a lot of XP to hit level 4. Rosa gets it.
Yep, Rosa hits the level 4, and Alien's like, with or without the level 4, I'm close enough to just buy enough time, right? Because it feels like Fireflux Esports have this turtle in the bag, but I could be wrong. Look at them. They're going to slowly take some space. Rosa ready to pop the Nether Realm. Dawning Light already coming out. Alien, he's kind of low, but TNZ secures that turtle. And now the rest of the team, with the help of the Nether Realm, going insane with the last insanity. Apex finds first blood as Dream looking to engage. But man, Apex 47, great positioning.
EWC Glory are put in a position wherein it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, if they lean hard into it, Fireflux Esports walks away with impunity. They don't get punished for how deep they go this early on. If they let go of EWC Glory, then Fireflux Esports still gets away with it, but EWC Glory aren't punished as hard for pushing their lineup because, let's be honest, this is a lineup that needs some time. Alpha, despite being a fighter jungle, needs maybe 1 or 2 items before he can really get in there and get underneath Tienzi's skin. That, and of course, Clawkun needs to scale. Clawkun needs items for his Dawning Light to do its thing.
Yep, he needs some really good damage, and not to mention CDR, right? I think that EWC Glory at this point of time, if they want to get aggressive, they really have to count the numbers of Fireflux Esports because they are very much playing as a synchronized team. You never see one without the other.
They are together in the deepest meaning of the word, in every sense possible. Even if they are spread out on the map, best believe the 2 or 3 years they've been playing together is more than enough for them to communicate and synergize on a macro level. Something to note, because of this game of inches that Fireflux Esports has been playing, they're already up by 1,500. What? What?
Yep, that's the early. I mean, that's just what happens, right? You take a bad trade and it starts to snowball out of control. He's going to do it in front of his face because he knows that Apex can't get punished. With the power of nature and being close to a wall, he can't be CC'd down. Look, even Alien making the play even better by proxying the wave to give them an escape path.
Okay, you know what? Counting their blessings. Oh, it's a fight!
Oh, and now it's going to be Dreams, who might be in some trouble. Goes into the primordial form, but doesn't get any value. Fireflux, they're just bleeding out EWC Glory.
Okay, I was about to say, at least, Brands is getting some farm in, at least. No one's bothering this Moskov that needs that mid-game power spike. Turtle's already spawned, approaching half health. Fluffy looking for a good penalty zone engage. Dawning Light, not enough to steal it away from Tienzi.
Yep, but Fluffy tries to go with the penalty zone, but ends up dying to Rosa. The Spirit Destruction does not connect with Animal. He's in so much trouble because he can't get out, and the Nether Realm finally gets popped at the very end. And when you think that that's it, that's going to be Apex finding Dreams, and Clawkun dying in the back, losing his flicker as well. Fireflux have completely dominated the first 5 minutes of this game.
And I'm thinking Brands now has survivor's remorse. He's thinking, here I am up top, all alone, getting this gold lane experience at home, and the rest of my team are dying for my sake. What do I do?
He was the one who got on the lifeboats when the Titanic sank. He's just looking around. It's just me left. Where is everybody?
How does he make up for it, right? Can he? That's the question, because, dear Lord, 5 minutes in, Fireflux Esports are up 4,000 gold. I bet the Turkish are cheering right now, watching MSC 2024 at EWC, but a good chunk of Indonesian fans, the EVOS fam, they're just, they need this win.
They're holding out hope, right? They're waiting for Fireflux Esports to make a mistake. They're waiting for EVOS Glory to hit those power spikes. The longer this game goes, it's just the odds stacking against EVOS Glory. They're just going to have to play it minute by minute.
And that's the only way they can right now. That there's no shortcut to a comeback. And look at this, Tienzi coming through, gonna help clear this wave. This is how far ahead Fireflux Esports is, folks. 6 minutes in, they're able to make, you know what I call that kind of rotation on DNZ? It's a nothing rotation. He literally just went around down bottom, checked in, made sure that the creeps are cleared, and then can go ahead and deprive Annabelle more of these resources. Oh, wait. This is a fight waiting to break out. The concealed by Dreams.
Okay, TNC trying to intercept, but here comes Fluffy with the penalty zone to get on top of Rosa. The Netherrealm seemed good, but Alien is already down. They're on the back foot now. So Toys Poissons to slow down the engagement, and even so, Apex 47 just keeping their eyes, because Fluffy, he's going to die, and he already committed his flicker anyways.
All right, those kinds of rotations still get punished. Again, Sloppy is a Sloppy gets a 1-for-1. That's as good as it can get for EVO's Glory, and Fireflux Esports, I bet that did serve up a reality check for him. That did make him go, all right, we can't do those kind of things anymore. Like, every move still has to matter. TNZ here committing Grand Theft Purple, and of course, last turtle up. I don't know if there's any chance for EVO's to contest, but it looks pretty clear.
Yeah, it's looking pretty clear. I don't think it's worthwhile, right? Annabelle is already 2 levels down. If he jumps in with the Spear of Alpha, he has no escape mechanic after that. But here we go. The full fight is going to start breaking out. The backlines of Dreams getting absolutely blasted here. Flickers away, still dies. Sunshine finds Dreams initially, but Tansy ends up going down. Annabelle, oh my goodness, he found Apex 47. This would be good if he can survive, but I don't think he's left out in the open. But still, Fight just make the play. They find a trade back with the help of Clawhood, and that is the best case scenario.
EVO's Glory walks away with a 2-for-3 plus a turtle on the way out. Where did they dig that out from? Say goodbye to that 4K, 5K gold lead. Approaching the 8-minute mark, they have closed the gap. What's going on? Here's another look at that, the SCC replay. They were just in so close. The Spear of Alpha knocked up 4.
It hit 4. Annabelle slowly piled away, kited backwards. Helps Clawhood secure the kill, but a lot of that damage was just tanked by Fluffy. He took the full brunt of it for the sake of his team.
Body Smith at work. And again, Clawhood, despite being short on items this early on, again, he did suffer a very difficult early game. It was just enough time. That's literally just quality over quantity over quality. Like, all of the skills just hitting over and over and over again.
He's just spamming it, right? He's just spamming it. But in the meantime here, both teams, as long as Annabelle is still trying to scale up as quick as he can. Oh, actually, it's not too bad.
Not too bad.
does have 2 items, right? Glowing Wand, and as well as the Enchanted Talisman.
He got a shutdown.
He did get a shutdown. Yeah. So he's catching up pretty fast, right? He's pretty much on the same, on par with Rosa. I mean, he's slightly ahead and will get his items faster, but at the end of it, at least you're not falling too far behind.
That's right. Oh, wow. Amazingly enough, a fumble about 3 minutes ago, and another that last turtle. I don't think Fireflux Esports can afford any more sloppy engages like that. To be fair, it wasn't their fault. It's not like they put themselves there. It's just EVO's Glory pulled one out from deep under, man. Like, they got a magic satchel.
They might have the magic satchel, but I'll only believe it if they do it again, right? Here comes the next objective. Neutral Lord standing in the middle of the river, and Fireflux will have position over it, and that's an instant Netherrealm coming up from Rosette as well as his Purify. Wild Charge coming solo from Apex 47, but Dreams gets on out of there, has a great angle. Penalty zone from Fluffy, locks them in a choke point in the chokehold, and Fireflux Esports, they tap out of that fight.
Ask and you shall receive, Gideon. Did you get what you were looking for? You said if they do it again, then they got the magic satchel. They pulled one out, an amazing play right outside the Lord. And if anything, they're down maybe 1,000, maybe less. EVO's Glory can definitely contest.
The best part about this is that EVO's Glory, by winning that fight, they're going to blitz it now while they still have the time. But here comes the last Insanity first. Is it going to find it? No, Annabelle secures the Lord. Tansy now chasing down the members of EVO's Glory to find one. Dreams, he might be in some trouble. Does he have his ultimate just yet? Doesn't look like it. He's going down, donning light to reveal the rest of them, but that's just enough damage.
Despite the pickoff by Fireflux Esports, they still lost the Lord, and they did lean hard into that kill onto Dreams. I don't know if you agree with me, Gideon. folks watching at home, I sense a little bit of desperation from Fireflux Esports. They seem to have dropped the ball, and they're overextending. They're diving into the court saying, my ball, possession on ours.
Yeah.
We got to get control back.
Exactly, because they had all the tempo. They had all the tempo earlier, and this is the first time we're seeing that EVOS is now 2 times in a row making the tempo breaker work, right? And even so, the minions spawn out at 42 seconds, so by the time Dreams died, he had 8 seconds left to walk alongside his team.
And now the map is blue. Despite there being more turrets on Fireflux Esports' side, best believe with a little bit of management and some elbow grease, EVOS Glory can clean up house and equalize. 32K to 33. Again, less than 500 gold now between these two teams. It was Fireflux Esports' game to lose, and they let go. Butterfingers, Butterfingers.
I mean, how long can they hold on to this game, really, right? It feels like a game of inches, but here comes the penalty zone. Only hitting onto TNZ here. Apex 47, he's nearby, but Alien honestly just wants to build the key. Oh, he fights 2 with the flicker wall charge.
Oh!
He has the flicker out of there. Too many people are caught out of position. The last insanity hits all 4, and now Fireflux have an opportunity to fight back.
All right, sending them home. I'd call that a 4-man TKO. Fireflux Esports continues to clean house, taking everything away from Anavel. Might as well even burst down this tier 2 in mid. Apex 47, thou shalt not pass, as Hagrid said from Star Wars, blocking the way from the defense. EVOS Glory just has but 1 tier 2 turret down bot.
Oh, I think you were talking about Star Trek there, clearly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the Whovians.
But for now, I think this back and forth that we're seeing from EVOS Glory, right? You can feel it's raw emotion. They're both desperate for tempo.
And this is very different from their game 1. Game 1 was clearly Fireflux Esports outwitting them, and EVOS Glory just trying to pull it out deep because they had a very late game lineup that they tried to make work in the very last moments. But here, now, there seems to be, it seems like a grudge match. It seems like they're both sentimentally and emotionally invested.
I feel like game 1, it was boxing, right? It was clean, it's artful, dodging.
Yeah.
But once you are at the end, when this is match point here, a do or die, and you dig deep in your heart, and what does it say? Fight for tempo. That's all they're in for.
And I think tempo has swung back and forth enough, 6 to 10, 13 minutes in, and I'm afraid when we saw some semblance of this, signs of it, a taste, it might turn into bare knuckle boxing, man. It might just turn into a bloody matchup wherein both just go swing in.
I think it's going to come to a point where in this bare knuckle match, how good is their ground game, right? They're going to have to get on top of this pit somehow.
Prison rules.
Prison rules, man.
Straight up gulag. I don't know if they can afford to do that because Fireflux Esports, they've been known to let go of it sometimes, and now they catch Alien, gonna take away the Faraga armor, pop it out, they need to find a re-engage.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, but now EVOS Glory going to engage with the penalty zone, looking for the opportunity. He goes down with the immortality, keeps him out. TNZ finds Dreams, and Fluffy escapes. Brands tries to make the play, but the NetherRealm says no more. They lose out Dreams, and the hidden shank in the bottom lane as a huge minion wave is about to collapse.
It's dripping, it's bleeding, and it's difficult. Again, EVOS Glory are able to get away with this, and it's Clockun. I say it's Clockun who's putting up most of the fight. He is artillery, he is recon, he is a scout, he's everything
He's
right now.
He's a literal siege tank. He goes up, zones off space, and says, hey, you need artillery? Calling it in.
And what's difficult, all right? What's difficult with that kind of situation is they need so much. Another engage by Fireflux.
Oh, Apex 47 is not letting Annabelle get away with the back line. And Fluffy might just be going down as Sunshine is checking out that front line. Clockun does find Apex, finds retribution for his team.
And that's the difficult situation that EVOS Glory seems to claw themselves out of, all puns intended. Clockun is a softie. Brands is a softie. Anavel, he's a fighter. Fluffy only really gets sustainable the lower his health gets, which isn't what you want to do. what I'm trying to say is there isn't really much of appeal for Annabelle to, rather for Clockon to keep going. So they need to play these team fights very, very carefully.
It's push and pull, right? It's not about holding ground anymore. They're trying to zone them up, but here comes the NetherRealm. They're going for the full commitment. Who gets it? It's ENG! Who gets the Lord? But now Fluffy jumping into the back line against Alien. Rosa has to split away over the wall, but Brad, he's done more than enough damage to give Annabelle a double, making this fight clean and breezy. That's a 3-for-0 trade in favor of EVOS Glory.
A Pyrrhic victory for Fireflux Esports. I'm sure they wanted the Lord. They needed the Lord for the map to stop turning blue, to stop the bleeding, because EVOS Glory, once they get control of the map, it's an easier go for Clockun. The global nature of his ult will allow for waves to be managed at the flick of a wrist. So now, with Fireflux Esports on the D, I gotta say, Gideon, for the first time in 16 minutes, they're the ones wondering, yo, can we make it out of this? Where have they gone wrong? Because so far, they're playing the same way. Apex is finding great wild charges, putting up great Guardians barriers. Is Alien and TNZ dying too soon?
It's tough to say. Wait, hold on. TNZ now retributing Clockwood, using it to Toys Poison. He's bleeding out.
Bang!
He's out and about and dead. Apex 47 goes for Dreams, now forcing the Primordial route to come out, and Sunshine melts him like butter. Fireflux Esports clap back and now have an opportunity to maybe break open an inhibitor and close out this game.
Can confirm this is a fight, no longer a battle, no longer a game. This is a straight up fight. Out of nowhere, a two-man pickoff for Fireflux Esports. And now EVOS Glory, Fluffy, Brands, Annabelle fighting for their lives, protecting their inhibitor. There's a big wave in mid. This could be it, the penetration in mid.
They can hold on. 5 more seconds is all they need for Clockwood to get back to life. TNZ tries to zone them away and even popping in early to Toys Poissons. But look at that top side. If EVOS could protect it, maybe they've got an opportunity. Penalty zone to try and clear it, but it gets pulled back and forced to flicker away. The Queen's Wings purchase keeps him alive. But at this point in time, Fireflux have taken all they needed.
All right, the Turkish make the call. We've dropped the ball a little too often here in game number 2. 17.5 minutes in, they say, you know, let's just wait for the Lord. A minute off.
They're going to wait for that Lord, and when we look at these items, you can see that even Fluffy is taking the support position, right? His roam boots has Encourage on it. He's like, Brands, it's all up to you.
Brands and Annabelle. Brands and Clockun, rather. Annabelle, I don't know. It's so hard to be Annabelle here. He's a one-time CC, and then maybe some true damage here and there. But so far, 5, 2, and 4, I didn't even notice young man at 5 kills.
Yeah, I mean, he's been engaging every single time you see that NetherRealm come out. Either he uses it to get out or clumps them up even closer to each other to blow up the temp HP as soon as possible.
And so far, it's worked. I'd say 3 out of 5 times. That's what made this match all the more closer, all the more a nail biter. And now 10 seconds away from the Lord. TNZ freezing that top lane, giving Fluffy Little something to think about, freezing the resources that they can get, because you are still looking at a, oh wow, dead, even game. No extra gold, no extra resources to get your kit up. And now we begin. As close to a dance as you can in July of 2024.
Here we go. Once again, the Conceal comes on through, forces the Spear of Alpha, and now they're chasing down Annabelle. Oh, Winter Crown protects him. Oh, the Spear of Destruction does not connect. Penalty zone comes on through, and Fluffy loses his immortality. Will he get the Spear of Destruction in time? No. The rest of the team trying to peel backwards, but they're moving forward as Annabelle is out of there. Last Insanity finds Fluffy, but the rest of the team has backed away. Fireflux weakly gets an immortality for Alien. He's back up to speed. They lose nothing, but Fluffy is down for the count.
Okay, that's a man down for EVOS Glory. Given how close these fights are, I don't think you want to contest with a 4v5. You don't want those odds. You don't like how that might turn out. Giving the Turkish another massive Lord. Gideon, this is an evolved Lord. Team fights with the big one are going to hurt even more.
I mean, here's the thing. At least with EVOS Glory, they have high ground defense with Clockun being alive, right? He can get Dawning Light after Dawning Light after Dawning Light, roughly about 15 to 12 seconds with his passive available.
And he is on his way to his final item here. One more, same situation with Rosa, who I believe is investing in a Winter Crown as well. Alien just picked up his last item, the Ice Queen wand, and oh, what? No, it wasn't. That's not a Winter Crown. No, that's a Sky Piercer. He wants to end fights.
He wants to end fights.
The Queen has had enough.
They're trying to put a phantom tax here, right? They're trying to steal away lives if anybody gets greedy. But let's see. First inhibitor is already down. Next penalty zone is going to land on 4 members of Fireflux Esports, but no follow-up as they focus down on the minions. All inhibitors will collapse, and Fireflux will slowly back up. But unfortunately for Apex, his story is kind of finished here, but the Netherrealm saves his life. The execution strike doesn't kill him while charging him away. And Sunshine is able to make it out of there at the cost of his Purify. Gets blasted by the dawning light, but comes back just in time.
Sunshine with the juggle, picking up the winner crown at the very last minute. The Indonesian Nightmare, Dreams almost punishing Fireflux Esports, chasing them right outside, out of their jungle. EVO's Glory lives. EVO's Glory is still in this.
They're still in this, but they're at a really big disadvantage. 3 missing inhibitors, all lanes with super minions, and I think that Fireflux Esports, they can really take their time with these fights now.
But contrary to that advantage, that opportunity, one more look, the SCC replay here. Look at that bottom lane situation. That was an immortality. What an amazing juggle. Sunshine always on point, aware of the situation. I was saying, I don't think they have time to dilly-dally. I don't think they have time to allow EVO's Glory to play around and wait and get farm up. Look, for the first time in a while, man, Brands gets a free buff. When was the last time EVO's Glory got a free go at their own jungle?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Fireflux has been really trying to end this game quick and more so just choke out their opponents. But at this point of time, I think that Fireflux Esports understand that wave clear is going to be important, right? Back doors is a high potential when you have 3 missing inhibitors. And TNZ, he's just waiting, the recon scout for the team.
Yep, but so far, with this kind of like, whoa. We got new tech coming in. You see that?
I saw a glimpse of it.
The Lantern on Rosa.
Interesting.
Okay, that's going to matter against Fluffy, against Dreams, to a partial level, maybe to Annabelle. So now, talking about what kind of situation we have, you said a backdoor? Dude, Fireflux Esports is an Ube team. They want to play together. So they just want to win unless...
See?
Oh, no, that's Kenzie. Maybe.
That's the problem, right? EVO's Glory cannot take position of this Lord first, and Fireflux Esports have 3 pushing waves all the time.
They can't risk it. EVO's Glory are aware of all these possibilities, and they can't let any of them slip.
And as soon as they show themselves, they attack. TNZ is forcing Annabelle to use his... Wait, hold on. Fluffy, even with the penalty zone, doesn't hit all the correct targets, and even the Spirit of Destruction completely whiffs. Fireflux, they can just back away. Majority of the resources are already down, and they can start the blitz.
Not just even the Primordial Wrath, Gideon. Look at that. A lot of ults spent by EVO's Glory here.
Looks like Fireflux Esports, they got the reaction that they wanted. They could start and, honestly, they could reset this if they wanted to, right? The way they can still play with the waves. EVO's Glory is the one on the disadvantage, and Fireflux, they can keep rolling the dice.
I call that a partial win, but it looks like Fireflux Esports aren't too eager to capitalize. Massive respect to EVO's Glory for maintaining their stance here, holding their ground, because they're still waiting on an ult for Clawcoon, but then again, at this point in the game, cooldown should be quick.
Yep, and I think that Fireflux Esports have learned their lesson. You know, after 20 minutes of the back and forth of huge gold swings, I think, you know, EVO's Glory has earned their name. For now, they have to bide some time. Ooh, interesting. The barrier is going to cut them off in a weird way, but it's melting them and really building up heat for Alien. Rosa can come back into the back line here. Dreams is going to get a little chunked, but that's already the primordial form.
Oh, Dreams does have an immortality. Catches the Guardian's barrier. No more immortality, no extra life for the Indonesian Nightmare. And because of that little dance, they didn't dance with the Lord. They danced with their opponents. The Turkish score another Lord, their 3rd one for this game, approaching the 25-minute mark.
Dude, Apex, like, his early game engages have been insane. His walls in the late game has been insane. The only thing that was his problem was the fact that he was trying to apply early game tactics to the mid game where he got punished twice, and now it's all gone. It's really, really dangerous to be around this man.
Mans is thinking ahead. Mans is living in 2030. That's the kind of Grok game he has, and he never let go, not for a second. Oh, wow, look at this, sinking up the waves. Big, massive Lord in mid. Alien heralding another wave up top. Apex and Rosa down bottom alongside Sunshine. All waves crashing in. EVOS Glory up against the corner. Gideon, this might be it.
This might just be it. They're going to take their time with this first, trying to gather up as much as they can. They get the initial knock-up with Wild Charge onto Fluffy, who penalty zones just in time, but the Immortality is going to bring him back, but the Lord is too strong. It's too big. Annabelle is melted down. Fluffy tries his best, but they can't clear up these waves. Sunshine going straight for the base to get the 2-0 against EVOS Glory.
The Turkish make it through to the knockouts. The legacy of MLBB excellence that they have started years ago continue on through here at MSC 2024.
Oh, what a game. You can see how stressed Rosa is. Oh my goodness. GG, well played. A beautiful game played by both of these competitors.
We've yet to get the confirmed status of EVOS Glory, but at this point we like to say GG, well played, and terima kasih to the de facto people's champion, to the underdogs from Indonesia. EVOS Glory put on one hell of a show. Held on for 25 minutes and change.
That's so crazy, considering their regular season, considering what they had to do during the playoffs, the roster change to get to this point. It feels almost bittersweet.
But alas, there's only 2 slots in the knockouts for Group A. And this is the performance of a lifetime for the Turkish champions. Turkey is Fireflock's land, man. And here, they're taking it all the way to Riyadh. Look at that for the glory of the MSC trophy.
I mean, they've worked hard, and better yet, they keep on grinding. Every year, they just get better, and it doesn't seem like it's ever going to stop.
It looks like on stage, they're setting up Apex 47 alongside the Wood Sandstorm and Mara Aquino. I'm excited to hear from the roamer, man. You said his grok was insane.
Yep, his grok is insane, and hopefully we get some words from both Mara Aquino and as well as the Rude Sandstorm. Take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. And that is a wrap on Group A. We have our second team qualifying and making it to the knockout stage of MSC 2024 here at the Esports World Cup. And we have Apex 47 joining us on the stage after getting themselves into the next spot. Now, can you tell us your feelings, your emotions after getting that second spot in the knockout stage, especially after going through such a rough day here in Group A?
Aslında bizim için çok kötü bir gündü. İstediğimiz oyunları oynayamadık. Kendi oyunlarımızı sergileyemiyorduk. Ama kendimizi bir şekilde toparlayıp buradaki rakipleri yenebileceğimizi biliyorduk. Bugün buraya çok motivasyonlu bir şekilde geldik. Dünü unuttuk tamamen. Dün aklımızda bile değildi. Bugün hiçbir maçı kaybetmemeye geldik. Çok güzel de öyle oldu. 4 maç üstte kazandık. Gruptan ikinci olarak çıktık galiba. Çok mutluyum.
So yesterday was not the best day for us. We had a rough day indeed, but we managed to come back today, and we have had a great game today. So it has been a great day for us, and I think we are now the second in the group. So I would say that we have had a very good matches today.
That's right, second in the group. And it doesn't matter what happened yesterday. What matters is now, and you ended it with a bang. You're moving on to the knockout stage. Now, if you were to choose anyone that you want to face the most, someone that you're looking forward to seeing, what team would that be?
Ya açıkçası şöyle, ben kimin gelmesinin pek önemi yok çünkü hepsini aynı rakip olarak görüyoruz. Ama rakip seçecek olursak da Endonezya, Filipin değil de farklı bir ülkedeki bir takımla karşılaşmak isteriz.
So for us, they are all great challengers. We see them all as equally important, equally challenging teams. But to choose the country, we would like to perhaps be matched with a competitor that's not from Indonesia or the Philippines, maybe from another country.
Ah, definitely they'll give you a hard time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be very difficult because I'm pretty sure most of those teams are still going to make it into the knockout stage, but we still have 3 more days to see who are going to make it from groups B, C, and D. But before we let you go, I want to give you this opportunity to say anything to the fans at home watching you guys and supporting you guys in your journey.
Biz desteklerine çok teşekkür ediyorum. Dünü bırakıp bugün de bizim yanımızda olan herkese çok selam gönderiyorum. Sizleri seviyoruz. Türkiye'yi burada en iyi şekilde temsil etmeye çalışacağız.
Thank you very much for supporting us, and I would also like to thank everyone who has supported us to the last minute of today by leaving yesterday behind. So we promise to do the best for Turkey, for our country, and for all our fans.
Congratulations once again, and I have to say, every game you're getting better and better, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the knockout stage. And that concludes our series for Group A, so we're gonna break it down for you and head back to our panel. It's all yours.
Thank you very much. And even though Apex 47, he'd say he doesn't want to face off against teams from Indonesia or Philippines, they just defeated the second team of Indonesia, EVOS Glory. So I don't know about you guys, but I think they can bring up a good fight.
Yeah, I think they just want to really just heat up, but I think definitely they have the caliber to do it, especially after showing us that they can defeat a Lu Yiling composition. This time they have shown us that they gave another signature pick to Annabelle and still won with it in a 25-minute match. I think they are really, really onto something here in MSC.
Yeah, I mean, Fireflux has just continued to kind of defy the odds here with a long run through Group A. And even in this game right here, I mean, it goes down to the line. We go, what, 20, 22 plus minutes? And they're able to pull it off. They're able to keep themselves together. And if there's one thing I can think of when I think about Fireflux, you know, it's just that power of will, right?
Yeah.
The drive to be able to lose a game in day one and still come back. Go 22 minutes and still come back.
Yeah. Can I like drop oil on the fire here?
Sure. Okay, that doesn't work, but okay.
I would say this is a healthy rivalry between EVOS and RRQ because they both love each other so much that they both didn't make it.
Fair enough.
Oil has been
crazy
dropped.
Now it works?
Now it works.
Now it works. Now you understand what it was.
No, I understand.
Right? Because, again, like, it's crazy to think EVOS Glory was one of the favorites. Maybe not for us, because we disagree with everyone, right?
Yeah.
But still, Fireflux, day number one didn't work out, but day number two, they definitely showed up.
Rosa showed up again with that lantern. The Sky Piercer didn't work to his, I would say, the idea that he wanted to like, eliminate people. But during that last clash, you saw that after Wishing Lantern was picked up, Dreams really suffered so much. He dealt so much damage onto Dreams that Dreams was forced to utilize the ultimate and then eventually lose his immortality. The pokes that came from the Faramis was so painful in the last few minutes of the match. Then that Wishing Lantern last pick coming out from Rosa did work.
Can I say I love our floor?
Yeah.
The floor is great.
Honestly, if we can have this in our room, that would be amazing.
Did you ever think you would stand in the Land of Dawn? We got the LaFell skin here, the MSC LaFell skin in the Land of Dawn, right next to the turtle
pit. You know
pit.
what? I like the way you say. Have you ever thought that you would stand in the Land of Dawn? I would.
Very poetic.
But let's talk about this as well because you know what? This has been crazy. Group A, it kind of went through how I thought it would, but at the same time, not how I thought it would look like.
I did predict that Fireflux will make it eventually, especially after knowing that they're really, really good at their play or how they played during their championships, their qualifications to MSC. They look really, really good, and we know that they have players that have been seasoned already across all of the years that they have been playing together, and it now translates. I was surprised what happened yesterday, for sure, with Fireflux, but today they showed up. They know that they only had to brush off all those jitters, and my oh my, their wins today make it so that they look like a top-tier team, you know? Like a top 4 team, I would say.
Well, they're a top 2 team inside of their groups here, and again, that concludes day number 2, but still, we have a lot going on for today. And speaking of which, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. We thought that the floor is amazing. I want to bring it home, but what do you guys think? You guys let us know so that we can improve day by day. Any kind of surprises that we've seen today, I feel like we'll get escalated even more because, again, this is just the group stage. We haven't even touched the knockout stage just yet.
Still days away, though.
Just a few days away.
Yeah, you know, a lot of groups out to look at. I'm excited to see the group of Beth, as this guy would say.
I would say
that will be tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, group of Beth.
Group of Beth.
Get with the program. People call it Death. If it was the group of D, then sure, group of Death. But no, this is the group of Beth.
Yeah.
If it was group C or group of Seth. Group A will be the group of F. You know, let's look at the MVP. You know, this is going too far. We got to look at our Sony MVP of the game to really see who deserves that MVP. And again, it could go on to anyone. So now we're looking at the highlights.
Very difficult to kind of define who the MVP is. If I were to guess, it probably should be Rosa, but Alien made a lot of good plays as well. TNZ was also instrumental to them catching Clockun in the middle, which was also very important. Alien just escaping death many times and forcing Brands to do this play. He gets out of this, and then the fact that Brands wasn't able to output the damage in that fight was also instrumental. This was the great pickup on Clockun, which was also very important. And then another play will happen where Dreams will be taken out. So a lot of standout plays actually from most of the players that we are going to see. Fluffy being taken out in this clash was also very, very important for the entirety of Fireflux. So I honestly don't know who the MVP is, but it should be TNZ.
I don't know who it is, but it should be TNZ is the moment it comes out. KD is 7.5, GPM 546, kills 88%. And honestly, one of the highlight plays that I still remember from TNZ, he was able to catch Clockun in the mid lane. I feel like that was game winning.
The retribution, yeah, that was game winning for me too.
Most definitely beautiful. I mean, beautiful game. Beautiful game for TNZ. Sorry, I got shocked because we have visitors, guys.
All right. Diversion play.
Hello, everyone. Right now, you guys are here on the analyst panel. Alongside with us is Sunshine. We get to interview him and actually get some of his thoughts. And now, honestly, Sunshine, something that I have to ask. Game number 2, it was back and forth. But in mid lane, you guys were able to catch Clockun, the Xavier. Can you tell us what was the communication when TNZ was able to catch Clockun?
Açıkçası bütün takımdaki oyuncular lane'deki dağılımları ayarlamaya çalışıyordu. Oyuncumuz bir anda o hatayı görünce direkt görünmezlik basıp üstüne koştuk ve öyle bir ileriye geçtik.
So we were really trying to balance out within different players within the game. So when we saw what happened, we used the invisibility option. So this gave us this enabled us to go ahead.
Okay, so I also have a question. Been a big fan since Incendio Supremacy M4. You guys seem like you've grown every year since then. And I'm wondering, what are the end goals here? Do we think we can hit top 4? Do we think we can get to top 2? You know, what was your sight coming into this?
Hedefimiz her zaman kupayı kazanmak ve bunun için çok fazla çaba gösteriyoruz. Turnuvalarda gördükleri gibi ilk 8 bitirdik MSC'de, global turnuvalarda başarı yaptık. Her zaman üstüne koymaya çalışıyoruz. Çok fazla çalışıyoruz. Uykusuzum hatta bu maça. Dün yenildikten sonra hatta 3 maç scrim falan attık. Ve emeğimizin karşılığını alınca da çok mutlu oluyoruz. Gruptan birinci çıkmak isterdik ama olmadı. Ama bir önemi yok. Yine çok mutluyuz.
So we would always like to be at the top. We would always like to win the cup. And yesterday, actually, after the games yesterday, I wasn't able to sleep, for example. So we had 3 trials at our end. So we really prepared very hard. And we also came the 8th place in the previous MSC. So yeah, we always aim for higher next time.
Okay.
And honestly, this time you guys are looking very strong. Now, the final question for you, because we didn't see what happened when you were up against NIP Flash. So I do have to say, what happened in that game and what did you guys learn going up against NIP Flash that you adjusted for today?
Açıkçası Nip Palaş'a karşı birazcık takım iletişimimizde sıkıntılar yaşadık. Bunu genel olarak röportajlarda da söylüyorduk. Bazen bunda sıkıntı yaşıyorduk. O sıkıntıyı bu maçta çözdük. Dün çok fazla çalıştık bunun hakkında. Bir araya geldik, konuştuk ve bunu başardık ve maça da yansıdı. İletişim harici bazı bireysel hatalarımız da vardı. Beklememe gibi. Takım olarak oynayamadık. Bu iki sorunu da çözünce bu maç güzel bir zaferi elde ettik.
So to be honest, yesterday there were some communication problems. So this is the lesson that we learned from yesterday. And there were also maybe some individual issues within the team. But we have learned from this experience from yesterday. And this is what enabled us to win the victory today.
Okay, you know, with that, a very simple follow-up question. In the knockout stage, do you guys want to fight against NIP Flash again? Or you guys don't care and you guys want to move on and fight another team?
Açıkçası sürekli Endonezyalı ve Filipinli takımlarla oynadığımız için onlarla oynamak benim için daha iyi olabilir.
Honestly, it might even be better for us to play against them because we always play against teams from Indonesia and the Philippines.
You know what? That's a W answer. That's a W answer from Sunshine. Thank you very much for you. In fact, give the final camera to him.
Yep.
Just so, is there anything that you want to say to everyone watching the stream?
Ülkeme seslenmek istiyorum. Bizi destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ederim. Çok güzel mesaj atıyorlar. Elimizden geldiğince ilerlemeye çalışacağız. Beklemekte olsunlar.
I would like to shout out to my country and I would really like to thank all of our supporters. We will really do our best and stay tuned with us, I would say.
Well, stay tuned for Fireflux. And again, big shout outs to them. It has been an amazing matchup. And Fireflux, honestly, has had an amazing run. We hope for the best in the knockout stage. And whoever's doing the schedule, let's not put them up with Philippines as well as Indonesia. And now we gotta, again, run this through again. Thank you very much, Sunshine. Well, we're moving on to our program. What do you guys think about the interview? He definitely had a lot to say.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have players who are willing to really talk and get into the interviews and, you know, talk about just themselves, the teams they're facing, you know. It's not just all yes, no
yes,
answers.
no.
Yeah. Like the honesty. They would rather face NIP Flash again. I don't think that's possible, but yeah, I think that's a wish list for them, especially because the knockout stages are a single elimination, right? So it's going to be another cutthroat situation.
It's not possible with that kind of attitude.
Yeah,
that's right.
Possible.
You're right.
Come on.
What did we learn today?
Just because the format is shaped so that you don't meet again doesn't mean you won't meet again. You know, like
right.
Me and LaFell meet again every year.
Yeah.
We weren't meant to.
I might not be here next year. Who knows? Anything's possible with the right kind of attitude. Wait, no, that's the opposite of what I wanted to say. But
well,
you know
it's a day of disagreement, so I don't agree with you.
Well, I disagree with your disagreement.
Okay.
You guys are doing so great today.
Thank you very much. I try very hard. But either way,
Realcasters stand.
Realcasters.
That is the update for today. Just in case if you guys just tune in, Group A has concluded, and the teams that are moving through is Fireflux as well as NIP Flash, where unfortunately RRQ Akira has been eliminated. The same can be said as EVO's Glory. So I don't know. For you guys at home, I'm not so sure what you guys predicted, but if you guys predicted Fireflux to win this one, well, you guys got it right. And if you guys were the same as us, then we got it right.
Yeah.
It's easy for us. We just disagree with the majority and it works out.
Yeah,
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Sometimes it doesn't always work out.
Just ask Mirko, what do you think? And then just go for the opposite. It's like, yo, Mirko, what are you going to eat? And he's like, I'm going to eat rice. Great. I'm going to eat noodles.
Or better yet, don't ask Mirko anything.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right. Because whenever I want to ask him anything, it feels like a battle.
Yeah.
Feels like a battle with it. Mark your calendars. On July 7th, Soul Vessel Series Skin, a Amon Vessel of the Seed, as well as Hanabi Vessel of Rage are slated for a stunning reveal. Don't miss out and just buy it. You know, it's like, don't think, just do. Do first, apologize later. And even if you don't know what to do, just try it out and then hopefully it works out. What else? You will regret all the things that you do not do. Like if you do not get Juicin, which you should, because Juicin, the new Mage Hero, arrives on June 29th. Already arrived with her exclusive pack. Get the hero and her Ethereal Serenity skin during the launch week for only 469 diamonds. And also get her skin for only 51 diamonds during the first 14 days. So make sure you guys get it now. Now we're gonna look at the group standings to see what has been going on, and we're done with Group A, but Group B, Group C, and Group D is still on the way. Just to reiterate, NIP Flash has 5 wins and 1 loss, Fireflux Esports 4 wins and 2 losses, and with that, 4 points and 2 points each, NIP Flash and Fireflux advances to the knockout stage.
Oh, we already summed it up in the tomorrow. There it is. This guy's scared.
Another group with a lot on the line here for tomorrow's schedule. We saw Team Spirit, you know, a fan favorite right now, taking the loss yesterday.
I'm surprised, dude.
Homeboys actually get the win over them, which I think is huge for Homeboys. That felt like one of those deciding games.
Yes.
But tomorrow we still got a lot more on the line.
Yeah.
Dude, looking at tomorrow's schedule, I'm a bit nervous. Don't know about you guys.
Nervous for
but,
Nervous for who?
The first game and the last game really got my.
We get it. We get it. Well, how do you feel about it?
How do I feel about it? I'm actually happy that Homeboys is very successful, especially because I thought that their run during the wildcard was meant to be dominant, and I think they had really a fighting chance against SRG. I was surprised that that finals went that way. For Malaysia, and I'm just very happy that I'm seeing a lot of Malaysian teams. Go Malaysia, truly Asia.
Okay, so you're happy they beat. So you're happy they beat Team Spirit.
Yes.
When it comes from
Malaysia,
Wolf, I don't know.
#1.
Okay, guys, can you guys imagine something with me? Imagine this is a key, and then slowly gets crushed. Can you imagine it?
Yeah.
Actually, no, you can't. And with that, we're gonna see the keys actually getting crushed. Producer, roll the tape.
Oh.
Player here. So we will do
Okay, well, these are the two losing teams because they're out, and their keys will now be crushed by a press, along with their feelings, their dreams, their hopes.
Oh, man.
Let's just really lay this down on the field here, because with this key being crushed, their chances at victory here are really just cemented, in fact. And if you guys don't know, these crushed keys actually get thrown into the totem to be encased in resin to show that all the clubs of victory, this is what they had to win over to get there.
Oh, man.
It's like bodies on the floor.
Hydraulic press.
Dude, this is suspense. Do it, just do it. Just
a lot
do
of
it.
PSI.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Nice little bend.
It will bend and then eventually it will break.
No, they just give it a nice bend.
Yeah.
Dude.
Malleable enough.
Dude, that's painful and cool all at the same time.
Man.
Oh, if that was my team, dude, my heart is crushed.
And then at the end, if your org wins like when you win, you get to keep keys too.
Yeah.
It's a really cool format. I think it's probably one of the most interesting little add-ons to really visualize everything that's happening here and what's at stakes across all of the games happening.
What am I supposed to feel? Should I cry? Should I laugh?
They're not done yet. They're gonna completely crush it.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna keep on going down. We get to watch it all.
You know what this reminds me of? The video where they
crush things real slow.
No. The videos where the bakers, after they completed their bread, someone scoops it up and makes it into like a. You know what I'm talking about, Wolf?
Actually, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what? Never mind.
Done.
Unfortunately. This reminds me of my college when we used to crush things with we call it the universal tester.
That reminds me of high school.
Do you think the ID casters just really were hurting when they had to watch that?
Yeah.
Let's Give me a sec.
You could run over there and.
I see.
There's some tears. There's some tears.
I see tears. I see tears. It could be tears or it could be sweat. It's either or.
Both.
Yeah, because they were really sweating during that last round. And for all of those who don't know, we're actually in front of the Bahasa Indo casters, and they were just they were screaming. We're not even engaging with them.
Dancing.
They were dancing.
They were yelling at us.
Guys.
Yeah, for no reason at all. We're not even like Turkish. I did not understand it at first, but
here's the thing.
Yeah,
I feel like tomorrow I could feel what they're feeling.
Do you want me to just not be in the building tomorrow?
He's gonna be right here.
I'm gonna be right here tomorrow. Do you want me to?
Let me just say this: if you're here for tomorrow, one of my shoes is gonna be missing, and it might be right up here. You know what? The place where the sun don't shine. But speaking of which, that's it for today. That's it for Group A. Tomorrow, we'll be continuing. But for now, let's actually catch the Kadia Play of the Day.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.